Shows how little you know politics.
Choose your destiny.
You can go left, or you go right. You can go forward, but never ever back.
I want to hear your thoughts.
Good evening, my little one. I shall make you psychotic.
Mommy, what does psychotic mean?
I want to hear your thoughts.
Yeah. Woke up. I ain't feeling your side. Yeah. You know what I'm saying? KCE, King Chaka.
Hey, how y'all doing out there? My mic is acting weird. Hold on, y'all. Give me a second.
And now, another
Yeah.
major production.
Yeah, I'm about to tell you.
Hey, how y'all doing out there? How y'all feel? Remember, an educated public cannot be controlled. Learn to be active. The views and events expressed here are totally whacked and are not necessarily the views of anyone. ¿Cómo estás? Bien? ¿Podemos ayudarnos más? Sí se puede. And remember, don't take my whoop that mess up. How y'all feeling? What's up, Pat?
What's up? What's up? What's
You
the
good?
deal?
Chilling, man. Same old shit. You already know.
Yeah, man, I'm doing wonderful. Great.
Fantastic. No complaints over here. I mean, I could complain, but don't nobody want to hear
I definitely don't want to hear that shit.
it. Nobody cares. See, I'm gonna go over here and start crying. I'm gonna cry now. Yeah.
I got some few pieces of tissue for you, but
Yeah.
suck it up, Buttercup.
Yeah. The name of the show today is Countercultures. So
I saw that. I was very interested to. I want to see what direction you're going in with that.
yeah, okay, yeah. Well, we're gonna get into it. I like to touch on it at the beginning, and then I like to come back to it. It's usually how I've been doing it. So, just to touch on it a bit, it's like, you know, I feel like I study cultures. That's what I do, like with anthropology,
Mm-hmm.
and it helps me be able to analyze the culture that I grew up in. Like United States. Black folks.
Black people don't have no culture.
That's what they say.
That's what they say exactly.
Yeah. So, but it's not true. But, anyways, examining other cultures around the world helps you be able to see your own better. And also, like the mainstream views of things is like what you would consider like contemporary culture. You know what I mean? And even before I was studying anthropology, I always felt like I was not a part of the like mainstream culture. You know what I mean? I just look at things different. Like actually think and actually like evaluate things, instead of just going with the crowd. Now, sometimes I agree, but sometimes I don't. And I think that in our culture, it's you're supposed to agree. You know what I mean? Like with your culture, it's kind of like having to do with when they say someone is said, how the migrants, immigrants, or whatever come over, and they say that they're not what is the word I'm looking for? They're not acclimated to the environment. They're not. I can't find the right word right now, but they're not adjusting. They don't speak the right language. They don't eat the right foods or whatever. Or maybe they don't. They're not. What is the word? Same thing they said about the Native Americans. Like they won't do right. They're wild. I can't find the right word. It's gonna come back to me. But
You say acclimate, right?
yeah, well, that's still not the. You're supposed to go along with the dominant culture, and it makes people feel comfortable. It it's it's a way of control, really. It's like, and if you're not going along with the dominant culture, then you're an outsider. They make you a criminal. They persecute you. They ostracize you. They make fun of you. They make jokes. So I got this little video right here I want to share with y'all. And then later, I'll ask you what you think about this. And then later we'll come back to this counterculture thing, because it always kind of goes along with the theme of the show too, like the stuff that I'm overall. So let's play this.
It impacts the way you act, the way you.
Counterculture.
Culture is a pretty powerful thing. It impacts the way you act, the way you think, and the way you live. Culture. But what happens if you just don't quite get along with the mainstream? Throughout history, there have always been groups of people who rejected mainstream cultural ideas and embraced a contradictory culture, a counterculture. Opposing something as powerful as culture can end up being pretty powerful as well. Countercultures are identities among a group of people that directly oppose and. So, countercultures are almost always associated with some sort of political or cultural movement that is seeking to create substantial and widespread change. Basically, countercultures exist with the purpose of changing mainstream culture. Makes countercultures different from subcultures. A subculture is a unique and distinct system of identity that, while deviating from strict cultural norms, still fits within mainstream society. They aren't trying to overthrow a cultural system. Hipsters are a good example of a subcultural movement. Hipsters stand out, to be sure, but their shared ideologies do not direct mainstream cultural values. So let's take a look at countercultures throughout history. As we said earlier, countercultures see coexistence with mainstream culture as unlikely or even impossible and intend to create widespread change. Basically, their goal is to turn counterculture into mainstream culture. For now, we're going to mostly focus on counterculture movements that impacted the United States and Europe, although countercultures can be found around the world. A great starting place is the Enlightenment, an intellectual movement of the 17th and 18th centuries. The intellectuals of the Enlightenment opposed pretty much every accepted idea about government at the time. They introduced radical ideas like the inalienable rights of humans and the democratic republic as a system of government.
Inalienable rights of humans and the democratic republic. This was a counterculture at one time with the goal of changing the dominant culture.
The counterculture movement began in Europe, but it really took hold in the Americas.
Oh shit. They're not gonna let me watch the rest of it. I'm a student. Oh, hold on. It says they're gonna make me pay. Let's see. Create your account, no obligation, cancel at any time. No, I don't think I'm gonna do this because they're probably gonna be saying I'm a they're probably gonna be saying I have to go to a subscription or something. Let's see. Let's see if it's trying to make me do a subscription. I might just come back to this. Hold on, let me see what it'll do first. Let me try it first. I knew it was too good to be true. It can't just give you knowledge, right? That's too much to ask. They make you go through all kinds of shit first. Oh yeah, see, it's gonna ask for, if it's asking for a credit card, I'm not doing it. They're going, yeah, they're asking for a credit card. I'm not doing it. Starting September 24th, $29.99. Nah, yet.
What's that? Facebook?
No, it wasn't Facebook. It was just a something I ended up in that I didn't know that I was in. Whatever, we're gonna move on. Yeah, we'll come back to it anyways. I don't need a class to explain this, but I just wanted to give it popped up and it was a cool looking video, and I like education. I like to teach people, and a lot of times the way I say things don't come across clear. So that's why I'm always looking for something to kind of like articulate things better than I do. Anyways, what's been on your radar this week? What caught your eye? I saw you sent something just now. It was about McCarthy. It says McCarthy reversed Ukraine aid as GOP scrambles on funding bills. I'd have to look at that because we was talking about this last night, and they made it so where the Ukraine aid is going to go through regardless, even if the government shut down, because we got a government shutdown looming. It's probably going to happen too at the beginning of October because they can't seem to come to an agreement again. It's the same old song and dance. They want to cut social programs, and on one side and the other side is like, no. But they already passed the budget for military, and it's like $824 billion or some shit. 824 million, I don't know, whatever. It's a large amount of money, and they already passed that. But
I guess when you're hated by most of the world, you got to be able to defend yourself from them.
Man, sometimes I feel like that's a narrative too, because like what I'll be saying all the time, like the people of different countries don't necessarily coincide with what their government's doing or what their governments feel. The people don't necessarily agree with their governments. Like we don't. Do you agree with Biden and the stuff that he's doing overall?
Hell no.
So it's like that with other countries too. So you do have individuals that don't like the United States, and you do have certain governments, I would say, that have a problem.
But it's not individuals that send us to war.
Fair. Well, shit, it's individuals that benefit from it, though.
Or hurt from it.
Yeah. Let me see. Facebook, Instagram. I need to open up Twitter. Just throw me off because I was planning on playing that video, so I'm a little discombobulated right now, but I'm gonna get it together. Anyway, just from what we talked about already so far with the counterculture stuff, what do you think about it or whatever? You got any thoughts on that?
Well, when we talking about real culture, I don't know if there's really, either it's you're adding to it or, because I mean, when you gave the example about the immigrants, like, if they're not fitting in or whatever, I mean, the culture, just them being here and adding whatever culture they may be adding. Because I mean, I would say that it's mostly being you're adding to the current culture with the new people that's there, because it gives a new aspect of a lot of the same things that, because they are fitting in. If regardless if you like it or not, I mean, I see that they're fitting in the best way that they can, and whatever is available to me is available to them, and they're just going to do their thing. So if they had a dominant, like whatever they come from, the culture that they were in, and then they're trying to mix it in, like that's kind of adding to the existing cultures that's already here. Because even other Americans don't have all the same culture. Like, I mean, like right now I'm in Louisiana. Um, when I'm in Texas, I do Louisiana shit in Texas. You know what I'm saying? Like,
Yeah.
so it's just, I don't know. I don't really know if you can truly counter culture.
Well, at the beginning of the video, it was showing how uh, a representative government was not the dominant culture. What was the other example he gave? So countercultures in the context that we're talking about here is trying to change the dominant culture, you know, hopefully in a progressive manner, you know. So it's political by nature, you know what I mean? It's inherently political. It's a counterculture. It's a pushback against the dominant narrative, if you will,
Hmm.
you know, with the goal of pushing it, you know, in a new direction.
Do you think that immigrants are, well, non you know non-legal or illegal immigrants should be able to vote?
I think that voting should be the citizens. I think you should be a citizen to vote.
So I shouldn't be able to vote.
If you're not a legal citizen, but you are, if you can have dual citizenship. If you're a dual citizen, you're still a citizen.
Yeah, and
You're
it's
in,
mostly semantics that makes me not a citizen.
yeah. So you know, by all rights, you're a citizen. So yeah, no, you should get to vote. You know, like even the people who are, you know, Aboriginal Americans, you know, the government engulfed them, but they still should get to vote. You know, there's
Well,
no reason to.
legally we can vote, but I just because I mean, just I'm weird. Because just based on the statement, maybe I wouldn't fit into that, but I mean, technically I can, and plan to this go around, next go around.
Yeah, I'm definitely gonna vote in the primaries, but it depends on who gets up there. I'm most likely gonna vote third party in the main election, if that.
I thought about that, but I don't know if, I mean, honestly, I don't know if the third party candidate is the best option.
Yeah, well, it depends on who's, you know, who's there. That's what I'm
Yeah, if
saying.
there's others to pick from, yeah, I mean, maybe, but as much as I like some people, I don't know if they'd be the best candidate for president.
I like Cornel West. That's my go-to right now.
That's what I'm speaking about. I like
Okay.
him. I like him a lot. I don't think he'll be a great president though.
Mm. Well, to me, he seems like a better option than others.
Hey, you know, he speaks a good game. I don't, what will he get accomplished? Not really sure. I mean, especially when we're talking about, we don't. His party doesn't really have any representation in our legislative process. So it's kind of a.
But that's the argument they make all the time, that it's the spoilers. But if enough people vote for the third parties, then they can get some strength and get some representation. But if every time, every cycle, they say, well, it's not going to make a difference and they're just a spoiler, then you're never going to get another option other than the Republicans and the Democrats, a viable option.
No, I mean, I think that we should have multiple parties or just one. Like I think that if there was really only one party, let's just say if everybody had to fall under some kind of since the United States is a republic, we everybody's Republican, I guess, and you have to offer somebody something in order for you to make a difference or for it to stand out. Like you actually have to do something, stand for something for people to.
I like that. So but that would be like basically that would be abolish the parties. That would be like no party, because right now we.
Well, yeah. I mean,
we
same
do
thing.
have one party.
Well,
just so
yeah.
happens that some of them wear D's and some of them wear R's, but
yeah, but
effectively
yeah,
it's the same.
yeah, exactly. Because I'm saying, because even you saying the no party system really kind of boils down to that, because I think that's because like I said, I don't know, I really like Ramaswamy. At this point, I don't know like who on the Democratic side really I still stand behind, because at one point I kind of liked Kennedy, but yeah, I don't
Yeah.
know.
Ever since he started his views on Israel was a deal breaker for me, for that guy. I like everything he's saying other than that. Well, there's a few other things, but the Israel thing is the deal breaker for me. His
Yeah.
views on
So, but
Israel.
they're on a second debate for Republicans. What's up with the whole thing with Dems? Or the Dems are not just they're just not gonna do it. It's just like
Well, you
screw
already
you.
know. You already know. I mean, you already know Biden's gonna get the nomination. Like we're gonna have a primary probably, but whenever it's whoever is the president always gets the nomination from their party.
Well, he's
That's the way it
screwing
is.
up everything for everybody by continuing to run, because I mean, well, I don't know. I guess they have to. I guess they have to do that because either I mean, there's nobody else is gonna beat Trump.
Well, that's not the reason. It's just the way that they do it. That whoever is
Mm,
the incumbent, if they've
no,
if they've
the,
not done their second term, then they're gonna be the nomination of the party. It's just
no. I hear what you're saying, but I mean,
and the
instead of
Republicans
people,
have to debate so that they can decide on who's gonna run against them. So that's the
I,
reason.
well, no.
And
I
Trump is
mean, I
sitting
get
out.
it.
He's gonna sit out this next one too. It hasn't
Sit
happened yet.
sit out this. Oh, you talking about the debate?
Yeah.
I mean, I don't. I mean, it would be good to hear him speak and have because I think that if he really you know spoke up about how he feels about stuff and his policy, people who didn't who weren't into him last cycle, that have someone giving him a chance, it would be good for them to actually hear straight from him now. uh I think that would, it probably would strengthen his chances, but um
No, it's probably the
I think he.
opposite. And that's the reason why he's not doing it, because he's got enough of a platform anyway. And it's not like he's going to have any real new things to say that he doesn't, share
Well,
on his own platforms that he has. But going would give them an opportunity to hammer him, and it could hurt him. So that's the reason why he's not doing it. I mean, why should he? I mean, he doesn't have any motivation. The only thing that'll happen is his numbers could go down. You know what I'm saying? As a result, he's already the far and ahead front runner. The
True.
debates aren't gonna help him. He don't need any help. It could only
Mm,
hurt him.
well, and that's definitely a strong angle to look at, but I think that there's a, because I mean, I think the people who support him, and the people who, have, before turned their nose up at him and is now really considering him, you know, I don't know. I mean, I guess you're probably right. I mean, I guess it could, you know, I'm not a deep analyst to the extent to, calculative, to be able to calculate, what direction it would take. But, you know, I think it would, personally, I would like to, hear him and other people to hear what he's actually got to say, because a lot of people just totally ignored what he was saying because they were, their minds were screwed up based on what media was saying, and all the, the way that they misguided people's ideology, way they saw everything that was happening. But you
Mm.
know it is what it
Let's
is.
let's go into some things right here. Check this out. It says, I'm very proud of these Haitians taking initiative and not waiting for the government to fix their problems. Check this out.
29 treaty signed by both nations. Article 10 of this treaty establishes the right of both nations to fairly and equitably use these waters. But canal is a threat to the environment and to Dominican farmers. Haitians say this canal is essential to their survival. Haitians also say that Dominicans are reacting out of fear. They may lose a vital part of Dominican agriculture. Haitian farmers, these farmers now will have the opportunity to farm their own land with this canal. It's important to note that this canal is not being built by the Haitian government. It's part of a larger movement of Haitian civilians taking action and no longer waiting for the Haitian government to fix their problems. As a pressure tactic, Dominican President Luis Abinader suspended issuing visas to Haitians. He also shut down the border near the river, which is a vital crossing point for Haitian and Dominican trade. He also threatened to shut down all borders to land, air, and sea traffic if the conflict isn't resolved by Thursday. The Dominican government sent a delegation to oversee the construction of this canal. Haitians say this is intimidation, but Dominicans say this is to offer help detaining any Haitian who doesn't have permission to be working there. This is a lose-lose situation for both nations, both economies. Haiti is the DR's third largest trading partner, with over $1 billion worth of exports sent to Haiti just last year, and Haitians depend on these products. Hopefully, there's a peaceful resolution very soon. The Massacre River creates an international border between Haiti and the Dominican Republic on the northern part of our island. This infamous name comes from colonial times. In 1728, Spanish settlers they massacred 30 French buccaneers at this location. That name became popular once more in 1937 when that river became red with blood once more. But this time, it was the slaughter of Haitians. Orders of Dominican dictator Rafael Trujillo, the Dominican army killed between 12 to 30,000 Haitians in less than a week. This was an attempt to keep unwanted Haitians out of the Dominican Republic. Countless mutilated bodies were thrown into the river, which turned it red and solidified the name, the Massacre River. Today, there's conflict once more at the Massacre River. Haitians recently began constructing a canal in Haiti that will use the water from the river in order to help them irrigate their crops. Dominicans say that diverting water from the river is illegal. They say it's a violation of the 1999 treaty signed by both nations. Article 10 of this treaty establishes the right of both nations to fairly and equitably use these waters. But Dominicans say that this canal is a threat to the environment and to Dominican farmers. Haitians say this canal is essential to their survival. They need it to irrigate their crops.
Okay, so Haiti's trying to build a canal, and it's getting done by not by the Haitian government, but by individuals or whatever. The kicker to this is that Republic already has multiple canals coming off of the river. So the river is the border between Dominican Republic and Haiti. So both countries have rights to the water, but you know the Dominican Republic doesn't want Haiti to be able to build this canal, and they're doing all kinds of things to keep them from doing it. It's just another example related to, like, whenever they talk about like the African countries and they're like they just can't seem to get their shit together, and it's like the same thing they say about Haiti. They just can't seem to get their shit together. But whenever they do try to do things to help themselves, then they have all of these pressures that come from the outside to stumble them up, to trip them up, to keep them from being able to do it. And they're doing the right thing, and it's completely legal and it's completely within their rights. But
Hmm.
you got people who don't want to see them, even be able to grow their own freaking crops. So that's what this is right here. So it's just a drama that's going on over there. Something that doesn't get covered by the media. That's why I like to cover stuff like this, because nobody covers it. So let me see. It says clarification. This tension just sparked this week because of new constructions, but the plans are not new. The DR has put pressure on Haiti before in the past to forget these plans. Let's read a couple comments. It says, tired of peaceful resolutions. Haiti should own the entire island for all I'm concerned. Another comment says, the way I'm looking at the map seems like DR belongs to us, bro. Another comment, it says, it's very strange that she is missing a lot of key information, such as the river is born in the Democratic Republic. The river is about 85 kilometers and only two cross to Haiti territory for 2 kilometers. The canal is built with any kind of study. The canal is built with any kind of study on how it is going to impact the river. She just said that it been built by a group of farmers. She forgot to mention that the river will leave not only Dominican farmers without water, but Haitian farmers who live over the other side. Most of it is that the river is the main water supply for the lagoon that is home to a very important local fauna of plants and animals. They always play the victim game for everything, because what have to do with the history of the river name with the issues today? Just see how Haitians care about environment by looking to Google Earth, and you will see how dry is Haiti and how green is Dominican Republic. In fact, the only rivers that are not dry in the Haitian side are the one that are born in the DR. Stop looking at mistakes. So there goes another comment that just kind of shows how things go all the time. Whenever they always want to like pull up details and say that these people, leaving out this detail, leaving out that detail or whatever. And then this is misleading too. So this is just another example of how it goes every time. Every time these people try to do something to help themselves, and
Yep.
you know,
And they're like the main ones that get a first ticket sent right, getting them sent right back home. But there's other immigrants that's and I'm sure there's a few that's kind of maybe slip through the holes or whatever. But it's just I don't know. That's one of those things that always kind of bother me was that you know all anybody else can come except Haitians or I don't know. Maybe it's more so the color of their skin. It doesn't, I don't know if it really matters which country it is. It's just if you got dark skin, they don't want you.
yeah. And that's what's crazy about the Dominicans, because they don't see themselves as black or whatever. When they come over here to the United States, though, you better believe that they're seen as black. That Dominicans are crazy, man. They like mentally screwed. No offense to y'all, but I'm just saying, related to that racial part of them. Let me read some more comments. It says, Peaceful resolution. We are not the generation to mess with. Enough is enough. Another comment says, Haiti is like it is now, not because of Dominicans. That's the ugly and unbearable truth. Don't blame us for your own lack of leadership and vision. You sabotage your own country. There's no benefit for DR on messing you up. We are just the unlucky ones for sharing island with you. That's why you blame us. You don't want to blame yourself and can't blame countries overseas. So you choose to spread your anger and resentment over your neighbor while you should be working on your own country. There's so much hate for Haitians, man. It's like, anyways, it's like beating a dead horse with that because I'm always talking about it. Check this out right here. Did you see this? This one. It says Republican state senators in Missouri participating in book burning with flamethrowers. Did you see this?
Turn- No, I hadn't seen this.
So it's like a scene out of that movie Fahrenheit. Was it Fahrenheit
911.
411 whatever it was called? Yeah,
Nine,
man, and
nine,
for the
9/11, 911 Fahrenheit, or something like
something
that.
like that. Yeah, for the longest I was all saying, they're banning books, and then they're like, no, they're not banning books, and I'm like, well, we're heading down that road, and more and more and more, and that now they've taken it to the level of burning books. So, let's read this. It says,
Well,
"This is an abomination." Well, let me read this, and then I want to hear your comments. Joy Ann Reed posted this. She said, "This is an abomination. Republicans, aren't you embarrassed?" It says, "The best part is they were burning empty boxes because they didn't want to buy the books they wanted to burn. In case you were curious, this is State Senator Bill Eigel, Republican, who is running for governor in 2024, and State Senator Nick Schroer, Republican. Go ahead, comments.
well, I don't know. Maybe it's a semantics conversation, but um, technically, books are not being banned; they are being restricted. Um, Banned means prohibited, like you can't get them anywhere. They're being restricted to certain, libraries and maybe where's ages, like because I mean public libraries, schools that everybody pays for, it's not, they can restrict it to schools and depending on age and things like that. But of course, Democrats got to say, oh, they're being banned because it sounds like something, and get people upset. But none of them been banned. Like it's just, I don't know. This and then this is, I mean, I don't know. I think this is you know over politicization of this whole ideology because I mean burning books is what I mean. What is it going to do? And even if it's whether they really burning books or not, it's just a pile of boxes or whatever it is, to try to make people feel like they're like it's just I just don't see where it's really beneficial either way. You know what I'm saying? It's just a bunch of stuff to get people riled up, and it's not honest. It's not just not being honest on both
Well, it's all
sides.
about it's all about the atmosphere. It's all about the direction that we're going the road that we're traveling down. It's all about what they are trying to do as far as limit
Well,
people's ability to read certain books. Like a lot of this stuff has to do with history, straight up history. I saw this one where the teacher got fired because she was reading a book about Anne Frank, and the story of Anne Frank. What problem does anybody have with that? I really don't understand. I do understand, but I don't understand why people can't see what it is that they're doing. They're trying to hide history. They're basically
Yeah,
the stuff that they're embarrassed about.
what I think a lot of things what gets past the conversation is that the history is being changed with some of these books, and that's a part of why they're getting restricted, or the whole being banned thing is that they're changing the like things that what actually happened to something, like uh Martin Luther King wasn't fighting for LGBT rights in the 60s, or Rosa Parks, like that's the kind of stuff that's happening. And yes, it's a part of civil rights, but they're trying to make it as if you know this was all about LGBT stuff back then, and trying to teach that to our children, and that's what, like, it's BS. And I think that's more so what's pissing off conservatives, is the fact that they're lying in these books to try to
Well,
build up
a
a
lot of these
narrative like this
books,
thing is.
a lot of these books that they're banning don't have anything in it about LGBTQ
Have you
at
read
all.
any of them? Have you read any of them, or, have you listened to some of the people that's against it read the parts that they felt was unnecessary?
I, I pulled in some of those books I had read myself, and those books didn't have anything in them related to LGBTQ at all.
Which ones was that?
I mean,
Because
I
that's
mean, I'd
that,
have to
that
go
because
down that road of pulling them up.
well, I'm just saying, because I mean I remember some of the things that when I because like some of the books I didn't see myself, but these were interviews when they were discussing them being banned before they got banned, or they was restricted from schools, where the people would sit there and they were reading the parts that the that was offensive, or was just shouldn't be in the book, and that's what it was. And then, I mean, because well, the Florida governor, like he's got a lot of slack for that, but there was things that was in the books that just wasn't true about Black history, and because he said, "Now this is BS," and then they flip it to try to make the people feel like, oh, he's being hateful towards Black people, when it didn't have anything to do with that, and they know the majority of people are not going to do the full research for themselves to see, where it was, problematic. They're just gonna go with what the word of what people are saying, and that's a problem within itself. But
Well, people are
when
just going with the word of what DeSantis is saying.
no, that's not
Uh,
true, because there people like because there's interviews where he goes through and talks in detail, just like the same stuff that they did to Trump. They have these little small clips of him, and then them complete giving a narrative of what they want people to believe from what he said, but they never saw the whole interview of what he said. Like it's I don't know. I mean, hey, you know what? People gonna get tricked all the time from this, because like it's so common. They do it all the time, and we get spun around within these bullshit narratives that they can lie about, because you're not gonna go back and check it for yourself. You're not
I,
gonna,
I,
you can go find the actual interview, like, because you don't even have to actually find all the books if you really just go and it's just like the Forbes.com stuff that I sent. They have the full thing there for you to see, have the conversation that they had with the Republicans and the Democrats, and people will be still trying to go with the whole word. Where if they actually look at went and saw the meeting for themselves to listen to how everything played out, then you'll have at least a clearer idea of what's really happening than to just go by what's the clips that you see on the news.
Let me read some comments. It says, similar to the times their ancestors gathered around for public hangings, these people are not well. Another comment, it says, white male Christian and MAGA, according to the FBI, these individuals pose the greatest threat to our society, our children, elected officials, our government institutions, and the U.S. Constitution. Without accountability and severe consequences, they would destroy this nation and everything our loved ones fought and died for. I guess he was trying to say our loved ones. I hate it when they have the typos because it makes it hard to freaking comprehend. Another one, it says, all they need were white hoods and a cross. Another one, it says, I remember reading Fahrenheit 451, that's the one, and thinking this shit couldn't possibly happen in real life until now.
Bro, do they even know who because they saying the Republicans. I don't think it's the Republicans now, but even back then it wasn't the Republicans. It was the Democrats that was, for all of these public hangings and, being able to treat black people a certain way. And they saying that it flipped, but I just think that a lot of them, because I mean, a bunch of white people that are Democrats, a lot of them probably would be better off being Republican. They're probably more conservative, or a little more righteous. But a lot of the people they hiding behind their agenda, and a lot of them will make it seem as though that they care about what's happening for you, but ultimately they're just trying to accomplish a bigger goal. So I mean, not to say that there's not the good white people who really want to see good for all of humanity, but there's a bunch of them out there that on TV they try to make it, because who in history, I mean, what party really has always lined up with you know what you call it, when freeing the slaves, abolish the abolitionists. Most of them were Republicans, and that was not because that just so happenstance. It was because of the ideology around it. Freedom, free people. Like, I mean, the republic is about the free people. A democracy is not.
Let me read a couple more comments. It says, how do people like this get voted for a second term? I mean, first time it's a mistake. After that, the people are considered Trump and the whole Republican circus. We're the laughing stock of the world right now. Another comment says, this is pure insanity. Another comment says,
We're
the
the laughing stock.
willingness.
Yeah, we're the laughing
Go
stock
ahead.
because, yeah, we're the laughing stock because we don't, the people who, who all actually have a good heart are supporting the people who are trying to hurt you internationally. Like, it's like it makes no sense when you really look at it, overall, because like here on TV, they're telling you one thing, but their actions, even in legislation and when they're talking on an international stage, like, is not for you to have the freedoms that is enlisted, that's listed in our Constitution. Like, they're actually trying to change everything about how you live. They want you to be like, they truly want you to be like these other countries who wish that they were Americans, and then like they're willing to go along with it because like they're tired of seeing us live so free.
Let me read this one. It says, the willingness to fall in line with this horrific censorship, which infringes on our rights and freedoms, is astounding. This is apparently to further the dumbing down of Americans. And let's face it, you've got to already be really stupid to allow someone to use you like this. Ignorance is destroying our country.
Yeah, and look, you know what? That brings up a good point because last week I shared a video. I don't know if y'all brought it up or anything, but this was a Republican talking about how they're saying that you know how our president and the FBI and different the Justice Department have they agreed that censorship. I think I sent a video of the prime minister. Well, she's the former prime minister of I think it was Switzerland or whatever. But this is their ideology of what is gonna save free speech is to censor you.
Yeah,
Where
that
does
doesn't
how does that make sense at all? Like
that doesn't make sense.
we gotta stop you from saying certain things so that you can have free speech.
Yeah, that doesn't make sense. Another comment says this is literally Fahrenheit 451 Christ. One more, last one. It says, is this 1939 Germany? You know, I
Is
think that,
this 2023 America? Shit.
I mean, the point of that comment is like, this should be alarming. You know, this really should be alarming, and it doesn't matter which side of the political spectrum you're on. When we get to the point where we're talking about burning books and doing it for a spectacle, it should be alarming.
Yeah, but nobody gets like these very same people who saying it because it's based on a narrative that they're okay with or that they, willing to fight for. But when we're talking about our health and things, that's us given an option to discuss the many possibilities being shut off. And even when you find out, you don't really, they don't really say anything about that because that's not the narrative that's brought up and made a big deal about. Because they're saying that you're being censored and not being able to have these books and blah blah blah. But when it comes to your livelihood, your health, and having options available for humans that some of the smart, smart, supposedly smart people that can make decisions for themselves don't have that option because they've been told what you can, what you can consume when it comes to that discussion. You
Mhm.
know, there's only one option, and this is it. You're gonna go, sit there and take the loose juice that is proven to be negative to any and all humans at one point or another, because some of it is immediate and some of it is over time, and it's proven for that. But I know that that's a conversation you're trying to stay away from, so that's why I'm being very vague about how I'm saying it. But
Yeah, I hear you. Yeah,
yeah,
let's move on to this right here. Yeah, because they are on people's head about that right now. Yeah,
yeah.
I haven't been touching on it. A lot of stuff has been more stuff has been coming out lately too. But yeah, the internet, they're censoring the hell out of everybody who talks about that stuff.
But
So
but but see, but that's the thing. It's okay to censor when it comes to that, but if somebody's censoring in a different way, oh, let's throw a fit and let's get upset and maybe we can protest and shoot down and or beat up some people so that we can prove a point that one is better than the other. One censorship is cool and the other isn't. I mean, it's
well,
just
I don't feel that way.
no. I
You
know
know,
you. No, no. I'm not just. I'm not saying you. I'm just
yeah,
saying in general. There's
it's
people
wrong.
who
It's
yeah,
wrong
there's some
both.
people that agree with how they're doing it because like what people should do something about it. And it's been like that since the beginning of this whole scenario. Like they
Yeah.
feel
So
like, yeah, you should be able to tell people to shut the hell up and just abide by what everybody's saying. You just do what you're told. But
because
then
it's coming from authority. So, and you have all these people who blindly follow authority. So, if it comes from a figure that has a badge or a robe or they have some kind of distinction or whatever. They're a
Yeah.
government official or whatever, and then they tell you whatever it is, and then you be like, well, let me think to myself and make this decision on my own. And then they're like, who are you to freaking question what the authority said? Da 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 da. Like
Mhm.
you ain't nobody. So that's where that comes from. And yeah, and I ain't gonna lie, in to support your point, a lot of that particular energy does come from the Democratic side, the liberal side. They tend to be that follow the authority folks.
Yeah.
Don't question the authority. Blindly follow authority. But yeah. Anyways, let's do this right here. Check it out. It says fast food workers win landmark law after big chains cave. It says, what's happening? Starting in April, every worker at a fast food chain in California will make at least $20 an hour. California will also create a council that includes workers, restaurants, and state officials that will set industry-wide standards for wages and working conditions. More than 500,000 workers will benefit. The
Yeah.
creation of the Fast Food Industry Labor Council is especially historic news. This is a form of sectorial bargaining, a way of workers to build power that is common in Europe but not in the US. Sectoral bargaining is when workers and unions negotiate with businesses to set pay and working condition standards across an entire industry, instead of negotiating individual union contracts store by store or business by business.
Well, I think this is because yes, I am a capitalist at my core, but I definitely can see how this could be touchy to those that on that level. That's a fast food worker. Because I mean, even say, bro, I mean, for California, I mean, $20 an hour here in Louisiana is still to me some bullshit money. And that's what it's going to be like in California because California's economy is way more over. What's the terminology for it? Like, I mean, $20 an hour is still like rat piss. Like, you could probably make more money, standing there collecting money at every light cycle. You know what I'm saying? Like, you can stand on the road and collect money more than you can going to a job of $20 an hour in California. It's not horrible here in Louisiana for somebody who's making $20 an hour, I would say, but the whole idea that they're trying to use the ideology of what's going on in Europe um, speaks volumes to me because we're talking about people who you know don't really have a real say in their own lives. Um, uh, I don't know. I think just the whole fact that they even mentioned that just kind of was a triggering, I guess, for me because we're not talking about free people, and I think like I said, the $20 an hour thing is it's almost ridiculous in this day and time for anybody because I mean, it's
So you're saying they should pay the McDonald's workers more than $20 an hour.
I mean, I think that a livable wage for anybody it needs to be respectable. And as much of a capitalist that I am, I still, I think because of what they do, what they charge, like some people can't, that work for those companies can't even really afford to really eat there for themselves. I mean, even though they shouldn't anyway, but especially we talking about like, you said fast food, so like when McDonald's, Wendy's, Burger King, or whatever. I mean, people need to be able to live off of what they're doing. They still got $20 an hour in California. You're going to need to have, two roommates at the
Yeah,
least.
yeah. So you're saying it's a good idea, but it doesn't go far enough. That's what you're
No,
saying, right?
I don't think it's a bad idea that they can come to terms with, for the people, because I mean that's really what our government is supposed to do is, fight for the people who spend the money and who the resources that they use anyway to sell items to them should be able to benefit and at least be able to make a livable wage from a corporation that makes billions and some trillions. $20 an hour. I mean, we're still talking about a 40-hour work week. That's $800 a week. $800 a week. All right, let's just say $3,200. I mean, you might, you can pay for rent. You can't even pay rent with that in a lot of places
Yeah.
in California.
Let me read this. It says, with sectoral bargaining, workers in largely non-unionized industries like fast food can establish a collective say over their pay and working conditions simply by passing a single law. Without it, these 550,000 California fast food workers would have to win thousands of individual union elections and negotiate successful contracts, which is especially hard since the U.S. has such weak labor laws. It says California passed these landmark wage and working condition changes last year, but they never took effect. Immediately after they passed, In and Out, Chipotle, Starbucks, McDonald's, KFC, Taco Bell spent millions to have the rules suspended by initiating a ballot measure to reverse them. It says, but after receiving pressure from labor Democrats and the public, the corporations fighting workers' rights have backed down. It is a powerful, amazing day. The new bill really clears a path for workers to have their victory back.
Now, I'm gonna say this in comparison to what minimum wage is here in Louisiana or Texas, which I think are about the same. We're looking at pretty much what $7 to $8 an hour. So, I mean, I still don't think that it's compared because I mean, even somebody who's making $7, $8 an hour here in Louisiana is in the same shape as the person that's in California. Californians might even be worse off because, like I said, it's expensive as hell to live there. You know you almost need to be still working, live in a shelter, and if you're gonna be working at a fast food restaurant.
Let me read the caption. It says, the minimum wage for fast food workers in California is set to go up to $20 an hour by April 2024. It's a huge raise from the state's current $15.50 minimum wage. The increase comes as part of a deal between unions and restaurants. Last year, California passed a landmark law to increase the minimum wage at fast food restaurants and give workers a role in setting industry standards. The law, AB 257, or the Fast Recovery Act, would have created a statewide council of workers, franchisees, officials, and corporate representatives to determine statewide standards for fast food workers, including a minimum wage increase up to $22 an hour by 2023. But fast food corporations immediately got to work trying to kill the new law. They pushed to get measures on the 2024 ballot, stalling the law in the meantime. But unions and restaurants reached a deal to raise the wage for fast food workers and create a sectoral council that would determine wage hikes in the future. In exchange, labor groups and their advocates in the legislature will amend California's Assembly Bill 1228 to remove a section that would have held companies liable for workplace violations committed by their franchises. As fast food corporations will pull their proposed ballot measure, the deal will raise the wage for the fast food workers at chains with at least 60 locations nationwide. A council made up of four representatives, four fast food industry representatives, and one neutral party will have the authority to raise the wage annually by 3.5% or the annual change in the consumer price index. Municipalities will be preempted from setting higher minimum wages for the industry. I think this is great. I think I really can't say anything bad about it other than not going far enough. Yeah, because you're right. California costs so much to live. The $20 ain't gonna go very far, but still, this is good. It's going in the right direction. You know, and I think that the other states across the nation should follow suit with other kind of things like this. The unions have lost power over the years. They're really, really weak, and the workers are getting screwed. Minimum wage hasn't been raised since the 90s. Inflation has been
But why
out of control
why do you think that the unions are weak?
because of the corporations have so much power in the over our politicians. It's because of the
Well,
lobbying. It's because of all of the money in politics.
I think it's just like our when we were talking about unions that's supposed to be for the people by the people. I think that a lot of these unions are really that the reason why they're really weak is because it's not the people. It's somebody you know what happens in politics. We get some stooge that's been put up there by bunch of corporations, people, who's got money and this, that, and the other to support them, that send them out there to do a job, make them look like they're doing stuff for the people and they're fighting hard, but just quite didn't make it because of this, that, or the third.
Yeah,
You know,
well, they also rig those elections. They also get, the corporations have all kinds of
watch
little
your mouth
tricky.
now. Watch what you say now. The rigged elections.
The corporations have all kinds of ways to influence the outcomes of those things. So recently they had a more democratic way of doing it, and that's how you got the UAW president that you have now, and that's the reason why you have the UAW strikes happening now, because he's the one who pushed for that to happen, and he was newly
But
elected.
yes, and this is actually somebody of the people. This is not somebody who was like, just showed up one day. Hey, yeah, we should do this and we should do that, and they already received their first couple of checks from the people that they're supposed to be negotiating with.
Yeah, yeah. So that's the thing, and um, these the corporations have so much money in politics. That's the reason why the unions have been gutted over the years, and they have all of these little tricks, like they have these things that they make you sign. Non-disclosure agreement or
Hmm.
non they have these agreements that when you get hired on with a job and it's like you can't sign up for a union or whatever, if y'all talk in the office about unionizing you can be fired and all of this kind of stuff, like, and it scares the shit out of people. So people got to pay their rent, they got to pay their mortgage, and they're scared to unionize or get involved in any unions, for fear of being fired, you know. And
Hmm.
like I say, the politicians have been on the side of the corporations for so long that the law is on the corporation side and pushing against any kind of workers coming together and unionizing. So,
Yeah.
like I say, this is a good thing, and it should spread across the states, you know. And we also should have the federal put pressure on federal so that they can wage the federal, the minimum wage across the United States. So you can't have anybody getting paid fucking $7. Who the hell can live off of $7 fucking anywhere in the
Nobody.
United States?
But I mean, but the whole thing is that like when they're making these moves, like I mean this like the same way that they have it, like when Ronald Reagan set it up where the what is it not Medicare Social Security for the elderly whenever there's a um inflation increase, there's an automatic increase in their
So,
s-
Social
their their
Security benefits.
their benefits. So like I think that if something like that was already set in place for every sector of our economy, like we wouldn't have so much failure in our economy because it's set up to be more fair for us, the people. It's our money that they're pushing here, using there, and this, that, and the other. And because of bad decisions, like we're the ones that's gotta live with you know, the chaos that comes from it. And that's just not, what I'm saying. I don't think that that's an incentive for our government to get things right. You know what I'm
Mhm.
saying? Like,
Yeah. Let me read some comments. It says, "Do not believe the boss's lies. Higher wages do not lead to inflated prices. Corporate greed and capital's insatiable hunger for more is what is ruining the economy. I celebrate with all workers who benefit from this change." Another comment it says, "So fast food workers will be making more than me, a preschool teacher with a bachelor's. Sure seems
ooh,
fair."
ooh,
So like people talking about what's fair is like it's kind of like that argument where they talk about, I pay for my student loan, so nobody else should get theirs paid for.
well, even though I paid mine off, I didn't come with that. I'm like, hey, if you can, if they gonna give the money out, shit, go on and get it because I mean they're already screwing up shit with our monies, and if it's gonna do something to benefit you, whether you get cash, a check, or even just you know, it just disappears from your credit and any further payments. Look, shit, I'm all for it, but
And I hate that attitude so much. Those are the same people that when someone complains that they're only getting paid minimum wage, they'll be like, go get another job. Well, then I
yeah,
can
the
say the
quick,
same
quick
thing to
but
this teacher who has a bachelor's degree and working in preschool. If you're getting paid less than these people at McDonald's,
go
then
on
you should go
strike.
get another job. Go get another job. Because that's what
Go
those
well,
people
you
would
can go
say.
get another job, or you go on strike and you demand you get paid, what you feel is fair for the job that you're doing.
I hate that argument. That's so fucking bullshit. Let me read another comment. It says, unless we here in California also get to vote on rent control and caps on the price of gasoline, food,
Mm,
etc., the benefits
mm,
of this wage hike will be obliterated within a few
yeah,
years. Let's
yes,
celebrate this victory and then take steps to ensure that it remains a victory. If
yes.
corporations can raise prices, they will raise prices in response to this.
Well, and the reason why that most of these countries that do pay, certain, I feel like a lot of European countries that they pay a certain amount for certain jobs. I think the minimum might be $25 an hour, out there. But the whole thing too is that a lot of the things that they have to buy, pay for, isn't, it's more stable. You know what I'm saying? Like their economies remain
Yeah, they
pretty
have more
stable for the.
stuff, the rent controls and stuff that this guy's talking about.
Yeah. So I
Gas
mean, but
controls, food price controls.
well, yeah, but see, that's the whole thing. Like I think a lot of this is somewhat of a trick to push people to be like, well, hey, we want everything to be controlled, and they're gonna take it the wrong way. Like I think like people, they shouldn't be able to just because certain things have, they made mistakes and things gonna cost them more. Okay, you should have to deal with your mistakes, period. And the people shouldn't have to lose out just because you need to make more profit because you lost your last go round. Now we need to hike up the prices on everything just so that you can get the benefit of the doubt and you can have the lush life, now and in the future. You know what I'm saying? Like
It's just a bunch of shadiness because they can still be making the same amount of money that they're making. No reason to raise the prices just because people are getting paid more, but it's just another way to squeeze people and keep people under control, keep people in debt, you know?
but
It's
but
not
no
even
but
about the money at that point.
but the thing about it, the average person, like, they can see it, but they don't look at it to the point that this is a game that they're playing with our own money, like, and like natural, like, resources that all right, still, yeah, there's some products and stuff that comes from other countries, but that it's still not, they're not fairly selling us, like, let's just say that there was a cap of you know let's just say 300% markup on any goods that they get from anywhere. Like, if it costs you fucking 20 cents to make a roll of paper towel, you should only be able to sell it for 60 cents. You know what I'm saying? But no, that's not the case. Or something that costs you $1, you can sell it for $3, and you're making a profit. But they never do that because they're greedy fucks, and the corporations run the country, not us. Like, the people who, because all of them that run, most of them that are in politics has or have been running and still run businesses. So their reason for being in politics is to be able to control the business that they run or have a say from, in a legislative way, how things can run in those different areas, those sectors.
Yeah, that's
So
true.
like I said, it's not us, the people, who have to deal with these corporations that's supposed to be the ones that get taxed. The people of, I mean, I go all into the what income in. Income is your, people, money that's made outside of wages. It's, pretty much businesses. The average person don't have a business. Well, maybe a lot of them do now, but previously to this era we're going into, corporations are supposed to be the ones who's got all these big funds and uh, what the capital gains. That's what's supposed to be taxed. That's what income really is. But wages is a totally different thing. When you go on to a job, those are wages. But
And I saw a post the other day where people are talking about abolishing income tax. And I say it's a good idea. And I don't think it would even change things very much. But if they did that, then they would use that as
well,
an excuse to cut all fucking every kind of
everything.
every kind of program because they're
Well,
gonna say they don't have the money for it.
I mean, I think that you know, it's it's gonna for something like that would force people to be adults. Getting out of this minority mindset where you need people to do this thing for you, where you can have more control over your own destiny. You can
Well, but we need
invest
social
into.
programs. We need
No,
those.
well, I mean, we maybe to some extent, but yeah, but at the same time, if it's not regulated, you're still gonna get screwed in the end. I mean, there's people who's been saving up for 20, 30 years, in 401ks, IRAs, and things like that. That's about to have squat. Like, I mean, they're and then let's just say that they didn't lose their money, but because inflation has changed so much, and what they thought they were building up for 30 years ago, now it's still worth nothing. They got to work another 15 years just to kind of maybe make it through their last 10. You know what I'm saying? Or last five, because I mean they're so stressed out they don't even get to really enjoy their retirement because they're working in somewhat working or remanaging the funds that they put away for this
Well,
time.
They want you to work until you're dead. So that's the way it is. Let me read some more comments. It says, so what happens when all of these fast food chains go fully automated? McDonald's is already testing this. Are
Mm.
there are there contingencies built into the agreement for the workers that protect against automation? I think that's a good question, but at the same time, like there's two parts to this. People have an influence on that because you can patronize places that aren't automated. And the other part is there's going to always be a person that needs to be. You can't have like let's say a McDonald's location that's fully automated and no people there at all. How would that work?
Yeah, I mean, shit. My concern about even supporting those businesses, I mean, it's partially about the automation, the AI, but shit, a lot of them are not even making real meat using, what I'm saying, the chemicals that's in the food, like it's just already not good for you. You know what I'm saying? French fries got 27 ingredients in it. I mean, when I was a kid, I used to make French fries from just potatoes and a knife, a little oil, fry them up. You know what I'm saying? Shit, they got 27 ingredients just to make it. It's just, I don't know. A bunch of it is absurd, and I think that the more we look into that and just realize that, hey, us trying to rely on them is just not beneficial to us to really any extent. Until we really make it a free enterprise where they have to earn our business. You begging them to 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 give you something uh based on what they can profit through the dollars that you're willing to give them. I mean, I don't know. I don't think it really makes sense for us to have those arguments that way. That you know we gotta have these programs or whatever. When they set them up for you to lose.
Let me read a couple more comments. It says, that's great, except the piece of everything will just keep going up. So we are never able to afford normal everyday necessities on minimum wage. Executives will never be the one to feel the cut. They will always make sure that they still get a bonus, even if that means none of the rest of us can ever get ahead. I want to move on, but I'm going to read a couple more. It says, good, now do this with emergency medical services and help out our EMT and paramedics. Yes. Another one, it says, I'm all for unions and better trade in for workers, but a $20 minimum wage will only dramatically increase the cost of living. No, it won't. That's just brainwashing coming from the corporations.
Bro, I mean, this is the same thing as far as pharmaceutical. Let's just say like we're dealing with pharmaceuticals. I mean, we're taking medicines that only fix the put a band-aid on, like it's not none of it is really getting to the core problems that cause our you know illness. We're just dealing with the symptoms. We're fixing, we're doing things that's the symptoms, us the the pay. If we're not doing anything like at the core of it that causes, fixing the inflation, how we, keep, like instead of inflation being able to rise the way it is, we have things that's set in place where they can't just they can't change this, that, the third to, you know, make it worse. Like they raise prices and not, like they brag about their, insane profits that they, never made ever in life. And, we sitting in here talking about, you know, minimum wage. Like that to me that doesn't add up. It doesn't make sense. We're not fixing anything. We're just giving them another way to continue doing what they've always been doing.
Let me read this. It says, oof, burying the lead there with the corporations not being responsible for franchisees' violations. This may not be a win long term that it sounds like right now. And for the folks complaining about the cost, McDonald's hash browns are already over three effing dollars, with people being paid a sub living wage. Grow the F up and put the blame on the appropriate people. Just a hint, it's not the folks trying to get by making fast food wages.
So,
Yeah.
bro, and you know, I've been saying this. So like, if you can't, if you can't pay for the meal at over there with an hour worth of work, you you're not doing shit. You know what I'm saying? You can't go in there and get your favorite meal with an hour worth of work.
I just want to know why y'all so mad, bro. Why y'all sound so mad and y'all hating on capitalism at its finest? Haven't you
No,
been
no,
taught to shut the fuck up?
I love
And
capitalism.
like, why y'all sound pretty angry? I mean, dude, we're just fucking everybody so that we can have bigger profits and that we can live high on the hog. When the
Yeah.
shit happens, we got bunkers. We got bunkers to go to while everybody else sits here and suffer.
Yeah.
Well, I mean, you know, I am pissed off. I mean, you know, I'm pissed off that you're not pissed off.
I am pissed off. I'm just being sarcastic
No,
because that's what the
I
fuck
know
they're
exactly
thinking.
what you are. I know exactly what you trying to do, but bro. Oh, by the way, good evening.
Good
You
evening.
know,
This is G3, motherfucker. Wasn't you a part? Didn't you sign up for this shit? I'm sure somewhere down the line you signed up for it. Whether it was you and whether it was you directly or indirectly, you signed
no,
up.
my daddy signed up for some bullshit and set me up, and
I'm telling you, the Social Security, the birth certificate, when we came out the womb, they got us, and we didn't even have no say in it.
yeah,
Not a
That's
fucking say.
check this out, y'all. It says you can sway 1,000 men by appealing to their prejudices quicker than you can convince one man by logic. So let me say it one more time.
man,
You can sway 1,000 men by appealing to their prejudices quicker than you can convince one man by logic. you
man.
know. And I be saying all the time, logic does not work. It's like when you're having an argument on something, you bring out facts, you bring, you use it in a logical way, you explain how it impacts them directly, and some other guy comes along and says something like, the immigrants are taking your jobs or
Well,
something, and boom, all the
well,
everything you said is out the window. They ain't not listening no more.
well. The thing about that is because of the indoctrination that happens in our schools. Like they teach you more to be emotional about your decisions than it is to be logical because they're not trying to teach you to how to learn. They're just trying to teach you how to repeat.
And that's why math is important, because that's what they're teaching you with math. They're teaching you like reasoning skills. They're teaching you to deal with logic. Is teaching you how to because the numbers are, there's no emotion in the numbers. You know what I mean? it,
No,
it
it just
is
is
what it
what it
is.
is.
There's no
Exactly.
good, there's no bad, there's no evil, there's no right. I mean, there is right and wrong, but as far as
Well, they
there's
do
no
have
emotion.
negative. They do have negative and positive, but at the same time, I mean, that's the balance that comes from math.
and
You know.
and
Go ahead.
and and that's the reason why. And then a lot of people struggle with math, and then the way that they teach it to us, it's getting more and more like abstract the way they teach math. And it's like we're going away from the math class more confused than they was when they went into it.
Well, I
you
mean,
know
but to
and,
me, that
and
what bothers me more is the science and all of the different ideology that comes in science. When really, like, science is just like math. It's just like, is this or is, what I'm saying? Like, there's not multiple answers. Like, you know, I mean, I guess, you can have theories, things that hadn't been proven totally yet, and you might have different ways of maybe trying to approach it. But so when it's proven, I mean, for the most part, there's one best way to do things, and why not just do that instead of trying to find a new way to do the same thing? I just
Well,
don't.
well, I disagree with that part of what you're saying. I agree with you overall, but the math is showing you that there is multiple ways to get to the same conclusion. You know what I mean? And the same thing with science, because the science is really just math. It's really just math. Pretty much that's it.
Yes. No,
And
it
so,
is.
but there is multiple ways to get to the same conclusion, but
Okay.
but the answer or the conclusion is going to be the same every time. If you've reached,
Hey,
if your math was
But
correct, then
but
you're
what
but
going
if
if
it
to
you're
was
not,
reach
but
never
the
if you're
same
not,
intended for
conclusion.
them to
but if
teach
you're
you?
not, but there's only one best way. There's
But what is
one
that?
one. There's only one easiest way.
I don't agree with that.
I feel like because I feel well, I understand what I understand the direction in which Pat is going because with math, if you don't get the basic fundamentals, the easy part, the fundamentals of math, you're never gonna understand math. You're gonna go your whole life and never fucking understand. But what if the intentions was never for them? What if the intentions was never for us to go beyond the basics? And now it's like they're trying to backtrack because you see how they're trying to change the whole what is it, Pythagorean and Ethereum, whatever I can't pronounce those words, those big words, but I was reading up on this shit. Like they're trying to change this shit since these two black girls have figured it out, and it's like their intent, government intent, was never for human beings to ever get as smart as they were to figure things out, and it's like now they're trying to change the whole curriculum surrounded by the shit that we have because they tried to dummy us down by fucking up our curriculum, but there's still children and parents and children that see through it, that are figuring things out, and now they're trying to dummy us down.
Well,
And it's like that was never the plan for us as human beings, as worker bees, to ever fucking get as smart as what we are.
yeah,
Let,
no, I mean, I agree with that, and but see, but that's the thing that I mean, there's more people, like with all of their control tactics, because the fact that humans at some point might, because of their connection with God, it's like, hey, you know what? I'm just kind of feel like I should be doing something more, or something doesn't feel right about these certain things, and for you to do a little more investigation on your own. There's gonna be, a great percentage, the 85% are gonna be the followers, and they're gonna do what other people say they should do. But
Yeah.
let,
those others that step out on their own, is just like, no, that's not right. And the teacher, if you really believe that, you're stupid, because guess what? I did this in, you know 30 seconds, and you still trying to, and you're explaining something that's still going to take 3 or 4, 5 minutes to do this one problem, and I have it done in 20 seconds. Like, it's
let me let me read this. So the quote was from Robert A. Heinlein. It says, RAH was an expert in general semantics. He knew how the words that are used can bring out different emotions in an audience, whether they are in a book, a film, or a speech. His mastery of the mechanics of writing is why he is considered by many, including myself, to be the best science fiction writer in history. One doesn't have to be a genius to see how the far right uses language to demonize and dehumanize people so that the mob can be led by the hatred that is like a ring through their nose. Hitler did it, Ronald Reagan did it, now Donald Trump and his ilk are doing it. Their audience
oh,
is always angry and filled with hate, just waiting to be told who and what the target of their hate is. Welfare queens, socialism, homeless people, immigrants, BLM, Jews, globalists, liberals, unions. These are the words used by far right demagogues to control people eager to give away their souls for the opportunity to feel superior to someone else.
I argue that both parties does the same thing. They're telling you, telling you that the reason, these people over here, man, because you know you like milk in your coffee, or so I don't know. I hate those arguments where they're just trying to. But you know what, I do it purposely though. I try to piss some people off sometimes because they need to be pissed off to maybe open their eyes and see it a different way. But both sides do it.
Yeah, well, I can't argue with that, but I think the point is to look at it and see it says they use language to demonize and dehumanize people so that the mob can be led by
But
hatred.
I think it goes back to what we were talking about last night as it pertains to the media, and and it's an indoctrination. It's a programming in which they're trying to get people, because see, everything that has happened from Pat's generation, before Pat, okay, let's say before Pat's generation, which would be the baby boomers. Pat is part of the millennials, myself
No,
included.
I'm an ex.
Okay, okay, X or whatever. But I'm just saying, like, like, it was an indoctrination, and they never expected it to go as far as it is, and go to the levels in which it is. And but people are intelligent, but people are also dumb, and they're also very fucking remedial. And if you will, and forgive me for saying this, but there's a little bit of stupidity in there, because people don't see things. They see what they want to see, but then they don't see. Everything is a plan. Everything that has happened has been, and I'm gonna tell you something, not to get off topic, but everything that has transpired in my life, 36 years old, up until now, the shit that is happening, and then you go back and you read the Holy Bible and you get the NIV version or whatever you will, everything that's been, dude, it makes you feel like these motherfuckers have written this shit. Like, everything that has happened is not by happenstance. It's not, oh, this is just taking place. No, these are things that they have prophesied, that they have manifested well before us and our generations. Everything that's happening was a plan.
Yeah,
It
well,
was a
it's
plan.
recycled.
Those that are first, think about it. United States was first. Those that are first shall be last. Look at our society and look at what's going on. Look at our, okay, if you don't want to believe the society and the financial institutions in our society, okay, well, look at us as a people in our country and how we are falling. You know what I'm saying? Like if you just pay attention to it, bro, like this shit, it's scary as fuck, bro.
But see, I
And
think that
and people,
the focus needs to be on, like, so you said that people are intelligent, and I agree with you, and then you said that people can be dumb, and what happens is, when you are led by your emotions, then your intelligence goes out of the door. You know what I mean? You're
Yes,
no longer using your intelligence because you're being emotionally
but
manipulated.
but,
So,
but
like,
yeah,
what it
I
said,
think he's saying. I think one of the things is like what he's pointing out is the fact that, like, some people are only seeing what people are showing them, or is they're not really having any real original thoughts about everything that they're seeing, because
but they won't
somebody.
allow themselves to think. They won't allow themselves, and these people have the power. They use these words. Like in this, it says the audience is always angry and filled with hate. So when you're filled with hate, your intelligence is going out of the door. You being able to see, you become blinded. You got the blinders on. It says the audience is always angry and filled with hate, just waiting to be told who and what the target of their hate is. And then it goes on to say welfare queens, socialism, homeless people, immigrants, BLM, Jews, globalists, liberals, unions, So that's what it is. Like, how many times whenever you hear them talk or whatever, they use one of these buzzwords, and then it gets people
Well,
all emotional and like, I hate socialism, or you're gonna turn us into a socialist country, or all of this, or I hate the globalists, I hate liberals, I hate the New World Order, and I hate the immigrants. And I really don't understand what people hate homeless people. Like, why do you hate homeless people? Like, what the hell have they done to you?
Well, first of all, like the liberals, the Democrats created most of those people that we see as minorities, because either you're, you know, one of them, or you're someone who's willing to kind of build and do things for yourself. There's some of them that don't mind doing the work, but because they live under the ideology that somebody else is supposed to do it instead of themselves, they end up, kind of fighting the battle when it would be more beneficial, since they do most of the work for themselves, to just like they can benefit more by running their own business instead of accepting a paycheck from somebody else. But either way, I think that we it's true with the statement that they're making, but I think by them picking a side there, that's where they're going to trigger a bunch of people, instead of generalizing that statement, because I don't really care what they just said, because it's just like, bro, like, you just offended me saying that this is the type of person I am when I'm not that person. You know what I'm saying?
And
I feel like people. I feel like people hate the homeless, or people target the homeless
I think a lot of people
because
don't understand the homeless, because you don't really understand how they became that. It's like, well, damn, if you
well,
just work,
you
or if
also
you
have
just,
to. But you also have to understand this too, bro. Just like they implant anything else in our society, don't you think that they implant these people? Because I
no,
remember being a
they're
child.
GMOs.
I remember being a child growing up, and Chaka and Mama and Alifa used to give this one woman money every fucking time at the stoplight at 59 and Aldine Mail Route, until I told them that this woman was hopping in a Lincoln Navigator when we was driving a bust down ass Dodge Caravan that was on its last leg. And they didn't believe me until one day I think Chaka mom seen this shit for herself.
yeah,
These
so but
people are
wait,
implant, but this is what I'm saying,
wait.
and I think that's what people are looking at. Like, these are free. Say, man, when you are an individual that all of a sudden your life has changed, your life has been altered because you went from making 100 plus a year, or 100,000 a year, and you lose your job, and you have to go to the food stamp office, and they don't want to give you help at all. And then you look at that they'll give somebody help that's standing on a street corner that don't really need it. See, all of these feelings and emotions that people have comes from the corruption that exists in our society. And I feel like fucking people don't recognize this shit, and we look beyond it and we say, well, these people need help. No, they fucking don't, because
Well,
nigga, I come from the hood, and I've seen well endowed and well enabled people that could get up off their ass, but they used the system. They knew how to manipulate the system, and that's where you have the hate that comes. I'm not
But
the
saying
but
that
scammer, because
homeless.
all of them are not
I'm not.
scammers.
that's where I'm
I under,
going. So that's
I understand that. I understand that, but you guys are singling out a specific
No, we
minority
no.
when you have people that understand that, hey, look, this is where the anger comes. This is where the
But
emotion comes. This is where the hate comes. Because if you fall on your ass and you ask your government or your state for help,
hmm
and you go and you get
I've been
denied
there.
help, don't you think that that brings about an animosity and a hate? And we can't ignore that. we
No,
can't be we can't be half full here or half empty
so
here,
that
half
that
full here.
so that
That's
brings hate
bullshit. We
towards
gotta be.
homeless people. And look,
Yes.
just because one person is using the system is not an excuse to
well,
not want to help anybody.
when
And wait, I want to
when
back.
when your child is screaming in your ear, you've lost your job. You've been off your job for a month now. Your child is screaming in your ear. You're used to being able to go down to Walmart, HEB, Kroger, Randall's, wherever the fuck you gotta go to get a can of milk, and you are now denied that shit, and your child is screaming, and it ain't shit that you can do because as a male, you don't have a fucking titty from this child for this child to drink from. You don't think that brings about animosity when you see this
Towards
motherfucker
homeless people?
towards anybody? Chaka, come on,
The
bro. Look
system.
at the
I know what he's saying. I mean, but you know, it's not so much toward the homeless. It's more so toward the system, and but because you know how the system works and how they treat you, some you know you not necessarily because I mean I don't call it animosity because I'm just kind of like okay, you know I'll still give to some people regardless of whatever you know whatever they're doing, whether it's a hustle or whatever just because my heart is in the giving mood and I want to give, I just give. And I give to people who might be homeless. I give to people who might have much, a lot. You know, it doesn't matter. Once I decide I'm giving, I'm giving. And that's just my mind, you know, the way I think. But when we're really talking about the system, because like I've been there where, you know, I've lost a job. I'm trying to get you know my benefits of you know from me you know me getting fired from a job and I want to collect what you call it um unemployment and you know you got to wait x amount of time before but because I'm not the type of person that's just going to sit on my hands and be like okay I want to get this stuff and I'm just going to sit here and do nothing so that I can get that by the time that I can really get the benefit I got another job. So, you know, it takes work to be in the place that they're in as far as I'm concerned. Like you got to deal with certain levels of nothingness just to be able to get more nothingness.
Yeah, so the anger is not directed in the right direction. The anger should be directed towards the system. And I
Yeah.
want to back up to what you said earlier, Pat, when you said that with the comment that the person made on here, and when they pointed to one side, then that's what made you turn off to their comment. But then it's like you are proving their point because they're making the point that people get emotional, and that's how they get led in one direction or the other. How come we can't put
Well,
aside the fact that they're pointing at a side and then focus on what the
I,
comment is making, like the point of the the
but
word.
that's what I did. I mean, my first comment was the fact that this is what you know, they you know the problem with that was that they're pointing to just one group when you know I believe both sides do it but you know overall I'm saying that I'm not really even angry at them at all. It's just like okay you know this is not somebody who's really worth me listening to because they don't have enough balanced thought like they can't teach me anything
So,
so
but
like
that's what I'm saying, Pat. So you're disregarding everything that that person said because of one part of it where they pointed fingers or whatever. So, but that's like saying that nothing that was said in it had any value because of the part that
I
you didn't like.
no,
You get what I'm
I didn't.
saying?
I pointed out that okay, it was true. What they said is true, but they're stupid because they only like because they have been programmed to believe that it's this one side. They are still imbalanced in how they see the world.
And it
So
doesn't.
I can't. I have taken what I'm gonna take from it. It's like, yeah, it's true. I've already decided that before I heard, you know, I knew this before I heard what they said, and I was like, you know what? Well, I mean, if they, you know, me critiquing what they said is that you know they could probably reach more if they had more of a balanced thought.
Hey
If
Pat,
they
I'm
could
not
see,
trying to interrupt you, bro, but can we just like honestly, instead of this arguing and going back and forth, can we agree that the shit is not a level playing field across the board? Because you know what, man, I'm just gonna be real. I understand Pat's view. I've talked to him personally. I understand him. I've been around people that think the same way he thinks. And this whole picking a side, you know, we need to stop that shit, and we need to get back to humanity and thinking
li-
about everybody and understanding everybody, and just attacking one person because they believe a certain way is just fucking bullshit, and that's what
but
causes
but
the
but
divide. Pat, I'm not attacking you, I'm
no,
just
no, no,
saying
no,
like
but
it's
I'm
bullshit.
just want I just want to ask. I mean, did I attack the person?
No, I'm not saying that you attack, because I believe that everybody is entitled to their own beliefs and their own opinion. But we have every last one of us on this show who participates in this show, or who participates or have sent the message in a group, in the group chat, or this or that, have faced some injustices and unfairness across the board
Hmm.
as it pertains to the system. And that's what I'm trying to get people to understand with my answers, and with you guys answers, is that you don't hate we don't hate nobody, but we've been done wrong, bro, and we fucking hurt, and we need shit. Everything is failing against us. It's failing in a system that was designed to protect us.
Yeah.
We have been
Well,
indoctrinated to be protected by this system, and it's failing everybody. Whether you need government assistance, whether you're fucking homeless, whether you have a multi-million dollar home, bro, it does
mhm,
not matter. We
you're
have been
right.
failed.
You
We've
know
been
you
failed.
you're totally
It's a
correct with
comment.
that. And,
Leave
and
us
what
in
I'm
the
saying is,
comments. What's up? Thanks for listening. Go ahead.
yeah, my whole point with that is to have, like the main thing, like in this universe, is to have balance. And you can pick a side, and maybe you're more left leaning, maybe you're more right leaning, whatever it is, and you have that right. But at the same time, if you're not seeing that, the very thing that you're angry about, and you're ranting that this is happening, blah blah blah, by this side, but you don't even see that the side that you claim to promote, or you know that they're doing the reverse thing, that doing really the exact same thing but from a different viewpoint, is you're not looking, you're not really looking, you're following the playbook, you're
But
following what
but
other people are
but we can
saying.
still hear them out, and we can still uh
I heard
get
him out, and I just pointed out that
we can still
he
get
needs
something
to get
from it.
some. I did. I said that he was right, but until they realize for themselves that hey, the people that I've been supporting, they doing the same thing, and I'm pretty much under the thumb of these people, because I've just accepted all of these things, the arguments that they've ranted about, as my own, when like you're being used in this whole scenario too.
But
I
that's why we don't get anywhere, bro. That's the exact reason why the government is winning, and the citizens of our country we're losing at a very
mm-hmm.
rapid rate,
because
because the
Well,
we feel
division
personally attacked.
and
listen,
the indoctrination that
listen.
they have
Can,
instilled, and the personal attack that we feel by, because we're picking a side instead of picking humanity. you know,
listen.
Chaka just talked about this. Like, I listened. I fell asleep a couple of
But
times last night in the show, but I listened to everything this nigga was saying.
but
I heard him, and
can, can,
that's what's dividing us.
well,
That's
listen.
why we can't get it together.
Let me bring this up, because I was having a conversation earlier. I don't want to say with whom, but the previously to this conversation, people was getting upset about uh, the the Supreme Court Justice, Clarence Thomas, and him accepting money, and things from friends, or people that he had association with, that had same ideology that he already had. He would have made some of these decisions on his own, whether he got this money from these people or not. But when we're talking about people who have accepted bundles of gold, and stacks of cash for to do things against the American people, and you know, they're getting caught up for accepting money and bribes and stuff from other places. They have nothing to say because of their political ideology, because of, you know, they happen to carry that same letter that they believe in, so they don't really have anything to say about them, but they have everything to say about the party that they don't truly
That,
associate with.
that's not true, man. I covered that. I covered that last night. I know
I
exactly what
didn't
you're
say
talking.
no names, and I'm not talking about you.
I know. Listen to what I'm saying. I covered
Okay,
that story. I know exactly what you're talking about. I covered it
I
last
know,
night. I
but you're
want to say
still
I
making
covered.
it personal. Because I'm
I,
telling you a
I'm
story
not.
about
I'm
what.
not. Listen. I know what you're
Okay, go
talking
ahead.
about. I covered that story. So that guy, he was a Democrat, and he got caught with all of that money in his house, gold bars, and all of that shit. And it
Okay,
was clearly money that he was getting, influence and
bribes.
yeah, it's bribes basically. And he getting caught up on it. And the Democrats are calling him out on that. He's gonna get in trouble for this. You know what I'm saying? The Democrats are saying, he got to get up out of there for getting caught
But
for that shit
but
or
the reason
whatever.
but the
So,
reason
But
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 the
but but
reason why that shit don't mean anything to people is because they're doing like everybody else, bro. They're picking the
the,
pond. They're picking the bad fish out of the whole fucking pond of bad fish, and this is the person that they decide to fucking
he could have
prosecute
been
and
a
go
but
scapegoat.
all
against.
of them are taking.
And,
But my point is that all of them are taking money for some. Whether you know, if look, because see, the thing is that some of them, like, they're getting support from people who that already they already agree in a certain way, because, you know, Clarence Thomas is not making any decisions that's outside of what lines up with the Constitution. I don't, you know,
So
you
you
know, you
feel
can
like
argue.
if Clarence Thomas is receiving gifts just like that Democratic guy was, and the Democratic guy was getting held accountable, you feel like Clarence Thomas shouldn't be held accountable for doing the same thing?
No, I'm just trying to I'm trying to make a point about how, you know, you know, some people are okay with watching others, and I know, like, it's like, 'cause see, my whole thing, it wasn't the conversation that you're trying to make it be. It was a conversation I
I
had with a personal with someone that I know that
I
is
I
willing to
understand.
overlook the, you know, what the people that they support, they're willing to overlook it. This is an individual, this is not somebody who can go, you know, like, you
I
know,
understand
that can.
exactly what Pat is saying. I understand exactly what he's saying because say and because we use this in our society. We'll say that because we'll condemn a multi-billionaire for his wrongdoing, but then a poor person could do the same fucking thing, and we're like, well, he was
They
poor,
should,
and it's like
he needed it.
at the end of the day, right is right, wrong is wrong, bro. And that's where we fall short in our society because we pick and choose, and that's why I say, like, we have to get back to humanity, to being humanitarians and understanding humanity and trying to be there for each other. Fuck this party shit
Yeah.
because this party shit has failed us.
And it's
I don't
Right.
kind
give
of
a
the
fuck
same
who
argument.
you
It's
are.
it's kind of the same argument that I was making earlier about the censorship. There's certain things that people are willing to fight for. With, okay, well, you know, yeah, no,
They'll let a motherfucker show her pussy and play with her pussy online, but a woman breastfeeding in the middle of the mall is horrendous. How is it fucking horrendous? She's feeding her fucking child.
Yeah.
and
But
it's
a
a
chick can
beautiful and it's a beautiful
but
thing.
yeah, but a chick can sit on the bench right next to her and play with her clitoris, okay, for the bots, and that's
Wow.
okay. But a mom pulls her breasts out and covers her breasts and feed her child. It's now a crime. What the fuck, bro? And that's what's wrong with that's why we are not winning. That's why Washington is fucking making the decisions for us, and that's why we're on the brink of World War III, and fucking China and Russia's gonna fucking demolish us. Like,
That's why they deciding to go. The DC gonna be over in Hawaii next, and
and
you
all of these
know,
fucking politicians say, bro, drive through the state of Colorado. I would invite every American, any person,
to drive across the state of Colorado, go through Fort Collins, go through anywhere that there's oil field presence in Colorado and see the miles and miles of land that has underground bunkers. And these places are not for us. They're not for us.
Let me cover this. Check this out. It says auto giants refusing union demands paid just 1% in federal taxes on 42 billion in profits. Analysis. The tax system is rigged to benefit multinational corporations over the workers who keep them running. So Common Dreams posted this. They said, despite reaping 10 billions of dollars in profits between them over the past 5 years, General Motors and Ford paid an average combined tax rate of just 1% on total pre-tax income. An analysis published Tuesday by economic justice advocates revealed as the auto giants claim they cannot afford striking workers' demands for better pay. The Americans for Tax Fairness analysis, which posits that the tax system is rigged to benefit multinational corporations over the workers who keep them running, notes that over the past 5 years, GM and Ford made a total of 34 billion and 8 billion respectively, but paid an effective federal tax rate of 1.3% for GM and negative 0.2% for Ford. While some of those tax savings have found their way into rapidly rising compensation packages for the firm's top executives and board members, wages of rank and file workers have lagged. The report states average executive pay for GM and Ford grew by 32% over the past 5 years, while median auto worker pay grew by just 8.8% over the same period, widening the executive to worker pay gap to 183 to 1. Over that same period, GM and Ford paid out a combined total of 14 billion in dividends, 34 times more than they paid in taxes, spent 3.6 billion on stock buybacks, 9 times more than they paid in taxes, and lavished 614 million on top company executives, 50% more than they paid in taxes. The publication continues. The analysis comes 5 days into a stand-up strike by around 13,000 United Auto Workers members at GM, Ford, and Stellantis plants. The workers are seeking better pay and benefits. Okay,
Man,
comments.
if anybody know, when GM first fell, I think it was under the Obama administration, just shortly after Bush, or right around the time towards the end of Bush administration. That's
2009.
GM is predominantly ran by the government. They bailed them out. They put up the money to bail them out. Okay, Ford didn't take any of the government money per se, from my understanding, just being somebody that kind of follows. And I don't claim to know it all, but um, that just goes to show us that right there just goes to show us the government that was put in place to protect us as a citizen, as citizens, and as taxpayers from corporations infringing and fucking us over. That this government is in cahoots. Why are we going after these companies when we should be going after the people who were put in place to put policies on these corporations? It's our own government, because GM, bro, you can look this shit up. If I'm lying, I'm dying. You can look this shit up, bro. Like, when GM fell, I want to say it was on. So if it was 2009, it had to be under the Obama administration. The federal government bailed GM out, so they're predominantly held and hold by government or the officials, whoever. Like, come on,
But
man.
but we do have to hold the corporations accountable. Those are the ones who are influencing the government. They're putting all of this money in their pockets. So of course they're gonna pass legislation that's good for
Okay, okay,
the
okay, but they're
corporations and not
but
good
but
for the
they're they're
workers.
putting they're putting money in their pockets. But if the federal government gives your business, if you're falling short and you need a $3 billion bailout, and Washington writes you a check for $3 billion, who now owns your company? Who's now the majority owner in your company?
Well, that would have to
The
be on
Who's
paper.
make
the
who's
people
make
should be. It
the
should be.
people should be, but Washington gives that, and we understand that nobody's standing up against a tyrannical government. So who owns that who owns Chaka
No,
Automotives?
it doesn't work. I mean, it should work that way, but it doesn't work that
But
way.
we
The
can't go
government
off of what it should and what it is. We can't go off of what it should. We have to go off of what it is, and we
and
know
what it
as a
is,
people what it is.
the government gives subsidies to these corporations left and right, and it comes out of the you know the taxpayer. It comes out of the taxpayer's
We
pocket.
pay
Right? How
we
much do
pay
we
the
give
most.
Walmart every year?
We
How much do
give
we give Amazon every year?
we pay the most. Look, I'm dealing with this shit, and I'm gonna be honest. I'm saying this shit on live broadcast. I'm dealing with it. I just talked to my attorney. I didn't know the loopholes. The shit that I talked to Pat about, I called my attorney, and he wouldn't call me on the office phone. This dude called me on a personal. He told me straight, I'm on a burner phone, and I'm gonna tell you how we finna attack this shit and how we gonna do this shit. And it has cost me, okay, it has cost me 1 year of what I owe the IRS, which is damn near 20 grand. 1 year. What I have paid this fucking law firm to protect me, and the loopholes that the corporations take, we have it. But here's the thing: you can't be a worker bee. I'm talking to Chaka and Pat. You gotta create a business outside of your fucking 9 to 5 W2 job. You gotta 1099 and you gotta LLC your shit to get around this fucking loophole, to get around this bullshit and paying all of these taxes. And that's what the rich are doing. And Chaka, we talked about it last night. But after listening to my attorney, I can't be mad at motherfuckers who own corporations and own businesses, because it's like now I'm on board. I'm like, okay, I want to get
Because
onto
that's what
this
it's set
shit.
up. That's how it was set up to be. That was
I
really that's how it was
yeah,
set up.
I want part of this shit. I don't want to pay my fair share. I want to take the loopholes too. I want to keep more of my hard-earned money from my business ideas in my pocket. And I know it seems wrong to society, but come on, bro. Come on. Anybody that's standing out there that's protesting,
I'm a,
if you give them that idea and you put that plan in front of them, don't you think they will fucking take it too?
I'm
It is
Yeah,
look. I'm
but
I'm
see, the,
out of
the
property.
thing
I'm
is,
property of my business. My property
the,
owns me, and it don't pay me.
and I can't blame people for going at things that way. But what I'm saying, the argument I've been making for the longest is we need to close all those loopholes. No one should be able to use them. Period.
No, I don't
Everyone
know about
pays their
that.
fair share.
Well, the thing
but we
is,
have to, because it's never gonna be fair. It's never, our government is too corrupt. It's
let me
never
let me
gonna
ask,
be
let me
fair.
ask you this: like, why is it that with all of the money that's going on, all right, they're collecting money from us, but we don't really get any benefit out of it. Why not, be within the system that you can utilize those dollars in a way that can
Why
You
benefit
know
not
why
you?
hold
they
the
you
system?
know why they want your tax dollars, Chaka? You know why they want the little money that you pay in taxes every year, so they can give Jeff Bezos $10 billion a year for his fucking space exploration, that he's charging people $1.3 million just to not even go to space. They're just going
See,
above the horizon.
y'all are upholding a corrupt system. Why
No,
not
we're not.
hold
It's
the
not
government
corrupt.
accountable
It's
to
not.
do things in the
It's
right way and
bro.
not
It's
allow
not
them
really.
to
It's
be
no. It's
corrupt?
not. It's not really corrupt. Like the whole thing is, we shouldn't be paying taxes in the first place.
It's
Like that.
corrupt if you have
No, it is
loopholes where people
not.
don't
It is
can get out
not.
of paying
But
taxes, and the
but
regular
that's
folks at the bottom, we paying taxes out the ass. So
but
Can
you
I
that's
ask you
not
a question?
shouldn't.
Do,
corruption.
do,
But
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 do,
your
do you pay
problem
your
is that
taxes?
You shouldn't be
Do-
paying no taxes.
but
Like
do
you got to
hey,
get past. You got to get past the belief that you owe them something.
Yeah.
do
So, but
you pay
yeah,
as a restaurant person, as a restaurant professional? I can't think of the word what you are, but a person that works in the food service industry, do you pay your fair share of taxes? Be
I,
real. Do
I,
you? No, 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 no. Do you pay your fair share?
I
Would
don't
you
know.
rather, if I came into your restaurant and you were my waiter, would you rather me pay you on my credit card for your tip, or would you rather me hand you cold hard cash?
I'd much rather cash. But
Okay, thank you. Thank you. Thank you. Because the argument, you have to think about yourself first, and that's where people go wrong. We have to hold thyself accountable in order to make a change in a fucking corrupt system. Hold yourself accountable first before you try to preach to me and tell me that I'm going
so,
against
but wait,
every.
wait.
No, no,
Let
no.
me
But we
ask y'all.
have to, bro.
No, no. Listen. Let me ask y'all. So fundamentally, you don't see a reason why
Yes, it's
Texas,
wrong.
why
It's
we should
wrong.
have Texas.
No, I don't know. I don't think that we should have taxes.
So
Dude,
then how are we gonna build
why should us?
highways? How are we gonna have
Hold on,
schools?
But
hold on,
why
because
How
should us?
I need to hear what he's asking. I need to seriously hear what he's saying because like I want to make sure I'm answering him fully.
how are we gonna build highways? How are we gonna build schools? How are we gonna build libraries
Corporation,
and parks?
corporation, corporation,
The
corporation,
corporations are gonna pay for the
corporate.
schools.
Why should you as a worker pay taxes on dude, your tax triple fucking times. They pay you your check. They take taxes out that don't even go back to the government. Okay. They let's say your corporation pays out 10 million in fucking payroll, right? And they generated 1.2 billion for the year. Out of that 1.2 billion, the IRS is gonna say, well, you owe us 2.5 million. You know what? Don't even pay us 2.5. Pay us 500,000. Put the rest of the money back into the corporation. Employ more people. But guess what? Chaka has to do. Your girl is gonna call you and say, hey, babe, on the way home, can you stop and get some milk? Can you get some eggs? Oh, grab an extra loaf of bread. Grab a box of pasta because I want to fix you lunch for you to go to work for the rest of the week. You're paying taxes on that as well.
And
I'm
property
not I'm not
and
disagreeing with that. But how are we
see,
gonna
So
have what?
why should we have to pay when the corporations are
but
getting away
no,
scot
but
free,
see,
bro? They're getting
Deuce,
away
but
scot free.
We're
one
having the
thing that he
same
did.
argument with that.
No,
They
what he
everyone
doesn't
should
understand.
pay their fair share of
What I don't
taxes.
think either one of y'all realize is that like the things that like the roads and stuff, they don't get built because of money that they've collected, of taxes that they've collected, bro. Say, bro, if you really calculate what we put in the, because I mean, first of all, we're not dealing with money. We're dealing with notes. We're dealing with some created system that they can just print up new, uh,
First of all, the
or
taxes were
even
created by the fucking mob. The taxes were created by the Italian mob. It
well,
was never created for us as
well,
people. It was created by the mob, and
no,
we're paying. Basically, we're paying the Italians, and we don't get fucking protection because you can walk out your door. Your wife or your girl can walk out the door one morning while you're away at work, and some motherfucker can be out her door and decides that he want that pussy, and he gonna push her back in the door and fucking rape her and break her neck, slit her throat while you're away at work. So it doesn't protect us. It's all of design, it's all of bullshit, man. And that's why I hate these arguments because people are brainwashed on some dumb shit. Women
say,
How,
bro.
and
how are we gonna
children are
have
not
pipes that
protected
flow
the
water?
way the taxes was never for nothing. None of that shit you're mentioning.
No,
It was
well,
for
the
protection.
taxes, them collecting taxes on your wages actually began in the 1930s when the war was going on and the women was in working in the factories, and
And they still were not protected.
but listen,
Women were
no,
not
stop. Hold
protected.
on, hold on. Just listen for a minute. The reason why they was trying to figure out a way to be able to get the men back home from war, and blah blah blah. So it's a voluntary thing that they did so that they could try to get funds to be able to to fund the war to help get the men back home. Well, they it was supposed to be just a temporary thing. But because things work so well, and they done got used to this money taken out of their check without even noticing it, or it being such a small amount at that time, that they just it never stops. So now, like, you're voluntarily giving away your tax money because you say that, okay, well, you know what, I owe you X amount of dollars, because based on this system that you say that this is how it's calculated. But there is no law. There is nothing that said anywhere that you're supposed to tax your wages, because the definition of income is is capital gains. So all the people who still have found these loopholes, or they've influenced the government to find ways that they can, hey, if I push give growth to the economy and this, that, and the other, I can receive a benefit back because I am doing so. It's nothing cheating about it, really. But the whole thing is that you believe that you owe them for doing something that you've already paid them to do. Like we're hired these politicians to go in there and do a job. They're not using that money, because guess what, we have resources in this country, and we've made profit through all kind of different sources, internationally, nationally, however, because maybe I don't know. I mean, I don't believe that they should have property tax, because once I own it, it's mine. Yeah, why should you be able to tax me on something that I own? I can't tax you on something that you own. It's
And you're
just not
paying and you're
it's just
paying
not right.
property tax. You're paying property tax, and the racist developer that has more money than you can come through and still build on your land that you tell him he can't, and you refuse his money. And you're paying taxes, and the people that was back fighting the war thought that their family would be safe and that they could return home safely. And guess what? As harsh as it may sound, their wives still got fucked. Their daughters still got hung and raped. Okay?
Let's
So,
we're going in circles on this. Let's move on. Check this video out, and I want to try to comments on this. Check this out.
Workers should be paid more. Hell yeah. Hell, we should take over these massive companies. We run the places anyway. Yeah, you right. These corporate criminals are outsourcing our jobs to other countries anyway. Meanwhile, they're raking in millions and billions while they pay us starvation wages. The whole fucking system is rotten. You goddamn right. They're exploiting us like crazy. We need to seize the means of production. Oh, hell yeah. Wait, what was the means of production? What is that? Oh, it's just a term that we say about the workplace. Oh, we just mean the workplace. Right. The factories, the warehouses, Yeah, no, I work in a factory. We are the only ones that run the economy in the first place. We can shut this shit down. Hell yeah, brother. That's why I'm a socialist. Hell, what? That's right, I'm a socialist, and I'm a communist too. Oh, what? You get the fuck out. But you agreed with everything that I said. Yeah, but then you said that dirty word, brother. What, socialism?
So, the one guy is supposed to be a socialist, and the other one is supposed to be a conservative, and they're having an argument, but they're agreeing on everything, all the way up until the point where he mentions the word socialism and communism, and then now he has a problem with it. So, Brave New Films posted this, and I think it's a great example of what's happening in our political discourse.
it's a great example of ignorance. People still not knowing really anything that's really happening to them because they don't read.
Well, it's like I was saying before, plenty of times on this show, is that both sides agree on way more things than we disagree on. The things that we disagree on tend to be cultural things, stuff related to like abortion or LGBTQ rights or whatever. But when you're talking about economics, then both sides tend to agree all the way across the board. And so, but you know, when you throw in those words of socialism and communism or whatever, then that's where they get lost. And they like, so this TikTok was showing the example that these two perspectives agree on everything, really, And then when he
It,
says, I'm a socialist, I'm a communist, then the guy's like, nope, you got to get the hell out of here. It's like, but wait, you just agreed on everything I said. No, I'm not trying to hear anything you say. You're a commie.
yeah, well, and I agree, but the other side to that is usually like the socialist communist is also a capitalist, but they can't identify with that either. But even though in order for the socialism or the communism to work, you've got to still have a GDP. You have to sell shit. You got to make money from somewhere in order to divvy it out to the rest of the world. So I mean, all of them, if you like the word I like to use, the balance. I don't, I'm not, I can't necessarily, based on what I understand about communism. I mean, I guess at the root is no problem, but usually it becomes corrupt. So that's why I kind of steer away from the communist part. But the socialist I can identify with, and I'm okay with. Okay, yes, we have these products, but I think it also sets up people for being lazy because look, we still the same, the same work that you had to do in order for it to be productive, beforehand, in order to cover the capitalist side. You're gonna have to do it just as much, maybe even more in a socialist, just to be able to keep up with you know the people that you're going to be putting in, that's going to benefit from it. But I
I
think
think that people just don't really understand because they're talking about the people owning the means of production versus a private person owning the means of production. It's like when we were just talking about the buyouts,
yeah,
um, where the
the
government puts in money into these corporations. So, and then
yes,
we talked about how, whenever they come up with drugs and they do the research and development, when we had the pandemic, the government flipped the bill on most of the research and development for these drugs. But then as soon as they came online, all of the profit went to a private corporation. So it's
yeah,
like, it's
but
it's it's rugged capitalism for the individual, but then it's socialism for these big companies. So and then what is wrong with the like we just had the tax argument. So what will be wrong with the people getting benefits from their taxes that they're paying in? Getting
I
actual
don't
dividends.
I don't
ac-
but see but
for their
that's the
for
point.
their investments.
But that's the part I've been talking about the whole time. Like the reason why we shouldn't have to pay taxes is because, like, all right, we've already paid enough taxes. First of all, like our company is running off, like these private companies are running off the taxes that they've collected. Somebody had a bright idea, but then they got a loan from the tax money to build up their corporation at 0.0 whatever something percent rate. But we still paying to be able to utilize something that we invested in a long time ago. It's really insane. Like, I mean, but people who believe that they owe taxes pay taxes. People who don't, they they don't, and that's just the main
Yeah,
thing.
but still, look, we're the point is you know we're talking about socialism. We're talking about
Mm-hmm.
communism when we're talking about the people owning the means of production, having worker co-ops and so forth, having the people own the corporations versus
Mm-hmm.
just a private person owning it and all the money going to that private person, you know? And that this is what we're talking about here. So
I
um,
know.
and then the
All
part
right.
where you
So
said about communism being tending to be corrupt, and we were just talking about our government right now, which is not a communist government, and all of the corruption that's running rampant within it. So it's
I
like the
would say
reason
it
why
is.
they don't want to go with communism is because it's going to go to corrupt. We already have a corrupt
No,
government right now
but
under
see that the part
capitalism.
that, but the part that you're missing is because our country already is communist. The same system that we're talking about exists right now. The thing, because our Constitution says one thing, but we live a totally different thing because we don't even know our own laws. We don't even know when what they tell us we should be doing, whether we shouldn't or not, because we don't understand it. That's why we're under communists. We're already there. Just because you believe what they said about what kind of country we are, and it's a capitalist country, like because you believe that, that's why we're communists.
I don't see how that could be true. I mean, the people aren't getting any benefit. We're not getting any profits from these corporations. We're not. We're struggling getting paid
Well,
$7 an hour. We
okay,
don't even we can't even pay our bills because
because we don't collect on it. We're not smart enough to collect on it.
so then how would we go about doing that?
First of all, the people, you need to be in office. I need to be in office. Dudes need to be in office. Somebody who's gonna actually run the system properly. Then we could actually have something that's more, uh, you know, I guess beneficial for the people, because we shouldn't have to be paying taxes because guess what? Let's just say the work that we put into these corporations is already the sweat equity that goes into the investment of these companies. When we get paid and then them to ask for us to give taxes, that is like slave mentality for us to think that it's okay for us to pay them to provide a service that we just provided to them. Like it's hard
But
to
the
really explain. What I'm saying?
but
Like it's
but
it
but
because
regardless
it
of
just
who gets in office, there's systems in place for things to go the way that they have been going,
yes,
and
and that's
and
why we have
they'll
to.
continue to
But
go that way
but
regardless of who's
no,
in office.
the thing is to change the system, because the people that's there is not willing to do the changing. We have to get people in there that is, because guess what? There's a legislative branch that they go in there, they vote yes, I believe that this should go this way and blah 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 blah. Because nobody stands up and makes those bills that can be passed that set these things into a different path. That's why it continues the way it does.
The motherfuckers
Well,
that's in there ain't gonna go in there and do it no way because
That's
they
what I'm
worried
saying, because
they
they
worried
already
about dying and lining their pockets.
they already in the position of where, like, we're paying them senselessly to do things that does not benefit us, and because we're not
but
smart enough to
see, look,
realize.
everything benefits the corporations, and they're the ones that's writing these legislations. They're the ones who's
but
lobbying.
Nah,
They're the ones who
everything
decide.
let me
everything
ask,
benefits the
who
motherfuckers that's been
who's
sitting
listen.
in office for all these years, like Sheila
What did I
Jackson
tell
Lee.
y'all earlier about
They
about who owns who gets into these positions, because they want to control what's going to happen in the corporate world. These people
they
who
fu-
already have businesses, so that they're already going in there to write laws as to benefit themselves.
bro.
It's not to
Do you think
benefit the people,
as
and that's
as
where the
much
problem lies.
as much as people hate as much as people hate Sylvester Turner? You know why he's still in there? Because Sylvester Turner is playing the game. He getting his pockets lined and he doing everything that these crooked white folks want him to do. The reason why ain't nothing ever changed in the district of Sheila Jackson Lee is because she's doing everything that the white folks want her to do. That's why she's staying now. They guaranteed her lifetime, pretty much lifetime in that district and that office and what she hold, and she's a multimillionaire. And she directly is not making any changes in her community. And so, want to sit here and say, "Oh, we supposed to." They not paying their fair share. They're not
And,
doing their part, and
but
they're
but
not standing by your black ass. But she'll come out with that same hairdo that she been
in voting
rocking since the
time,
fucking
only in voting time, just to try to tell you more lies to make you, say, okay, well, well, she say she gonna do,
say,
well, she
man.
say she gonna do this for the last 4
The
times
As
she
reason
been
why,
in office.
the
as
reason why,
long as long as she been in there, and I already know what you feel like. The reason why it is that because her Camille, her this, that. Nah, bro, she can make a change. That woman
no,
now say
the
see,
reason
look
why
here,
she's been in there and will continue to be in there is because of the way they've drawn up the districts. They drew up the district in a way
man.
they
Come
packed
on,
the
bro.
district
So
and
you believe
So, well, I mean,
you
no, no, no,
believe in
hold
the
on, dude.
book.
Hold on, dudes, because the gerrymandering is by the Republicans. That's what the
no,
Republicans do, right?
no, both sides do it,
Nah,
and then it
man.
doesn't
I
benefit
can't
because
believe I hear
the
that shit.
it's not being the power of the people is getting compacted into one district, and that's the reason why she is the one
Man,
because
I shut up. If you going with this shit, I'll shut up the rest of the show. I'm be quiet. I'm just listening to you and Pat. I don't, man, I shut the fuck up. Cause I can't even believe that you gonna sit here. Nigga, we grew up in the hood. Nigga, you know this bitch ain't making no fucking changes. Ain't trying, like, come on, dog.
But it's
I'm,
true.
I'm
I
not
don't even
talking
want
about
nah,
I'm talking about the way it
nah,
works.
but we talking real shit that's gonna make changes and that's gonna force these motherfuckers to pay their fair share
It
and
honestly,
that's gonna put
you
the money back into our communities.
let me
So
tell you what the
you
real problem
can't you
is.
We can't do anything if we don't even understand how the systems work, you
No,
know.
no, you
bro.
can.
And so
That's a okay.
That's an scapegoat. But because I mean, the main thing is the reason why things don't change is because people are afraid of change.
Man, that bitch is
Like,
bought. Sheila Jackson Lee was pushing that dope in with Jim McIngvale and all the rest of them motherfuckers, and she is bought. And she ain't gonna invoke any change. She ain't gonna buck the system. You can't, nigga. We don't. Us as a people, yeah. She sell the people in our community hope, and they keep and half the motherfuckers in her area don't even vote. Don't
you
even really vote for her. She got that spot no matter what, whether she gets a vote or not, bro. And
it's
that's
because
why
of the
I
way the
can't.
district is drawn up, and this is what I'm trying to get you to
Okay.
understand. You have to become more knowledgeable
Mm.
of
the
this
people,
thing that you're talking about. You know
but
what
if
I'm
the
saying?
but the people that fall into
So the
her
people,
district, hold on,
so the people that
the
don't
people that
vote,
fall.
keep her in her, keep her
So the
in
people,
there.
no, listen. The people, because regardless, the people that's within the district that she's getting voted in, whether the people who's voting for or not, if she's in a, if she, because the vote does count in your opinion, right? Uh,
I
chocolate.
don't know what you're saying right now
The vote
because
counts, or is she just getting selected?
the vote counts, but she is kind of being selected because of the way the district is drawn up.
Okay, but my whole thing is the people who are affected by her being there vote her in to some extent because there's no other viable option, or is it because
The,
it's just
the,
it's convenient because all right, she's
it's
already been there.
literally no other option because of the way the district is drawn.
Man, nigga, you can
Let,
vote. You can, man.
let me read
So
this comment. Check this out. It says the method is called divide et impera, meaning divide and rule, and it was already perfected by the Roman Empire. The ruling class actively promote division between various groups in the society. Thereby, they create a buffer zone between themselves and a rebellion. As long as the fooled common man keep hating and fighting their neighbors and other common man, there is no risk that they will ever stand united and take down the real problem at the top. You guys in the US sure has been brainwashed strongly with that method the last few decades. It's actually not just sad to watch from the sidelines in itself. It is also sad to see how very, very few of you are aware of what is going on. But hey, that's why it works. This is a comment underneath the video that I just played a minute ago.
So you gonna let that nigga, you
Let me
gonna
read a
let that
couple more.
motherfucker tell you that you're very un-American because you're like, man, fuck, man, look.
No, he's saying that he's very American because he don't realize what the hell going on underneath his nose. But the whole thing is, there's other people that is that's going up against her, and the system, because you know the people who's willing to do the right thing does not have enough money to get themselves well known, world, you know, across the spectrum. You know, the same way that Sheila Jackson Lee is. You know, I forget, I can't even remember the lady's name, and that's how bad it is. Like I can't. That there was somebody that was going up against her, that was like, you know, grassroots, ready to, you know, do the part, trying to, you know, make some changes. Will she be able to change everything? Probably not, but at least was willing to do some work for the people that has been neglected in those districts that was gerrymandered enough for her to get elected. But it was someone else that was up for vote, but because her name, this Sheila Jackson Lee's name is popular, even though people know she hasn't done anything, she still gets the vote just because people know her name.
Let me read a couple more comments. It says, except conservatives don't think workers should be paid more. Another comment, it says, like when they say public health care is socialism, and then they won't stop complaining about the co-pays not qualifying, etc.
Wait a minute, the last comment says that except for conservatives, everybody should get paid more.
No, that we played the clip where the socialist, that's what we're reading the comments underneath. It says, except conservatives don't think workers should be paid more.
Oh, they're saying that conservatives think that people shouldn't get paid more.
Right.
That's bullshit. Like, that's how dumb people are, man. Like, whatever. Like, that's what I'm saying. Like, it's just certain things, bro. Like, when you believe shit like that, you're a bigger problem to our society than, you know, the politicians.
They're going by what the way that they vote in, you know, in the legislature, and what happens on the floor. You know, the conservatives are the ones that's pushing them back against, you know.
Tell them to no, because when tell them to look at the full bill and see what was else in that bill that was so horrendous that they voted against people not getting more money. Like, that's the part that, you know, I think that is missed in so many situations, that they add certain things to a bill that would be ridiculous, and, you know, they'll be happy, like, oh, well, if they signed for this, then blah blah blah. You know what I'm saying? Like, they cause, you know, defer, you know, like these different plays that's gonna hurt people, you know, one way, to where the Republicans or one side is just like, nah, there's no way we should have this, should be allowed. As much as we want people to be able to make more money, because guess what? The more money people make, the more they can spend in the businesses, and, you know, that stimulates the economy. And we're all for stimulating the economy, but there's certain things that may be in that bill that just makes no sense for human life.
And that does happen. It is true that both sides tend to do it, where they slide in stuff like that. But when have you had a situation where the Republicans were the leaders they had the majority, and they brought forth legislature themselves that was going to raise people's pay. You know, they could do that, and they don't even need the Democrats to vote on it or any kind of way. And they don't have to worry about something being slid in the bill if they were the ones who introduced the bill and they have the majority.
Well, that's a great question, but you know, people being conservatives realize that it's not always about getting the more. It sometimes is reducing something somewhere else that could solve the situation, or at least repair it to the extent where, okay, if we can get this passed and we can, maybe work on something that's, you know, maybe not as pressing as this situation, because getting to the core of the problem first and changing those systems, then the pricing, because if they can continue to raise prices or doing whatever is going to cost you more because of a policy, if you don't change that, it doesn't matter how much money they give you. They can give you a $20,000 raise a week, but if the policy can allow them to charge you 50, you still don't have enough.
So then what things are they doing to fix the core problems? What legislation are they introducing to
they're
fix the
passing
core problems?
they're passing a lot of bills, but there's things like that I know that they feel is important to them and their voting base. Their voters have a lot. Shit, we've seen a lot of stuff get changed. That like, I mean, are we only talking about economic, or are we talking about overall, where it's like things that matters to them morally? And I mean, like, they doing shit.
Yeah, stuff related to cultural issues, stuff related to LGBTQ and
They getting shit done.
abortion.
Yeah.
So, but that stuff is attacking the core issues that's going to fix things
For them, because like okay, first of all, we conservatives and liberals always have had a different process or way of fixing, what they felt was fixing things, because first of all, God and our connections with God has always been much higher than what our finances are or whatever. So, not to say that those things are not important, but you know moral issues were always at a higher stance than it was for pretty much anything else. So
because those are
they attack.
those
So
are
they
things that are emotional, like we were talking about before, how
well,
you
well you
control people by getting them emotional, and they're emotional
no
about
no
their
no no no
religious
no 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 no.
beliefs.
That's not true. That's not that. See, because I mean that's one viewpoint. You can say it from that angle, but that's not necessarily true, because I mean people thinking that they need a law to be gay is very emotional. Like,
Let
we
me
don't need a law to be heterosexuals. You just being, you're living, you're being who you are. But now you feel that you need to have a law in order for you to be who you are. That's kind of don't make sense to a lot of people.
And how does that help when it's time to go pay the rent or the mortgage or go buy some groceries?
How does that help? So, I mean, by somebody going back and fixing something that somebody just broke in our salt law system, that's gonna eventually, over time, because I mean, we're talking about what was civil rights. People died over civil rights, and we have people that's utilizing civil rights that should be meant for uh, a group of people who have definitely been harmed in this country. And the LGBT, well, first it was white women that was able to benefit more from it than the black people who was fighting for it for themselves. Then now there's another group of people like this, like Republicans are fixing things that people don't even realize they're getting fixed for them. because they're too busy trying to fight them to say that, oh, because they don't understand that the laws that they had put in place hurt them more than it helped them.
Let me read a couple more comments here. It says, like, it says, my MAGA cousins from the South agree with this quote: from each according to his ability, to each according to his needs. I didn't tell him it was from Marx. Another comment, it says, this is why conservatives are blatantly uneducated. Another comment, it says, the right have more in common with the left than they care to admit. Those in power have us distracted by a culture war, so they don't have to deal with the class war we should be fighting.
And that's a very true statement. We are way more alike than we are different. But I think it's the way that we're sold on it that makes us believe, that it needs to go a different direction than seeing the solution, the multiple possibilities, and being able to say, well, hey, you know what? I heard this one and I heard that one. I mean, based on what's really going on, they could really, make an independent, have a more of an independent thought because they have more options available. But because there's certain agendas being sold from each direction, from each side, that whichever one that you kind of tend to lean toward, you lean toward it, that that whole narrative just as much, because of that already leaning, instead of having the running down the middle and just kind of looking at it, both sides fairly, looking at the options and truly being able to choose. Like, I think that we would probably come to more of a you know something that we can agree on much quicker than, like like Deuce was saying before. Like, it has ruined our society that we have leaned, so instead of just looking at what really truly makes sense, if we're really giving both people, both sides, or both ideologies, the same value, the same opportunity to buy from them, you would, we probably would end up with, you know, leaning more and having that no party line. You know what I'm saying? Like, we could be closer to that, but we've been corrupted. I mean, and I think we have to personally decide that we're not gonna be used that way. You know what I'm saying? Like, we need to be able to, see where, one side might make more sense in this conversation than, you know, their party that they usually go with. Like, we have to choose to say, hey, you know what, screw all this bullshit. We have to stop saying, hey, you know what, now I'm a this, and now or I'm a that, or you know what, since I don't really care about them or that, I'm gonna go and just go with this other one, because you know what, I'm gonna get sick and tired of those other two. I mean,
Let me read a couple more comments. It says, except socialism leaves the door wide open for subversion and or mass discontent. No one's cracked that yet. Not that other systems don't also do that. Another comment, it says, the way I see it, socialism protects all humanity. Conservatism protects white supremacy.
oh my
Another,
God.
another comment, it says,
Oh
unfortunately,
wow.
most Republicans these days disagree with those points and think we should just go back to the old days when employers could do whatever they want. One more. It says,
Do you believe that? Do you
somewhere
believe
there's a
that?
person with a guitar.
All right, no, you know what? Don't worry about it. I'm not gonna
What?
make it personal. No, I'm just saying, like, I mean, this is some of these comments are like, this just sounds like a left leaning site that you're on, because everything is no balance at all. There's not one comment that shows where it makes sense, to to at least maybe listen to the other side. It's totally the other side is just totally clueless. Like they exist for longer than the Democratic side here in America, but they make the least amount of sense. Because the country 1776 that we're talking about, the United States of America was created, it was only the republic. 13 years later is when the democracy came. So the republic makes no sense. The Republicans make no sense, but only the Democrats do. That's what it sounds like from this site.
Let me read this one. It says, it's Suicide Prevention Month, and just a reminder that affordable housing is suicide prevention. Livable wages are suicide prevention. Universal health care is suicide prevention. Okay? So we were talking about this too, about how like the conditions that people live in leads to this mental health crisis that we have here in the United States. If it's the same thing with the crime. We talk about crime, but we don't talk about poverty. So if we want to help with the poverty, then help with the crime, then we help lift people out of poverty and giving people livable wages at their jobs, making sure that people have housing, making sure that all of this goes in together.
So, some people think that there's just this one whole way to do this. Let's just say healthcare, for example, that having this one system that fixes all of those things is going to be the end all be all. But usually, what's supposed to be a free market, what makes things cheaper is being able to be competitive. So when you make people more competitive, whether it's the pharmaceutical companies, whether it's the doctors, whatever it is, when you make them more competitive, that's usually when we see cheaper prices, because they have to fight to be able to win us over. And that's how conservatives look at it. But liberals feel like, no, we need to have this one system, and we're going to tell you how you're going to do it, and you're going to have to do it like this, and you got to do it whether you want to or not, because this is what we said to do. And
well, we don't have much competition here in the United States, because all we have is monopolies and conglomerates.
But those monopolies
have only 2 or 3 companies that run the sector.
But those monopolies have been created by the democratic thought.
And as far as healthcare, the having the government push to be able to
regulate,
to have prices. Damn it, it's too many thoughts going through my head.
To negotiate pricing,
to negotiate the prices of the pharmaceuticals. That that's how you do that, and that would be one little bitty aspect of the universal health care.
But you're asking for a monopoly all over again, because anybody that comes with a good medicine that does the same job or better, that comes about and say, hey, you know what, this guy's selling theirs for $8. I have mine for $6, and it does better than what they have. They're going to get cut out because they've already chosen who's going to sell it to you.
That's not what's happening. We pay more for drugs here in the United States than they pay anywhere in the world.
That's the same example I just gave you. because they chose who you're gonna get it from, you're gonna pay the 8 instead of the 6.
But we're talking about universal health care. That's not a system that we have here. We have private health cares. You got a million different healthcare providers. You got a million different pharmaceutical. Well, the pharmaceutical industry is a monopoly, but you got many different insurance companies.
Yeah,
now there is like a monopoly in that area too. But
yes, because the person who provides all of them to these different companies is one big main person. It's the monopoly that's just, bro. Say, bro.
we're talking about changing the system. We don't have universal health care.
No. Listen,
we don't have that
because no.
And
See,
we
the whole
pay
thing
more
is you
for
keep saying change the system, but when the system was working and you're saying that, okay, we got too many people that's, you had too many options, and they want to reduce the options for you, but you claim to have an issue with the monopoly, but the more options that we have, the more choice we can make as a people. And it, like I said, and also the companies have to make a choice that, okay, I can either be reasonable, and instead of me charging you $80 to come to my clinic or my private doctor's office, and these of course the networks are great because you can be a part of this certain insurance company, whatever, blah blah blah, but you still got to be competitive when it comes down to what the person's got to go in the pocket. If the insurance you within the network, you don't have to pay nothing, right? You may not even have to pay nothing when you go, if you have the right insurance in the network.
Man,
But
Pat, just go on say, Pat, if you had your own clinic, first thing you ask is, nigga, you got insurance? Because I'm finna hit them hoes up.
yeah, but still, when you don't have insurance, they still charge you what, $80, $100 just to come in there. I mean, some people
Nah,
might,
well,
well, it might be
it it,
150 because maybe they
it
decide they
depends.
don't want you there.
It depends because when I didn't have medical insurance, it depends. If I was going in,
I go to the Chinese people down when I was in Houston. I used to go to them Chinese folks down there. I can go to the doctor and my prescription and everything in the same building.
well,
you're talking like
yeah.
our healthcare system is fine. It works just fine.
No, I know what I'm saying is that there's different, like within the system, we're limiting ourselves by saying we want one thing to be available, when the system works better when there are more options to choose from, and they have to compete with each other for our us
the system is not working better. We pay more for healthcare than anybody in the world.
because we keep fighting over which way is better, and when they have to compete for us to come to their office or to deal with them, we live in a more a more profitable society or beneficial society for us,
You're
instead of just
describing
having
the
that one.
system that we have right now, and the system we have right now is trash.
But bro, you are paying more for trash.
I think most people aren't happy. The majority of people that
Our
they
debt
aren't.
is ridiculous right now because you think that you're getting something for free, but guess what? But you
We
belong to
don't. You're
somebody.
talking like we have a universal healthcare system. We don't.
But the
But
reason why
but
most people are happy in this system,
the more we move towards this universal health system, the more that they trick us into thinking we don't have it, and they keep setting it up the same way, the less, like the more they own you, bro.
We haven't been moving towards.
Instead of you taking the responsibility of shopping for the right doctor and checking to see, if more than CVS or Walmart, maybe the little drugstore down the road will sell it to you for cheaper, but you don't even go there because
you
your
can.
doctor say you got to go to CVS to get it.
Nah, but see,
Exactly, and that's the system that we
man,
have.
but nah, that's not true, man. Because, say, man, I was
All right,
somebody that didn't have
that's fine.
insurance.
I,
No, no, no. I'm
yeah,
not.
yeah, yeah, y'all,
Listen to.
y'all think it's worth like y'all really
No,
don't know.
this is not. This is not what I'm saying. Because see, I was a contractor just like you are, Pat, for years from 2008 up into 2019. I was a contractor. 2020. I was a contractor. I had no insurance. I was paying the fucking $1,500 a year penalty on my taxes for not having insurance. And I got prescriptions. Okay, I got different prescriptions, and there are people within the hospitals or your doctor's office. If your doctor writes you a prescription and you say, "Hey, whoa, 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 this is not a generic. This is a brand name. I don't have insurance." They will send you to. There's pharmacies within. Say, man, we live in a metropolitan area. There are pharmacies within our area because I was on a medication that was gonna cost me for a month supply was gonna cost me $1,500.
Uh-huh.
And and I told my doctor I didn't have insurance, which they seen it in my chart, and they gave me that medicine on a generic brand, and they also gave me a coupon through Good RX. Okay, I was able to get that prescription for way cheaper. And then you got companies like Walgreens that will actually give you a prescription card. You can sign up for it if it's like $99 for the year, and they would give you a discounted rate on all prescriptions for people that don't have medical insurance.
Yeah.
Dude, I found loopholes. I found different things. I went to different doctors. I was, well, I
Well,
was that person.
I'm gonna take y'all to a whole nother angle because like we arguing over talking about this medical system that they set up for us instead of the one that God set up for us. Like, what happened to just eating right and taking your, the nutritional things that you're missing from your food, getting, some minerals and vitamins and things that keep you from getting sick, and doing that,
I
and it may,
mean,
and maybe it costs you 50, $100 a month to get those things that will keep your body, you know,
and
healthy.
and that's a fair argument, except for when you get to the point where you need an organ or some kind of emergency
You
care.
won't need an organ if you're doing those things. That's the whole point. Like you don't get like you don't get super ill like that because you're not eating the fast food stuff. You're not cluttering your body up with all these different oils and like things that like these these processed
you're not
foods that's
eating meat.
clogging up your arteries. Like, you know, now you can eat meat. That's not what's really harming you. It's more so the processed foods that's killing you. Eating macaroni and cheese out of a powder. Like,
Let, let, let's move on to this. Check it out. It says Democratic senators sound alarm over Koch-backed plot
Coke.
to eviscerate regulatory state. For years, regulated interests have funded a full-scale campaign to delegitimize and dismantle federal regulations. So it says hours before ProPublica revealed new details about U.S. Supreme Court Justice Clarence Thomas' relationship with the Koch network, a group of Democratic senators filed a brief on
Coke.
Thursday warning that the Koch-backed entities are closely involved in upcoming case that could further gut the federal government's regulatory power and enhance the strength of the conservative-dominated High Court. The case in question is Loper Bright Enterprises versus Raimondo, which stems from a New Jersey-based fishing company challenge to a law requiring certain fishing boats to carry federal compliance monitors to enforce regulations. Loper Bright Enterprises specifically objected to an interpretation of federal law by the National Marine Fisheries Service, which said the Magnuson-Stevens Act allows the agency to require industry to pay the costs of the monitors. The dispute over an obscure federal statute has since exploded into a matter of great interest to industry groups and environmentalists. with the letter warning that if the Supreme Court sides with the plaintiffs, it will be much more difficult for federal agencies to implement climate regulations. Senator Sheldon Whitehouse, Dianne Feinstein, and Elizabeth Warren echoed that concern and spotlighted the attention the case has attracted from right wing and corporate funded groups. This case is the product of decades long effort by pro corporate interests to eviscerate the federal government's regulatory apparatus to the detriment of the American people. The lawmakers wrote, noting that a number of groups connected to the Koch network, other powerful right wing organizations, have submitted briefs in support of plaintiffs in Looper versus Raimondo.
That's KOCH.
Yeah.
That's Coke.
That's
Koch
actually that's
brothers.
or Cook Brothers well, you can call it how whatever you want, but I think it was actually pronounced Cook. But however, I think that we need to remember science when it comes to a lot of these things because the stuff that they try to sell us on, and they want to be able to use falsehoods to be able to regulate humans on what they what they can have, what they can't have, and you know it's kind of insane to me because like science is science. Science is maybe there's some things that might enhance your views or whatever through different subjects in science, but never have I known for carbon to be bad for like the main product in our life is carbon, and for now to consider it bad is really just saying black people are bad in another way because that's what we are. We're carbon beings, and it's insane to me that for people to uphold these arguments that makes no sense when you understand science, but when you hold on to a narrative and you believe the lie for so long and you take up for the lie. I mean, it's it doesn't do humanity any good. So I mean, we're failing as a people. Like I mean, there's people all over the world that's still doing the same thing that we was doing, or the things that we're trying to stop. They're trying to stop us from doing, and it's not harm. Like it's not harming the world the same way that like how they say it, like how they
What
say it is.
what we're the main point of what we're talking about here is regulations, okay? And
False regulations. That's is what I'm talking about.
like
Making up regulations behind lies. That's my conversation. So somebody being able to prevent these lies from being told and selling the people on something that doesn't exist is ridiculous. So we're having the same conversation. It's just that your point of view is just opposite of mine.
remember when we had the train derailment that happened and all of that horrible situation that happened. It ended up being toxic shit got fucking spilled all over the place. It was a huge, big deal, big, huge story. It freaking
Yes.
polluted the whole damn town and shit,
Yeah, the stuff
right?
that Joe Biden ignored and didn't want to do anything about.
Okay, so what we're talking about is regulations. You know, the corporations are always saying this is going to cost us money. We can't do it now. We got to put it off till later or whatever. Really, they just don't want to do it because it costs money, right? So, but these regulations are put in place to preserve life, to keep from you having freaking toxic spills and stuff like that. It's little things that they put on the train, like certain locking mechanisms, safety mechanisms, upkeep on the rails and up better better compartments, the actual train part, right? So, you know, but you've been having this concerted effort over years to deregulate every sector because you have the conservatives saying you're going to hurt these corporations. They're trying to make money. You're cutting into their profits and so forth and so on, and then they make the excuse. They say, nope, nothing has ever happened. There hasn't been any accidents, and no one's died, and we haven't polluted anything. But
And then
then
just all of
after,
a sudden, you got one after the other one, and that's not, you don't see that, maybe somebody so that they can create regulations has maybe caused certain problems so that they can regulate people, corporations or people. I
no,
mean,
that
so
we need these regulations. They're just common sense measures, and it's in
I'm
all
not saying
different sectors. I was
I'm
just
not
using
saying
the
that there
train
shouldn't be. I'm not
as
saying
an
that there shouldn't
example.
be some regulatory processes in order to have to have safety. But my point is that the sometimes the kettle's calling the pot nigga. You know what I'm saying? Like some of the people who was messing up and doing these different things, and because they hold more power by doing those things, they create situations so that they can have a reason to fight for it or say, "Oh, well, you see, like that's that's the part right there. Some things weren't quite as serious. People they were driving slower and whatever, blah blah blah. But because there was something that because where's the train wrecks right now? What regulations has changed to keep these trains on the track the last few months?
They, you won't have an accident until you have an accident, and
Oh
then
my
we'll have the
God.
same, and then we'll have the same conversation again.
We were having them every week or every other week for a couple of months last year,
That's the
and
media
we didn't have
manipulation.
and we weren't. No, it wasn't. No, it wasn't. To some extent, maybe it was, but it was created.
So, what benefit would these ones that's pushing for regulations?
Hmm.
What does those regulations? How do they benefit them?
How does it benefit them? Because they get
The
paid
people
for
that are
it.
pushing for
Because
regulation.
they get paid. All right. Let's just say when the fines, like when they can create fines for you, and then if you haven't done this and that just yet, because not to say that they don't want to do the things that improve it, they they, hey, you know what? It's fine. None of this. Everything is no coincidence in none of this. But you're right. I mean, let's. We should regulate everything. We should regulate when you can go to the bathroom. Should regulate everything. Fuck it.
It's all about money. And so
Yes,
these
on
corporations
both
that
sides.
they lobby the government so that they'd rather spend money on lobbying than spend the money on making things safer.
Do
That's the
do you
point.
do you think
So
that all right, if you've been a safe driver all your life, you get caught speeding, like, it's like it doesn't matter. You're X amount of age, this amount of age, you should know better than somebody that's 20. They charge you 10 times more just because you got caught speeding this one time or, you know, whatever. Like, do you think that something like that is really fair?
no,
Because that's kind of where we're getting to, because all right, the age of these trains, this, that, and the other, like this, you know the infrastructure is not just the corporation's fault either. You know what I'm saying? Like,
they're the ones who they are supposed to build and maintain those railways. So yes, it is their fault.
okay, but who regulates what what they can sell certain things for, or even able to legislate what certain things can be charged for, you can charge for, or like, I mean, a lot of these things go through the political system, and some people end up on the beneficial side and some others don't. And if you are part of the real top 1% that becomes a monopoly and owns everything, because the ones that's getting regulated are the ones that they're pushing out, and because they're the ones who, like, really private companies that's trying to grow, but they can't because there's always some kind of involvement in the government that slows them down from growing, where so they can put somebody in a position that they want. And that's really the kind of system that we've been looking at. Because, like I said, my whole thing is not to say that we shouldn't have any regulations. Like, yeah, we got to draw the line somewhere, but we also need to have a system. Because, I mean, you're looking at somebody who owned their own truck for years, and I have to sell my truck so that you know I don't totally lose everything, because the market doesn't is not producing enough money for me to live on and to be able to afford to pay for repairs and things on my truck. So is it my fault that you know what I'm saying, if I go into a DOT station and something is not perfect and I got to pay a ticket? All these things add up on me, because is it because I'm just neglecting, or because I want to, or is it being neglected because the the economy, the market doesn't provide, like we're talking about in record profits by all of these corporations that I'm moving products for, but I can't make more than $2 a mile, which is slave wages for a truck driver, when they could, the brokers are making, you know, without leaving their office, making $1,000, $500 on each load that I make, and I make that gross, and I still got to take care of fuel, got to take care of repairs, and all the different things that I'm responsible for falls into that same amount that they're getting for sitting on their ass.
Well, that's the nature of the beast. You chose that route, so you need to accept what comes with it.
Oh yeah, and I have. I mean, but that's just the way. But see, that's
You
the
know
part
that's what
that
they. You
that,
know
that
that's
that's
what
the
they tell you.
that's the part that non-business owners don't understand and see for themselves, because they haven't walked that. They don't see how people get blocked out of system, or out of a whole entire market, because they've changed, the fuel pricing, everything, all the things that you have as expenses has risen. So you can't even make a profit. I was out there for 4 or 5 weeks and I didn't make one profit. But if I hadn't had a savings, I would have, like, totally, like, lost it all, like everything. I wouldn't have been able to at least put myself in a position to sell my truck. You know what I'm saying? But
Yeah, but people that's not in that realm, they quite naturally don't understand, and then they look at it from the perspective of, hey,
yeah, because I mean, you
you
want to be a
chose
do.
that
I
route.
mean, we
That's
all
your
want to be do-gooders. I mean, we I'm not absent of trying to do the right thing, but I also can see a perspective of how things can be manipulated and moved around so that it benefits them and not you.
yeah. I mean, I get that. I'm just saying, like, you know, that's the way our society works. Living in
But
this
but that's the
society.
but but that's the society that we're promoting by continuing to say, hey, we talk down about the monopoly, but we keep promoting it by saying that universal one system is going to handle it all, instead of having, allowing, the free enterprise that this country was built upon, and saying that it's a horrible thing, but that's because you not putting your, what I'm saying, like somebody who hadn't don't have no real, you know, eggs in the basket. You know, like you know, you don't really you haven't lost anything. You haven't invested in something to lose anything. You just, you know, like I don't put money up and my sweat equity. Some people just get out there and they just get to work and they start making money. No, I put up money first and work my ass off.
Let's
And
cover
still,
some. Let's cover some stories. I feel like we kind of got stuck. What's up, A Smith? Thank you for listening. Did y'all hear about the fan who died at the Patriots game?
no,
Got punched and he died. It's fight.
got
Tonight,
he died from a
Massachusetts State
punch.
Police and local prosecutors investigating the death of a fan who witnesses say was punched in the head at the Patriots-Dolphins game Sunday night. This video showing stadium security administering CPR to 53-year-old Dale Mooney.
A fan in the Dolphins jersey reached over and just punched the victim twice in the face.
Eyewitnesses say as the fourth quarter got underway with the stadium packed, a scuffle broke out in the stands. Initially, police said Mooney, a husband, father, and lifelong Patriots fan, suffered, quote, an apparent medical event.
What do you remember seeing right after he was punched in the face?
Right after he was punched in the face, he immediately went down. He slumped over in a chair. The concern came, like I said, after about 45 seconds to a minute.
The deadly incident comes as brawls are being documented all over the country at NFL games this season. Look at what happened just this past Sunday. This fight between three women happened at that same Patriots-Dolphins game. And in Cincinnati, at the Bengals versus Ravens game, the hardest hit happened off the field when this man, dressed as a tiger, headbutted another fan, knocking him out. According to the NFL, one incident is too many. They say their records, which have not been examined by NBC News, show after 32 games this season, they've had 80 reports of disorderly conduct, down from last year at this time when it was 140.
You have alcohol, you have fans, you have passion, you have people betting on games, you have all these different things coming on at once.
Okay, comments.
Man, I mean, rest in peace to the brother who died, first of all. But I mean, these type of things these types of fights come about in these stadiums all the time, man. I really don't know what to say about it, because I mean, it's gonna continue. You know, the whole idea of, you know, football and the emotions that come behind your team, you know, winning or losing. Usually losing, you get you know, the angriest, or either somebody's getting angry at you because, you know, your team is winning. It's just, I think that's a worthless battle overall. But I mean, what can we do? I mean, we've become such a violent people based on a sport that I guess is violent.
Yeah, yeah, man. It's like, it's really sad. It's a sad state of affairs, and you're right. This kind of thing really kind of happens all the time, you know. But you know, it shouldn't happen. But you know, it's like you know, it's so much going on in the world, you know. And I was talking about how we, as a society, we act like sports is so important, man. It's like grown men playing with balls, and that's like the most important thing that's going on. These guys get paid more than anybody else, you know. It's
what I'm sorry, bro.
That's I mean, that's what it is.
Grown men playing with balls.
Grown men playing with balls. And we fucking, like, it's so important. It's like the biggest thing that's happening. It's like, you know, with all the other shit that's going on in the world,
but
you know,
I'm gonna tell you,
gets our attention is grown men playing with balls, man, all day long.
Well, and you know, but I mean, that's the whole thing. Like that's how messed up this world is that you need an escape, and they prefer to deal with the escape than those problems because guess what? The more that they deal with those problems, the crazier they get. And then here they are, like I mean, you know, as if you're fighting at in the middle of a stadium. I mean, I don't know if it should y'all really been in the stadiums like those things are steep as hell because they're trying to get 100,000 of y'all in there, um, to be able to collect $100 per seat on those, or whatever they, charging thousands for some of them. But man, it's
and I think that the frustrations that we have in society boils over. So it seems like it's like the person is really upset about the football game or somebody making a comment or whatever it was.
other things.
But yeah, all the other things that has built up in them, all the frustrations, and then they, act it out through the football game, and it's like it's an excuse. So like you saying that it's using the entertainment as an escape, but I think that it
But it
just
turns
brings
into
it
something else.
right
No,
back
no,
around to the frustrations that we do have in society
yeah,
with the
no,
way the world is and how
it
fucked up
definitely is
everything
because
is.
originally it was to be able to get away and to kind of ease your mind, go and enjoy yourself. But then, because of the built up tensions that, people have, because of, lifing, then, those scenarios change really quick. And like I said, I mean, it's a shame that somebody has to die, in a situation like this, or injured really bad because we don't really hear about somebody dying often, but there's people who get injured every week in these places. This was just one of those still as it was an extreme situation. Somebody died, you know. So
And
once
I just
again,
can't see myself getting all caught up in like who won whatever game. Like it's so important. And it just shows how backwards our society is when teachers are getting paid trash,
well,
the important people in society is getting paid trash. And you got these people playing games getting paid more than
well,
anybody else.
but see, but it's that's the direct result of how these things happen, because the dude who like really bust the dude face open or whatever, like he's angry because he a construction worker making $15, $20, 25 an hour, when what he does really is worth maybe $100 an hour. Like they you know
And then how empty our lives are, even with us having a job and we just go to work just to pay bills. Like that's our whole point of existence is just to work a job just to pay some bills. And then a lot of us do mundane labor that like has no meaning. It gives us no fulfillment. It gives us no satisfaction. So we
let
have
me
to
ask something.
pour ourselves in stuff like this and give meaning to this kind of stuff to have our life feel like it has any kind of meaning or anything going on.
Let me ask this. Pre Gaddafi's death, was Libya a communist state or socialist or what?
People would call it a socialism. They would also call it a dictatorship. Why?
Well, no, just saying, like, I mean, based on the system that was going on there, like, I mean, the people, like, all the resources that was there on the land and that the country made from those resources end up coming right back to the people. And
Right.
just saying that, because and they had what we consider universal health care. They had
Yeah.
a monthly stipend. They had the ability to own their own business and
You
run
got paid
businesses as well.
leave. You
They,
got money every time if you just got married, he give you money for
if
that.
you're
All
having
kinds of
children, you got money for everything, all these different things that the country gave you because you were of that country.
And they didn't like that example, and that's the reason why Gaddafi had to die.
Well, yeah, amongst other things, I saw some other videos that that existed from the time when Bush was in office. I think, which probably, was somewhat the beginning of the, I guess the separation of my, belief or whatever it was, because I know they had the conversation about them invading Iraq and Afghanistan and this, that, and the third.
And I talked about it for a long time in the other show, but they just had a really bad thing that happened in Libya where those dams broke, and it's like 20,000-30,000 people done died now, and it's like a lot of that is as a result of Gaddafi dying, because the infrastructures haven't been worked on since Gaddafi died. Everything was in disrepair, and you had this event that happened, and it caused a whole bunch of people to die.
Well, I mean, when you can put a country in debt, I mean, if you're looking to where you gotta leave this country because you've been there for however many years now, and it's time for you to go. Some of them will do everything they can to try to make sure that the success of their country doesn't just grow back overnight. They're gonna do things. I mean, bro, it's the way of the world. And I mean, until you really see all of see for yourself all of these different perspectives in which they do things, you're not gonna really understand like all these things that they've done here, there, and or wherever. But it's reoccurring. These types of things happen all the time, and they will create a problem so that they can have a reason to be there to quote unquote solve it. And they do it in our own country too, not just going to other places. Like, they want to be able to be needed, or for us to feel that we need them. So they do things that didn't really need to be done in order to secure their positions and what they're doing. Because I mean, really, if you once at some point that if they're doing everything that needs to be done, we won't need them. They know that, so that's why they make sure that not everything doesn't really get done, or this problem happen. I mean, they do it here and everywhere else around the world. So for anybody who's especially my age to not know that, or have at least seen some examples of that, I mean, you're not paying attention.
Check this out. It says McDonald's closes corporate offices ahead of expected layoffs. And this is a theme that's happening. So you got the workers striking and pushing back. And, you got California. We talked about them getting $20 an hour and stuff like that. So this is the corporations kind of fighting back.
McDonald's temporarily.
If I'm not there, how can they strike me?
Offices across the U.S. today ahead of expected layoffs.
I'm in Maui.
The Wall Street Journal reports the company told staffers to work from home through Wednesday while they inform people of their status. It is part of an effort by the fast food giant to become more efficient. McDonald's stock was mostly flat in today's trading after hitting an all-time high last week.
So it says McDonald's is trying to be more efficient. So that's the reason why they're doing it. Okay.
Yeah, that's exactly it. Yeah, believe every word of that.
So check this one out. 2 of the big 3 automakers announcing layoffs, and they're blaming the strikes.
Today marks day 7 of the United Auto Workers strike. It was just over 24 hours until the union's threat to.
Wait, hold on. What did he say?
I was saying on the McDonald's thing, when they do a big restructuring like this and plan on layoffs, that means one of 2 things is about to happen. They're either about to sell or they're about to buy. So they could be doing all this restructuring to free up capital to either pay off investors, or they're looking at buying out another fast food franchise. and they're getting liquid capital and stuff ready for it.
Makes sense.
It does.
Expand that strike. More pain is rippling through the industry. 2 of the nation's big 3 car makers announcing thousands of layoffs now. And this morning, a 4th is being hit with walkouts. NBC's Maggie Vespa on the story. She's at a picket line in Toledo this morning. So let's see, Maggie, you know.
Yeah, so Savannah, basically a tough morning for so many families and automakers unequivocally blaming the strike. First, it was Stellantis who laid off a combined 350 non-striking employees from a plant here in Ohio and 2 in Indiana. And then it was GM who announced they're temporarily closing an assembly plant in Kansas immediately and indefinitely, sending home close to 2,000 non-striking employees there.
So what did she say? 350 non-striking employees from one plant. So it's like, oh, y'all think y'all big and y'all bad. Y'all think y'all gonna put us under? Y'all not gonna realize how important. Y'all think y'all are more important than y'all are. Even the people that's not striking, we finna lay them off and punish them for y'all trying to act like y'all can freaking put pressure on us. So this is what y'all get. So blame your UAW union people for you just lost your job now.
Well, they can't fire the union people because there's legal protection against that. So, they're going to make up their money somewhere else. But I got to tell you, all of this stuff right there, don't point your finger so much at the unions and stuff like that. Point your finger at our potato in chief. How he's trying to destroy the United States auto industry and bring all the Chinese electric vehicles over.
Yeah, because he's being paid for that, Doc. I'm glad you mentioned that. He's been paid for that. Him and Hunter.
Absolutely. I mean, he wants California by 2035 will no longer allow a dealership to sell a vehicle that uses gas, even a hybrid. And the Biden administration's plan is for the entire United States to go net zero by 2050, is the Democratic plan right now. And that requires the destruction of the entire gas auto industry.
I would disagree with that.
But you know what's crazy about that shit? Is that most people, like, not even trying to be funny, because I've been that person. Most people, and I still am that person once I can start getting a return, once I get through this legal battle. But most people buy their new vehicles around tax time. Just think about if you trying to buy a cash vehicle that's an electric vehicle. You're not going to be able to buy that motherfucker off of your tax return.
Look, y'all, I just saw an ad at where, I don't really watch TV, but I just randomly saw an ad where these new cars they're coming out with, they're all hybrids, okay? So
that's right now because they're trying to push that now. Because the reason that they're trying to push that is because the autonomous industry has fallen, because the decline of that, investors are backing out on that. The full electricity, big investors are backing out on that, but there's still government funding for that shit. And that shit, it's falling right now.
But look, my point is that the auto industry is going to be fine. You know what I'm saying? They're just going to come out with these hybrid vehicles.
GM has just announced that their production, GM has announced that their production of gas vehicles is to stop in mid-2024. No gas production. There's not going to be any vehicles being produced in 2024, except for maybe a little bullshit like a Spark.
I haven't seen that,
bro.
I haven't seen that. They're coming out with all these hybrid. They're not going to be able to get rid of, no matter how much you want or anyone wants it to be us carbon neutral by 2024 or 2025 or whatever the hell. That shit is not going to happen. Okay, we don't have.
That's the whole idea. They don't want it to happen because they want to be able to fine you for still using your gas cars. They want to tax you for using hybrid. They want to tax you for having carbon emissions. The next step is going to be, okay, well, we can't get rid of all of them. People won't let them go. but we're now going to charge you an extra $2,500 a year to register your car.
They're already doing that, especially the ones that are fully electric. But what I'm saying is,
No, the fully electric cars, they're giving you money back off of them. Here's the neat thing, though. If you sell a used car, if it has any kind of auto drive feature or anything like that on it, these new electric cars, that gets shut off, and you have to pay for it to come back on to the original dealer, to the original manufacturer. This is about money. This is about ramping down. The Biden administration has been in a battle with the auto worker industry since the beginning, and they don't like Tesla either, because when they invited all the big auto workers to the big new electronic vehicle come see our stuff show, they deliberately didn't invite Tesla.
yeah. So what my point is that, we don't have the infrastructure for people to be able to charge their batteries going across the United States if they're traveling. So, the hybrid vehicles.
They have it.
the
They're putting them in
infrastructure
every
to do
day.
it in our own cities.
Yeah,
They're putting it in.
But we don't have
Our
enough.
electric grid can't handle it. I've been saying that for at least a couple of years now. I've been trying to explain that.
Yeah.
You
So,
know
but what
what?
I'm saying is, the
I
auto
would
industry is
prefer
going to be
hydrogen.
fine. You got
I would prefer
the hybrid vehicles.
hydrogen, and they're doing hydrogen. I work in hydrogen. They're doing hydrogen cell cars, trucks, shit like that. But hey, brother, Chaka, I love you. You my brother, but I gotta throw this joke out here. Are you gunning to get an interview with Kamala Harris? Is that why you agreeing with these motherfuckers or what, nigga?
I'm not agreeing with them. I don't.
It's a joke, bro. It's a joke. Please don't take offense to it. It's a joke, nigga. Like, it's a joke because I know Doc supplies the weed to Biden and Hunter, to Joe and Hunter. Doc supplies the weed and the coke, and Pat follows up with the heroin. So it's all good, bro. I just figured you trying to get the interview.
Yeah.
I'm just talking shit, bro.
Let me play some more of this.
An assembly plant in Kansas immediately and indefinitely sending home close to 2,000 non-striking employees there. In a statement, GM saying this is, quote, a negative ripple effect of the strike, and pointing out that plant gets parts. There's that support this morning, gets parts from a plant that's currently shut down by the strike. In the face of all of this, the UAW holding strong to its demands against the big three, including Ford, and sticking to that noon deadline tomorrow, saying if they don't see serious progress, more workers will walk out of more sites. But in a possible...
Yeah, so that's what they're doing, and they have announced. So Ford is like playing ball, so they're not hitting Ford hard. They only have the one plant that they shut down for Ford, but they just did a whole bunch of plants for Stellantis and GM, and they're focusing on the plants who are the parts plants, the ones
that's
that
what
send out the
Stellantis
parts to
is.
the other.
That's what Stellantis is. You got Stellantis, you got ACP out of Springfield, Tennessee. They are the ones that make the different parts for like the one company I used to deliver to in Springfield, Tennessee. They made the headliner, they made the floor liner, they made the vapor barrier between the engine and the cab compartment of the car. They made that. They made several other interior parts. So that's what they're going after.
Right. So that it's a strategic way to hurt, the automakers is by focusing on these plants that produce the parts, because it's going to hurt the other plants. So then they're saying the retaliation, they, by the automakers is to, lay off all of these other places and then say,
how is it retaliation when they're shutting down plants because they can't get the parts? Because the parts aren't being produced, because those are being struck and shut down by the strike. How is it retaliation when you're not going to pay people to come to a job when you don't have a job for them to do because you don't have the parts?
Yeah, well, making them hurt is the whole point. You know,
Yeah, you're sitting there saying, "Oh, poor," they're retaliating by shutting down the production plant. No, they're not. The production plant can't run. Why am I going to pay 2,000 people that can't do their job? And no offense, and I'm going to say, you 200 people have shut down these manufacturing plants. We can't get our parts, so you just cost all these other people their jobs. That is exactly what is going on right there. It's not retaliation. They're not going to. They own these plants. They're not going to turn around and find alternative vendors. And if they did, that's going to put the end price of these cars up another $5,000, $6,000, $7,000, which puts them equal and above electronic cars, which is actually the goal here of the government, and not coming in to do anything about this like he was so quick to do with the railroad workers, is because it shuts down the production of the gas cars. It'll make, like I said, if they use alternate vendors, it's going to cost as much as an electronic car without the tax benefits.
Do you have an electric charging station in front of your job, Chaka? Because you may want to get ready.
There is one. It's right there at HEB. But look,
I was going to say he's got one within a couple of blocks. I know.
So do you get a discount to charge a vehicle there while you work a 12-hour shift?
I don't have an EV vehicle, bro. Come on, let's try to stay focused here.
You can have one.
I'm not trying to defend Biden in any kind of way. That was shitty what he did when he stepped in on the railroad strike.
I wasn't saying that. That is actually no. That is exactly what the president is supposed to do: is come in and mediate when both sides walk away from the table or one side won't come back. The railroad is infrastructure. This is not. Presidents have routinely stepped in during situations like this, normally to force compliance from the overall companies and not the workers, unless the workers are just being dumb. But the
result of that
blaming the manufacturing plants being retaliation for parts plants being shut down, that's disingenuous.
No,
that's a lie. That's a lie against the auto companies.
Well, they could move things around. You can't tell me they can't. They can move things around and do it in a different way. Get their parts from somewhere else.
And they could have put a president up that can speak a coherent sentence and find his way off the stage, but they didn't.
Well, we're talking about two different things now. Because the auto workers don't have nothing to do with who the president is or whatever.
I thought we were just making up stuff to bitch about and blame the auto company, the corporations about. I'm sorry.
No. Listen. So yes, they can move things around. See, the whole point of the strike is to hurt them. Yes, it hurts them.
Getting parts from where?
They got plants all over the freaking place. They got parts they can get from somewhere else. You can't tell me they don't.
Do you really think that they can cheaply and quickly retool an entire manufacturing plant to a completely different product?
No, they don't have to. They could just get the parts from somewhere else.
Exactly.
Chaka, these are what you call manufacturers, and they have deals with one other manufacturer that makes this one part.
I get that.
So there is nowhere else to get it, bro, or unless you totally re-engineer. No, it's not.
It's gonna cost them more. That's the whole thing, and that's the reason why the whole point of the strike is to make them hurt. They've been screwing over the workers forever. They don't want to pay them. Their CEOs is making fucking $29 million.
How much are they making? The auto workers? Do you know?
It's like $15 an hour, $17 an hour. Average.
No.
They make more than that.
They make like $30, $40.
Try average of starter people making $19 to $28 an hour. Experienced people making $28 to $36 an hour.
I covered this thoroughly. They have a whole thing where they new employees coming in under what do you call them? The
temp
third
agency?
parties. Yeah, the temp agencies. They
Well,
got the
that's
temp
different from the employee that
Well,
works for Ford or GM.
Okay, the temp agency gets paid the entire normal cost, like the $28 that an individual would normally get. It's just the worker. I used to work temp for many years. They were paying $14 an hour for me. I got $9.
Exactly. That's my point.
No. That's how
But that
temporary agencies work.
but see
Okay,
here,
so the
see
result
here's the
is that
thing.
Subcontracting. That has nothing.
Most of those companies subcontract, and Doc is absolutely right. If
that's
most of
right.
those auto manufacturers, they subcontract just like all of your refineries
Okay,
nowadays.
but listen, the point is the worker is still going to work and getting $14 or whatever the hell. That's
Well,
whatever
we need
he's
to
getting
talk to the
paid.
people that hired them.
It's
The
not on
temporary
Ford.
agencies.
It's not on GM. It's on Pat.
GM is
Pat
using
makes the shit.
the auto workers are using these temp agencies because that's what works best for them. You get what
Yeah,
I'm
because
saying?
because they don't have to pay benefits. They don't have to pay retirement. They don't have to pay. So it's better
And
for
they
them.
don't
So
need them the entire year around. They only need them for shift, for short bursts of production. It's not viable to keep someone on the payroll for an entire year if you only need them in 3 or 4 month blocks.
That's how they do new employees. They come in through these kinds of ways, and it's just another way to screw over the people. Like
If you do good on your temporary assignment, when there's a permanent job open, you're normally the one that gets offered.
and that's how it works. But you might have to do that for a year, 2 years, 5 years, even.
Yeah, you might have to get trained on the job.
So, but look, the point of this is that they haven't been treating the workers fairly, and this is happening across multiple industries. Okay, so the only power that the workers have is to get united and leverage their labor through like a union and make the company hurt so that they can get paid properly and get treated properly, get health care and so forth and so on. So you guys are bending.
I think you're getting a chubby off a hurt the corporation thing.
I got a question. I got a question for y'all. How come it's okay for the railroad and the auto workers to strike, but the minute the fucking truck drivers strike and we try to band together, you motherfuckers want to lock us up? It's not right. You're gonna shut our stores down. That's bullshit, because you know what? We striked and we didn't get shit. We still getting fucked in the ass.
And
We're
they
still
use
losing
this-
our businesses.
Domestic terrorists if we do that.
They
Yes.
use the same excuse that they used with the railroaders that the truckers
The
were,
rail workers still got what they. The rail workers still
no,
got
they
what they
didn't.
wanted.
They forced them to go back to work, bro. That shit, Biden stepped in there and cut that shit to ended it. So look, they said that the truckers were what do they call it? Like valuable infrastructure. Like the whole country was shut down.
Do
And that's the
you
same
know?
thing
Do
they
you know
said.
what kind? Do you know what kind of charges? Do you know what kind of charges are brought up on a group of truckers that shut down? We get RICO charges on us, which more than likely, guess what? They're gonna win, and guess what happens to us truckers that strike? We get life in fucking federal prison, never see the light of day again, and our families suffer. It's bullshit, dude.
Behind just trying to get fairness.
And do you understand that the money that we are making now in 2023, truck drivers was making the same amount of money back in 1960?
And this is what we're talking about. So stay focused, you guys. Please follow me. So that's what we're saying. The workers are getting screwed across multiple fucking industries. The auto industry right now, these guys have record profits. They made more money than they've made in like 50 fucking years. Okay, they got bailed out by the damn by the government, and then they made the workers give up all kinds of freaking benefits and shit because they said that they were going to go out of business, and they said that as soon as we get profitable again, we're going to give y'all back this stuff, and they did not do that. Okay, they did not do that, and meanwhile they're making record profits. Their CEOs is making fucking 40. Like 251 times the amount that the workers are making, whatever the damn number is. The numbers don't really matter as far as y'all talking about how much are they getting paid. They're getting paid not unfairly, and that's the point. So then when you do this strike, it's to hurt. Yes, it's hurting them,
No,
but that's the point. You wouldn't hurt
I'm with.
them.
I see. I'm with Chaka because I mean, first of all,
I'm with him.
I
I'm
think
with him too, but I just want
I
to
think wages
understand.
are way less than what they should, because like I said, the $15, $14, like that's really an insult to what you actually create for these corporations. I mean, even $30. Some people, people who make $7 or whatever, is like, oh my God, $30 an hour. That's, but that's because you don't know what, like having real money is like. You're not
Say
even.
And the
that ain't
value of
shit.
your labor.
I make
Yeah,
thir- I
on
make
the
I
value
make
of the
30
of
I
the
make
labor.
31.50 an hour.
Uh-huh.
And if I miss 1 or 2 days of work, that 31.50 an hour ain't shit.
Because your check gonna hurt.
Yes, and I don't get overtime. So I understand these auto workers. I understand what they're fighting for. I get it, but I don't want people to lose sight that of everybody else as a collective, because I feel like as a society that we focus in on one group and not the other group, and nobody, and that's the biggest thing, man. Like I'm not fighting against you, Chaka. I understand exactly where you're going. I understand your argument, but we don't
Because
get no respect as a driver
as truck
without
drivers,
us
because
as
listen, because
yeah.
let me just give them let me give them a perspective, because there's a bunch of independent owners. Some people might own one truck, some might own 10, some might own 50, but there's some that own 15,000, and there's some that own 20,000 or 5,000 or whatever trucks, and all those companies are making over billions of dollars. So because of their positioning in the in the market, they can also kind of regulate what they're going to pay for fuel. The little guy can't. Like they can push people out and make you a company driver instead of you being able to make a profit, like they can. So that's why truck drivers get angry about these conversations, not because we don't feel that those workers don't deserve to have their pay, but it's just like, okay, when we're telling people about how we're getting treated, it's kind of like, all right, shut up and go drive another 1,000, 3,000 miles. You know what I'm saying? Like,
And I get it, but see, we're talking about the auto workers because this is what brought this conversation to the forefront. But they're screwing over workers across sectors, multiple sectors,
all
and
sectors.
and yes, and it's really fucked up what they do to the truck drivers. It's really
Okay.
fucked up what they
And
did
this
with the
shit
railroad workers.
and this shit right here is by the auto workers being on strike, truck drivers, because dude, if you look at states in the Midwest, Illinois, Indiana, Michigan, Ohio, Kentucky, then you go mid south, Tennessee, all of these states, if you look at your map and you look at the states, truck drivers in those areas are losing big money because of this strike right now. So it's fucking a lot of people because truckers are the ones that deliver. Dude, even
And we
Texas is
can't strike.
But
yeah,
listen,
even Texas is losing money because a lot of car parts for all of these auto
I
manufacturers
get
come
it,
out of
I get it.
Mexico.
But
Okay, what
look,
are we missing? Hold on. All right, what we missing? Like
what we're missing is the solidarity across the different sectors. Okay, if we're just like, oh, well, what about the truck drivers, or oh, what about the train drivers, and it's like, oh, well, they're just worried about the auto workers or whatever, then we're missing the point. They're screwing over the workers across
That's
multiple
what
sectors.
I was trying to explain to you.
How are we missing the point though? Because us bringing that
Because y'all
up,
keep coming back to the auto workers. I mean, to the truck drivers, and
because
the
that's the
truck drivers
example I know.
is another sector that should have strong unions, and they busted that up. They don't want you guys to have unions. If y'all had unions,
I don't
then
think
y'all
it
could
boils
do
down
what
to
the
unions.
UAWs are doing.
I don't think it boils down to unions, because we have unions. unions. There are unions that exist, but what about I mean, because if you're an employee, you have protections, but if you are owner, you have no protections.
They should have a union for owners.
Or they can be laws and stuff. Like I mean, a union is not the answer to everything, bro. Like that you're shortcutting the sight of the whole thing because
Matter
what's
of
right
fact,
is what's
unions
right,
have been proven to be as counterproductive sometimes as they are productive.
bro.
See,
Like say
we're talking about solutions, okay? Like, okay, there should be
I'm trying to, but because I'm not thinking what you're thinking, it's not a solution. Because see, the whole thing is you know, we was talking about regulations earlier. It should be certain things that because like somebody who doesn't even get inside of a truck shouldn't make more than the person that's driving the truck.
and we could talk about what things shouldn't be and what laws should be all day, but the corporations aren't going to change. The only thing is you got to put
They have to
pressure.
change because, but no, they can change, but our government that works for us has to make sure that they abide by the laws, the rules, the things that should be like that. Like you're
But the
saying, like having
corporations are the ones that's controlling the governments.
okay, so that's what okay, exactly. So that's what we're trying to tell you. Like, okay, something has to happen within that. The corporations are controlling the unions. So how does that fix it?
So the only way is to put pressure on them to make them hurt. When we're all like, oh, we're defending the corporations, like, oh, they're hurting or whatever. Like, you know, that's the point. The point is for them to hurt. That's the only way you're going to get any kind of change. You have to leverage what you have. And what we have to leverage is our labor. And the power with the labor only comes through solidarity. So then when you have the solidarity within
But
one
that's
sector,
You
but
forget,
see, but
he's
you're
on,
missing
he's on
you're
Communist
missing what
Soapbox
you're missing.
101 right now.
What you're missing is that the truckers have been there already, and we've already got threatened to become domestic terrorists if we do anything like what these people are doing. And we didn't have no solidarity when we were trying to tell people, hey, you know what, you ain't got shit if we don't bring it to you. And like people, nobody's like, oh, you know, no, whatever. You know, I make $7 an hour. I don't get like. I mean, you know, we got to hear all. We had to hear all these other things, and now I'm supposed to give a shit about these fucking people who you
and
know what I'm
see,
saying.
and that's the reason why we all get fucked over. Is because we always want to look at it from our own personal point of view, and we don't want to
Man,
stand up for
I'm
others
about to
who are going through.
I'm about to leave the show because you just missed the whole point that we was here 2 years ago. The truck drivers was here 2 years ago. That you didn't give a shit, and neither did these fucking employees at
I didn't. I covered that shit on the show.
Yeah, you covered it, but listen to what you're saying. You're saying, well, don't worry about you. Worry about them right now.
That's not what I'm saying. It's just like the quote that we have brought up many times. It's like they
No,
come
what
for
he's
these
trying to
people.
say is you as a truck driver should strike with the auto workers and do out on your own until the auto workers win. It don't matter about nobody's lives except beating the corporation, which is just as bad, in my opinion, as what's going on from the corporation side. Because you don't care about people if you want them to starve and hurt and shit like that just to support somebody else when they don't stand and support other people when they're the ones hurting.
How can we ever win? How can we ever move forward if we can't have solidarity
But that's
with
the
each
same
other?
but that's the whole thing. That's the reason why we brought up truckers is because we were already in that position. And then if they would have stood with us, they probably wouldn't be in the situation that they are in right now.
They
And then
stood
the cycle just continues, and then we all
They
just
stood
continue to get
Okay,
fucked.
but truckers have been
you still
here for
have something to
years.
say after I said that. Like you still think that
But
we should still just
but truckers
okay,
have been
the
here
people who
for
said screw
years.
us, the people who said screw us 2 years ago, and then now they're like, oh well, the
But Pat,
CEOs is making X amount of dollars.
go back before 2 years ago
Even I'm just saying that, but
when it was put in a law. It is a law. It is a federal law. If truckers strike, It is a
Yes.
federal law that you can be arrested under RICO or what they call the Terrorist Act, which Pat is talking about. We
Yes.
can't even stand with the auto workers because we are, if we do,
Thank you.
we have RICO charges against us. We have what do they call people, terrorists, something terror, I forget what the word they call it. We can't even stand it. We can't do
Domestic
shit.
terrorists.
Domestic terrorism, we
That's
can't
I've
stand
been
what
saying it to him. I said it a few
that's what
times
he's
already.
trying to that's what he's trying to get across to you, Chaka. As a truck driver in the United States of America, we cannot stand with anybody who strike because we are considered domestic terrorists. And no, and if it's one or two or three, or just say a group of 10, you're all going to be charged under the federal US FBI,
Rico.
whatever federal RICO charges are going to be brought
18
against you, and
USC,
it is
18
considered
USC
life
section
imprisonment.
1918 if you want to be specific.
Yes, it is that charge automatically as a truck driver, life in prison automatically.
Yeah, he doesn't. He's not hearing.
And
He's
that
not
and
hearing us.
that's what
He
he's
thinks
trying
we're
to
not
say.
hearing him, but he's
But
not hearing us.
and the thing about it is, these people that are striking now, the railroad and the US in the
The auto
US
industry.
auto industry, guess what? They went against us truckers and they said that y'all are just fucking babies. Y'all need to shut the fuck up and just do whatever the hell they say. Okay?
I,
And if you don't believe us, Doc has a brother that's probably been driving longer than Pat and myself who can come on this show and testify to that because it's bullshit, dude. Since this shit came into inception, I want to say back in the mid '80s, it was that
And
they
it's a and
passed this law against us. You know,
listen.
it's bullshit, bro.
It is a problem
so
with people being able to stand up with each other. It definitely is. But the whole thing that I've been trying to say for the last 15 minutes, 10 minutes, however long we've been talking about this, is the fact that the us like us trying to do anything like that for ourselves or for anybody else, there's a RICO charge put on us. Like we can't. And but if we would have had that type of help when we were crying and saying, "Hey, they're not being fair to us, and they're doing this, and they're doing that," they've enacted laws that stops us from being able to do anything for them.
okay, I hear y'all. Okay, what I'm talking about is solutions. Okay, you have you technically have two classes within our society. Okay, you don't really have a middle class. That's kind of an illusion. You have the owner class and you have the worker class. Okay, now even if you're an owner operator or you have a small business that you own or whatever, if you can't take off for work 6 months, a year, 2 years without it hurting you, then you're not a part of the owner class. You're a part of the worker class. Okay. And so you have this actual class warfare that's going on, and they divide and conquer us. They put us in different segments and sectors and sections and have us blaming each other and fighting with each other and defending them, and that can allows the system to continue the same way that it has. And the only way to change things is to put pressure on the owner class and force them to change. It wasn't that long ago where we didn't have the 40-hour work week. You know what I'm saying? And little kids could work in factories, so forth and so on. People had to die. You know what I mean? You had at that time when you had strong unions and you had strikes across sectors. You had massive strikes, and you had activism, and it pushed against the system and forced them to change and to give us this 40-hour work week that we now have. force them to, get 2 days consecutively off, force them to, all of the little benefits that we have today came as a result of that. And they've been pushing back on that. They're never going to change. They just want to make as much profit as they can. And they don't care about the people at all. So like we have to make them hurt to make things change. And then we have to have solidarity to make things change.
When are y'all gonna come up with a union for servers, because you don't think that y'all should have some solidarity with each other so that y'all can have a actual wage, $2. Yeah, how long has it been $2 an hour?
Absolutely.
I wouldn't join one.
Huh?
I wouldn't join one. I've been involved with 3 unions. All 3 unions took my money and left me out to dry, or told me that they were going to give me half of my pay if I stood out with them, and couldn't get any other job because I had to be there. So yeah, they were working for their dues more than they were working for me.
Well, there's corruption in everything. There's always, that factor that involves in things, but that's not a reason not to want to support.
Then why do you preach socialism and communism as if because it's an excellent on paper, but it fucks up when humans get involved.
We have corruption in our system that we have right now that people call capitalism. And we got corruption all through the government right now.
See, that's a bite back. That's not an answer. That's a soapbox statement. That's welcome to my TED Talk on Marxism, brought to you by the upper education system of the United States.
Well, with the UAW strike, the guy, he just became the president of the United Auto Workers, and they had a more transparent way of electing this guy, and he was popularly elected and democratically elected, like direct democracy voting got this guy in there. And this guy, he looks like he really cares about the people, and he's fighting, and that's why we got the strike that we had right now. And so, the argument is that, the unions suck. And part of it is because of the way that they do those elections, and shady shit be going on, and the wrong people end up in charge because the corporations get their little fingers involved in it, and then they corrupt it to make sure that they don't have any real. So then they have this, what do you call it? This fake opposition, this where it appears to be an opposition to the corporation, but the corporation got their fingers all up in it, and it's not real, So, but when you have a real opposition to the corporation,
so what says this is a real opposition though?
Because of the UAW strike, because of the guy that got in there, because it's obviously hurting them.
Okay. Well, I really do commend their their actions, and I hope that they get some progress. They progress through all of it and get everything that they hoped and wished for. I'm not gonna gripe about what I wish would have happened because it's not gonna do anything, especially here, because I don't have solidarity if I do so. But the whole thing is that these same people, including yourself, had an opportunity to do something when, others were in situations, but it wasn't important until now we see this thing happening with these people. So overall, I hope the best for them, but I can't do anything because guess what? I love my freedom.
And I get it. And I did what I could. I covered it on the show. I talked about it, and tried to spread awareness. The same thing I'm doing now. When we was covering the
I have a question.
But I went.
You don't know what they're asking for.
Yes. Well, to some extent, because I mean I've been following it too.
36% pay raise over the next 4 years.
Well,
An end to a lower pay schedule for new workers,
well, it depends on
and
how
a
long they've been there.
32-hour work week for 40 hours of pay. Those are the primary things that are keeping the corporation
Well,
off
it
the table.
depends on how long they've been there.
And the end to the tier system.
Into the what?
They have like a tier system where different employees have different levels.
Pay scale by length of time.
Well, that's oversimplifying it, but yeah.
Well, like I said, I mean, I don't think anybody in this country gets paid what they should, especially based on the sweat equity that they add day to day, or for over years or whatever. But you know, I think most people should thrive for what's fair, and we should include ourselves and try to help others, because one day it's going to be us. And here we are today. It's the car manufacturers, but this is not the beginning of this whole scenario, because guess what? I keep speaking of the last 2 years because I heavily was involved and was crying and begging and wishing, people would, kind of see the light, but they didn't really understand what kind of cycle that was putting it in, because guess what? The truckers are the heart and blood. If y'all can screw if they can screw over the truckers, that means they can screw over everybody else. Because no matter if you have it by train, you can bring it in by boat, you can bring it, however you can bring it. If you don't have trucks, large, medium, or small, nothing else works in the system. So even these people who are begging for stuff right now still wouldn't be able to do anything if it wasn't for truckers. And that's the part where they don't know that they screwed themselves by overlooking someone outside of themselves. Yes, you're right, it's screwed up how the whole thing works, but they've somewhat defeated themselves by not thinking that these other parts that help them be where they are function what what I'm saying, like they crippled us. What I'm saying, that we're going to be a monopoly to some extent. We really are a monopoly, because even though it's a bunch of different owners, the system is constructed to where people who own their own trucks aren't going to be able to make it, because you can't be as efficient as the big guys. They can take $2 a mile, or they own their own brokerage where they can make the money from the brokerage and from the truck. What I'm saying? I know it's probably a little out of place right now. I apologize, but I'm very emotional about that part, because guess what? I have a personal attachment to that, and I've been personally hurt by that. Like I was, $250,000 to maybe, I don't know what I'm gonna make without as a.
And I'm sorry that they did that to you, and I'm sorry that they happened to you, and I really do sympathize with you. And they're screwing over all of us, everybody. We're all getting it one way or another. And that's what this is about. Let me read the thing right here.
I'm not done fighting, but I'm just saying, my part is to try to hopefully that people, because I mean, if we can get past it, let's just say we get the auto workers are able to benefit from this strike or whatever. What?
I'm sorry, I'm reading this bastardization of the poem that the Holocaust survivor made, and I'm kind of fucking offended because, well, I guess it's all community property of the world, so they can bastardize it all they want to, but that is not the poem. and it's actually kind of disgusting that it's twisted that way.
It's not right. So send me a better one then.
Look up the actual one.
How do I? What is it? What do I need to type in?
This is changed from the one that I read. This is not the one written by the girl. This is written by somebody else.
Okay, so this one, it says the author was Martin Niemöller. I mean, I wouldn't know how to. This is the one that popped up.
Like I said, there's another version of this. This is not. Anyway, it's okay. Go ahead. I'm not gonna take my time to look it up. It's not that big of a deal.
Okay, let me read this. It says, first they came for the communists, and I did not speak out because I was not a communist. Then they came for the socialists, and I did not speak out because I was not a socialist. Then they came for the trade unionists, and I did not speak out because I was not a trade unionist. Then they came for the Jews, and I did not speak out because I was not a Jew. Then they came for me, and there was no one left to speak out for me.
Yeah, I've heard that before, but it's like, who's in a position of changing it that, because like everybody only cares about themselves. They bring up the group when it benefits them. When they need the group to push themselves forward, that's when they care about the group.
I don't know how you can say everyone.
I didn't say it, but I'm saying.
Fit into that. I don't.
Well, I don't fit into that
I'm one
either.
person that does.
Listen. Because I'm saying this is a general term, but I say they, pretty widely. It's not to single out anybody, but that's the problem that we've been having as Americans is that we, in situations when things are going on, either we're too busy trying to keep our thing together that we, have personally, and we may not even know what's going on with these other people, just to give benefit of the doubt. But overall, because we are so tied up into our own thing that we don't feel any hurt until it hits our own pocket. Then we cry and we want everybody to come to our rescue when the same example I was given is that hey, there's been people trying to talk to you and tell you what's going on with them, because eventually it's coming to you. It's going to hit your doorstep just as much, if not worse, because now everybody that you've ignored trying to help or that would give a damn about helping you now is they're so far gone that they don't like you can't shit. There's laws made against us right now that if we even like in any capacity try to strike,
and a lot of people do suck, that is true, but we have to find some way to find empathy for each other. We gotta try to find some kind of class solidarity, or otherwise things are never going to change, and they're going to continue to screw over us. Those people are never gonna. We can't get through to them, and I don't even really blame them for the way that they move. They're looking out for themselves, their family, their kids, their grandkids, and they want things to stay the same because they are in a position that's working for them. You know what I mean? Even though it's at the, it exploits the rest of us, and that's how they get to live the life that they live, but I can't really blame them for moving that way. But my blame goes to, the ones who can't seem to, especially the ones that look out for them when they are not in the same group. Like, those people aren't going to do anything for you. So why would you defend them? Why would you help them exploit you and your neighbors? Like that
Yeah.
doesn't really make any sense. Like
Well,
what they
well,
say about people voting against their own interests, and that's what
yeah.
people
Well,
do.
I've been there too because me trying to me supporting LGBT and them wanting to get married and this, that, and the other. But then when they're, attacking my children and trying to convince them that they should go the other way instead of allowing them to have their own freedom to choose what direction they're going to go in, sexually, like, oh, they ain't got nothing to do with that. You know what I'm saying? Like it's like I supported you, for you to do this thing, but now it's taking a whole nother path now, and it's like, hey, y'all need to hold up whatever. Oh, now screw you because we got what we want and we're doing what we want.
And that's another one of those topics that take away from this. Like, regardless of what's happening with LGBTQ and them getting married or not getting married, like, I
Well,
could see that being an issue, but that is our priorities aren't in order because what's more important is us being able to buy groceries, us being able to pay our
yes.
mortgage,
hmm
us being able to
But
live
that's
our
been
life.
a issue. That's been an issue a long time, and like I said, when people start supporting you on other things that may not be that is not important to me at all. I don't give a shit about it. But since you care about it, here I am. But then you get the cold shoulder on the other side
But the point is like
on
prioritizing.
things that do matter.
Yes, we got to triage things.
But
We can
that's
deal with
what I'm.
that, but we need to deal with this first. And this thing actually is the LGBTQ community. They're gonna benefit from it too. And we can't be like, oh, just because I got a problem with that community and what they do, we're not gonna fix the stuff that's gonna
No,
help us, help everyone. It's like I don't want to see them have be able to pay their mortgage and buy groceries. You know
no,
what I
and
mean? Just
I'm
because
giving.
of their lifestyle that they've
I was
chosen.
given an example, but that's what I'm saying. I mean, when it comes to something that's regardless of what it is, the importance it is to you now, some of those things may not be quite as important to them. So they take a seat. They're not really worried about it until it is important to them again.
Well, like I said, I think buying groceries is important to all of us,
I think it is too. But
regardless of we're Republican or Democrat, or
well,
gay, lesbian, straight.
yeah, but that's not such a big concern to those people who are rich, people who can afford the groceries, regardless of what price it is.
And
They
that's
don't
what I'm
care right
saying. So they're in the other boat. So we can't worry about them. We got to have class of solidarity with our neighbor, the person who's in the same boat with us. That's the only way we're
Well,
gonna have power. We
I'm
have the
gonna tell you,
numbers on our side. The
there are
power
more
goes to the people.
there are more than two classes because there are people who still can afford to do all these things without any suffrage, and it's no big deal to them right now because hey, you just got to get what you got to get. I mean, I hear these bro, I hear these arguments. There's people who are, because you're saying like the 1%, the people who are the total owners, the top five, let's just say the top 5%, those are people who are billionaires and multi millionaires, like hundreds of millions. Then we got people who are millionaires who don't feel the same thing that we do, that's making 100,000 or
Well, if they
or
if they have
less.
to if they have to work a job, then they are still in the same boat with us, even if they're making millions a year,
I
because
know,
they
but
have to go to work. And if
that's
they
the
don't go
point.
to work, then they won't be able to pay their mortgage. So they are in the same boat with us.
But that's the point. They still don't feel it the same way because they have some millions sitting somewhere. You know what I'm saying? I think millionaires would be closer to the middle class than, because I mean anybody that's making under $100,000 is poor, especially in this economy. You're still struggling.
Yeah, so but if you like I say, if you can't take off work, if you are in a millionaire group and you can take off of work 2 years, 6 years, and be fine, then yeah, you're a part of that group that's not the group that we are in. Okay. So, but
that's still a different tier than somebody who's multi-millions and billionaires. That's a totally different group, bro. It's not just two.
I don't think so. I mean, it's
it don't matter what you think. I'm just telling you, it's difference. I know that there's a difference.
So, but even if what you're saying is true, how does that pertain to the situation? How does that pertain to the
because
argument?
the people that's close enough to us, they can't stop working. They just got a couple million. They can't stop working right now. They're still trying to get to that top tier. The people that we need to ride along with us in this fight are not, because they don't feel it yet.
Okay,
the same thing I've been saying since the beginning.
Then they are not in our group. Then they are not our neighbors.
But they are. Look, spiritually, mentally. I mean, not mentally, but like in all actuality, because they could be the next ones to that will feel it. They can feel it. They just don't yet.
Okay, but the argument I'm making is the solidarity.
I know, and me too. That's what I'm trying to tell you. Like, the people that we need to get involved and stay involved and to just be involved is that next group above, because the poor, like whatever they can get, they're gonna have to be fighting no matter what. They may not even be able to truly fight because they gotta try to be putting things together. The people who can take off a year and still be okay, but yeah, they still need to be working. They should be working, but they could take off and be okay for a while, but they're gonna have to start over and do the working thing again. That's the lower millionaires, the people who like they have less than 10 million, regardless of how they got it. That's what I would consider to say middle class, because it's poor. That middle class, like people who really, I say a quarter million to $1 million, people in the, that's a group. But one big mess up could have them back in a situation down here with us. But they don't see it because they feel like they're bigger than that, and they're not in that position, but they are still in that position.
And then you got people who are on the lower end of the spectrum who don't feel like they are in the same boat. And then you got the people who feel like just because they work in a different sector, they're not in the same boat.
But just because they think they're in a different boat doesn't mean that they're not in the same boat. That's the only point I'm trying to make. They should be fighting along with us too.
Okay, so but that's what I'm saying. I'm saying that those lines, we need to erase those lines, those lines of separation, okay, and focus on the solidarity, because that's the only way we're going to move forward and fix these things.
I mean, just think about when BRICS is like, when our dollar is one BRICS dollar or unit of money is the same as 50 or 100 or 200 of ours. This is going to take 200 to make one of theirs. What does that put us? Fifth world country.
Let me read what Doc sent. It says, first they came for the Jews, and I did not speak out because I was not a Jew. Then they came for the communists. I did not speak out because I was not a communist. Then they came for the Catholics, and I did not speak out because I was not a Catholic. Then they came for me, and there was no one left to speak for me. He says, there are several variations. The one you quoted was the one that was used in the 1990 movement and was put at the museum in 1993. There's another that goes gays, communists, Catholics, and Jews. It's often misquoted because he used variations in many different publicly reported speeches.
But still very relevant.
Yeah, so and the point still matters, and it matters with this conversation that we're having when we're talking about the UAW versus the truckers versus the railroad industry and the restaurant industry and
Well,
so
I'm gonna
forth
tell you,
and so on.
I think it matters even, because I mean we can look at it financially, but shit, even on the morals, like, when we get to the morals, it doesn't matter how much money. It's still things that's gonna affect us now or later because of decisions that we make, or things that we do. We ignore others, and the reasons why some people ignore those others is because of political ideology, because of their sex, because of this or because of that. It's it's a sickness, bro, and we got to get past this, because really it's a small amount of people who really control everything, and everybody else in the middle is just dealing with it in their own way, and their belief is that nobody can relate to them, but it's only because you don't relate to anybody.
And we're also alone. And it's, you got the racial thing where it's like, you know, I'm black and I only want to look out for black people, or I'm white, I only want to look out for white people, or maybe it's my religion. I'm a Christian, I only want to look out for Christians. I'm Muslim, I only want to look out for Muslims. The Muslims are the others, the Christians are the others, the black people are the others, the white people are the others. The Democrats are the others, the Republicans are the others.
It's in it. That's what I'm saying. It's sickening, bro. It's a sickness that is sickening, and it really needs to. We got to find a way out of this. I wish I knew. I really wish I knew the answer. Like, I mean, I could do this all day, point out all this shit.
Yeah, but one of the main ways is changing the way we talk about these things, changing the way we have conversations. Because like earlier in the show, when I read the comment that the person made, and then they were pointing at the conservatives and they were saying conservatives this and conservatives that. But overall, they was making a good point, and I agree with you. They were wrong for saying conservatives and leaving out the liberals or whatever, because both sides do the same thing. But when we talk about this thing and then we start trying to defend the conservatives or try to defend the liberals or whatever, this adds to those lines. It creates that separation, that causes the division, and we end up fighting about that instead of putting looking at the overall picture. Hopefully we can listen to the liberal or the conservative and take what they're saying that works and put that to the picture of what we need to fight against and how to move forward instead of bickering about conservative.
But I wasn't. See, that's the whole thing. Y'all summed it up like I was bickering. I never bickered. You can rewind it and look at it again, listen to it tomorrow. And what I'm telling you is, because I took the value out of it, but I was like, they're not gonna get far with that statement because they shut off half of the people who are listening. It was triggering for one side of that, instead of them just how we've been doing. I've been trying to do better with how I speak on that situation, and I have even grown to realize that it's more so, it's not just that one. I still have somewhat of a leaning toward, but I want to grasp as many people and allow them to make the decision that they're going to make based on whatever information that's provided, instead of trying to make them lean one way or saying that one side is better than the other, because they both have good parts and bad parts, both of them.
Right. So when we're having conversations, like, because you tend to make these blanket statements like all the Democrats do this, or all the Republicans do this.
How many times have I done that tonight?
Multiple
I haven't
times
been on
tonight.
Multiple times tonight.
Yes. Multiple
No,
times tonight.
I have been correcting, or at least trying to point out how these people are going, like they are, the divide, and how these certain sites that you're reading from, the comments on how they obviously are not balanced enough in their ideology because of how they keep speaking. I've been saying that all night.
Right. So, but when we have to, what I'm talking about is how we talk about these things. You were saying
Yeah.
what be solutions, or how can we help, and how we talk about things can help.
Yeah.
And making blanket statements. Uh,
I want.
most of the
I give
Democrats
you
or
the
all the
challenge.
Democrats
I
do
give you
this, and
I give you a
all the
challenge.
Republicans do that.
I give you a challenge to go back because you're thinking about me maybe a month or so ago before I gave a fuck about trying to like hurt anybody's feelings, because yes, I feel like the Republicans at this point in time are working harder to make to balance the scale, their tack, the way that they're moving and doing things, over what I felt the Democrats were doing in majority, in for the most part. Not to say that neither one is, like the Democrats are just doing all bad. I never said that, but I have been making my speech more balanced because I don't want, I don't want to be that person that's just totally just demonizing one group, because even if I feel one way, I can still speak it to where, I can be more open for more people to listen and to still take what they take from it and do whatever they're going to do with it, no matter what way they lean. And I think it gives it more of a fair chance for them to look at it more than for me to just say, oh well, because I'm picking on who they are inside. A lot of people feel that, you know, like they're a Democrat over being human. You know what I'm saying? They're more of a Democrat than they are human. Some people are more Republican than they are human. So if I pick on either one of those more so, people, you're gonna get what I was trying to say earlier, was that you're gonna cut off a bunch of people who might listen and try to make a change, but you done picked on who they relate to, or who they identify themselves partially as.
Right. So that's the thing too, the identity part. So when we identify ourselves as a Republican or as a conservative or as a Democrat or whatever,
Mm-hmm.
and then when someone says something about Democrats or Republicans or conservatives, and we
Mm-hmm.
take it personally, and then now we're no longer focusing on the ideas. We're like
No,
trying to defend ourselves. It's like if someone looks at your shoe and they says your shoe is dirty or your shoe is old, and you take it personal, like you identify with your shoe, like you've got to defend the shoe now, because it's like they're attacking
no,
you
I
because
would.
your shoe is dirty.
Yeah, no, I think that the example I would use better in that, well, personally, I would say somebody said, "Oh man, there's some nice shoes. Oh yeah, these are Adidas. Oh damn, I thought those was Nikes, man. Oh fuck those shoes." Because they don't really like Adidas. They prefer, they like Nikes. Oh, I thought those was Nikes when I first saw them, but oh, yeah, don't worry about it. I mean, because that's pretty much what people are doing. It's like you can you can have a good idea. You can have said some profound things, and they agree with you. But then when you're saying, "Oh yeah, I'm a Republican," now it's like, "Oh damn, what? But you black? Well, how you?" I mean, it's all kind of different things that that comes after that. So instead of even having any kind of identity, just because of how I feel is how I feel. It's really, I'm both. I'm a uh, independent Democrat or Republican, whatever you want to call it. In the Republican is what I'm
Well,
really.
just a human who's aware of
Well,
politics.
but
I
I
know a
can wear.
person
I
that is a
fit.
perfect example of what you're saying, Pat. Jordan Peterson. He
Yeah.
personifies the statement that you just made.
Yeah, but that's what I'm saying, because I mean, I feel, I have the idea. I believe in a lot of those things that each one of those have, kind of it stands out. But it's because I am human. I don't just have one way of seeing everything. You
And
know what I'm saying?
it's like the clip that I played earlier in the show where those two guys, one was supposed to be socialist and the other one was supposed to be conservative. I think those were the identities. And they agreed on everything until the guy said, "I'm a communist" or whatever. And he was like, "Oh, you know."
But that was even messed up because that's not even in the same wheelhouse. I mean, socialist and conservative, like why wouldn't that be more capitalist? Like somebody who believes in capitalism over who believes in socialism or something like that. How does conservative, because conservative and maybe liberalism falls into the same category, but like it was like almost like they was picking on that person to try to say that those are the type of people who have that type of mindset, when like the socialist, the person that's saying that, who is probably more liberal, is doing the same thing, just from a different standpoint. And that's what I was like, that was my whole point when I made that statement about the balance. Like, you're throwing away a bunch of people that might listen to what you're saying just because you're trying to demonize or to uplift another, one of those parties. You're going to offend somebody with those statements. You know what I'm saying? Unless it's somebody who's just like you and, they identify the same way that you do in that instance. That's the only thing that I was saying. I was like, yeah, see, that could be triggering. But now you're saying, oh, well, you don't even want to listen to what I did. I took all of the good that came out of it, but because I pointed out that this thing can be triggering to people, and that's where they're gonna lose people, not me, because like I already understand that he's ignorant because of the statements that he made, but he made a great point, which was taken. Just the fact that, hey, you can grasp a lot more ants with some sugar, like you're going to get more people if you just give them just the raw, let them do what they're going to do with it.
Yeah.
That's all.
Let me play that clip again. It's short, but I'll like it. Let's play it.
They're exploiting us like crazy. We need to seize the means of production. Oh, hell yeah. Wait, what was the means of production? What is that? Oh, it's just a term that we say about the workplace. Oh, we just mean the workplace. Right. The factories, the warehouses, Yeah, no, I work in a factory. We are the only ones that run the economy in the first place. We can shut this shit down. Hell yeah, brother. That's why I'm a socialist. Hell, what? That's right, I'm a socialist, and I'm a communist too. Oh, what? You get the fuck out. But you agreed with everything that I said. Yeah, but then you said that dirty word, brother. What, socialism?
Let me see, play the beginning. I want Doc's comment.
Workers should be paid more. Hell yeah. Hell, we should take over these massive companies. We run the places anyway. Yeah, you right. These corporate criminals are outsourcing our jobs to other countries anyway. Meanwhile, they're raking in millions and billions while they pay us starvation wages. The whole fucking system is rotten. You goddamn right. They're exploiting us like crazy. We need to seize the means of production. Oh, hell yeah. Wait, what was the means of production? What is that? Oh, it's just a term that we say about the workplace. Oh, we just mean the workplace. Right. The factories, the warehouses, Yeah, no, I work in a factory. We are the only ones that run the economy in the first place. We can shut this shit down. Hell yeah, brother. That's why I'm a socialist. Hell, what? That's right, I'm a socialist, and I'm a communist too. Oh, what? You get.
So, but then whenever I make comments about worker co-ops and stuff like that, I get a whole lot of pushback. Anyways, Doc comments.
I was going to say that's not true about co-ops. Remember, that's one of the places where I freaked you out when I said I have no problem with co-ops. I mean, that's a bunch of people getting together to have joint ownership. I've got no problem with that. I have no problem with what to do with the country. Now, when they come in and tell me, take my shit away from me and tell me that's how it's going to go, now we have problems. Now we have barriers. But yeah, I've got no problem with it. Matter of fact, I think we would benefit, especially the smaller communities outside big cities, with them getting together, like 2 or 3 of the little small towns, like 100 or 200, getting together and go, hey, man, if you guys do this, we'll do this. They can do that, and the 3 of us can get together and kind of work together to make things better. I've got no problem with that.
Well, Doc, what did you think
I've
about
got no
the
problem with
People with dependency does though. People that don't necessarily want to work for what they get does have a problem with that.
As soon as he wanted to put the gun in somebody else's hand over my head, I was done with him. That's the way I see socialism and communism. It just changes the person who's got the gun. It just changes who's up at the top. That's all it does. It doesn't really change anything for the common man, except in the long run, often being told what to do, even more control of government over the individual in those situations.
Well, what would do that? Just because of the label? Because they agreed on everything until he said, "I'm a communist."
No, it's not just the label. It's also the way that it's structured. Because it's more so in the structural portions that really turns it into whatever. Because you can call it what you want. You can call capitalism socialism if you want, but if it still operates like socialism, it's not really capitalism, or vice versa, or whatever situation you want to look
the
at.
Structure was the people owning the means of production. Like that's the basic line of it. Instead of it being private capital, private profits.
Well, yeah,
exactly.
but
You're
there are some.
Take what I own and give it to everybody else.
Well,
my money, what I put in, my risk that I took. When any of my employees can walk to the next business and get a job, I lose everything. But I have to share equally with all of them.
When we look
at you pointing a gun to my head.
Listen, when it boils down to like China, where pretty much everybody, not everybody, but the majority of people have to, like they get shared. They have pretty much equal distribution of certain things, but it's under the control of one person or a very small few. That's not a co-op. That is that's more of a communist state where somebody, or no, it's not worse than that. It's more of a dictatorship. Because
dictatorship or oligarchy would be a better description. So, but
but most people call it communism, but it's more of a dictatorship. So I mean, you can call it what you want, but the way it's really structured is you still don't have any say, and I can kick your ass and make you do what I say because I don't set the system up to where it doesn't work for you. It works for me and whoever I want it to work for. And that's the part that I think we have to be careful about. I think that because people who are considering themselves capitalists a lot of times don't mind, there's going to be certain people who need to be taken care of, but also there has to be a working class. Everybody can't just sit back and collect checks because the system won't work that way.
Yeah, but see, if we haven't, if all the companies are like the worker co-ops, then that's what it would be like, and it wouldn't be like what Doc is saying, putting a gun to my head or taking my property and sharing it with everybody.
Then how are you going to achieve that if I own a business? How are you going to achieve taking my factory? How are you going to make that for the people and own that means of production without removing it from me?
Well, that me or you will become one of the people who own the worker co-op.
Okay, so I just lost my investment. I just lost my plan. I just lost my research. All of that, everything that I've done to create this business is now going to be shared equally among everyone else, despite they take no risks other than the time that they spend at their machine.
Well, you know, the way we have it now is the public funds the research, and then the private person gets the capital
That
and
no,
it gets.
that you use that
See,
you can use that
now you're
argument
using
on.
your straw man and Fauci and all that.
So, but
Yeah.
I get what you're saying. How do you
You
move
won't let us
from?
do that. Answer straight. Don't do whataboutisms.
I get what you're saying. How do you move from the present to that? And
You violate people's rights.
and
You put a
that's
gun to
it.
their head and take it.
And that's an issue. But you got people's rights getting violated presently with the system
Again,
that we have at present.
whataboutism? What does that have to do with ripping an entire system of government out, changing it so black people, poor people get even more further down under the illusion of this shared one, while you have the elite saying, okay, you can do this, you can do this, you can do that.
How do you get to that point if we're talking about a worker co-op? If everybody has a
It's
democracy,
not a worker
within the-
co-op if you come in with a gun and take my shit from me and give it to everybody. That's communism. That's force. And that's the only way that's going to happen. And you can say, what about people's rights now? When the gun comes to your head and they come in there and they go, okay, Chaka, now you can only talk about this and that. We own this. We take all that. We're going to give you whatever we feel like distributing for your channel, your show that you built up over 10 or 20 years. And you have to say what we want. And if you don't, we're going to take your license, cut you out, and make you go work somewhere else that may or may not even be something that you do.
Well, that's why I told them that this is already a communist state, because that's what they're doing already.
And so, but what about, how these people who started their company from the beginning did it in shady ways and raped and pillaged and stole to get to the point where they're this owner of this company? And, maybe it wasn't them, it was their father or their grandfather. Or their
Why isn't Biden up on charges, man? Why don't we see his mugshot?
Because nobody believes that he did anything wrong.
What about? You tell us, stop giving me whatabouts and arguments. What about them? What about establishes business that took advantage of laws that instead of bitching about the system, we're not changing these laws?
That's where it needs to begin instead of talking about
We're all agreeing on a base middle ground. You're talking about going to this fantastical land of unicorn fucking farts and rainbows.
Yeah, I don't need nobody to go talk for me. I'm willing to talk for myself. But the whole thing is that it's got to be at the core, fixing the core issues, which is the laws in which these people are able to operate and shut you out of the very things that they're able to benefit and reap.
And I agree. That's what it is, and that's what we have. But charging, we can't change the laws because you have the corporations who have influence over the government.
Oh my God!
So to protect themselves.
That's where you're the bootlicker. You called people bootlicker before. That's bootlicking right there.
Because the laws can be changed.
Who am I licking? Not when you have the present system that we have with the lobbyists, but
that's the
money
whole,
into the politics, the campaign donations, the Citizens United.
Chaka, the problem is that you don't realize that that's where the change has to happen, and that if that means pulling them out of those people out, voting them out, or running a coup and running them out, it has to change.
But it's the corporations who's running the government. That's what's happening.
See, you have a defeatist
already, Chaka.
You have a defeatist mindset right now. Like that's the whole thing. Like you already defeated before you started.
What I'm saying is you already given it. You have to go for the head. The head is the corporations, not the government.
Okay, so I mean, you can say that, but yeah, okay. We're the people who would end up being the military force. We have people that can take over. We can take over their corporations. and have somebody, we can elect somebody, we can
And
do
there goes
whatever
the gun to their head, like what Pat is talking about. I mean, what Doc is talking about, the gun to their head, because taking over the corporation,
Yeah,
and redistributing the resources.
no, not just redistribute it, because I mean, really, that's what I mean. If you ask me, to some extent, that's what needs to happen, because the people who have the power or who's been in the position to do the things the right way are not doing it the right way. So if you're talking about repairing the system, it's
And they're not doing things in the right way as a result of the influence from the corporations.
you're talking, you in one mouthful, you're talking about people who came here, pillaged and stole, and this and that and the third. I mean, the reverse might have to happen, bro. Like that very same thing may need to happen, and just total
I don't disagree
restructure.
with you.
Okay.
You want to burn a system down rather than put any hard work into actually changing it.
Okay, so
I think burning it down is the hard work that needs to be done to change it.
No, that's not the hard work. That's the easy way that leaves ashes and rubble, which leaves poor people and brown people even further down. Do you think they're going to come out on top? You think poor people are going to come out on top in something like that?
If I win, yes, they come on top.
Well, if it's ashes and we're all on the level playing field, then the people
No,
who
they're
work
cannon
hard.
fodder. No, then the rich win again because they still have the resources and ability to hire people.
They don't have
People
the
that will
resources
work
if it's
for
all
other
burnt
people.
down.
No, yeah, that's the thing.
They're
Like
going to have the guns. They're going to have
they
the
don't have the
shelters.
same they don't have the same power anymore after you've extinguished them or removed them from their power.
If they don't have the resources no more, it's all burnt down. We're all on level playing field.
Me and my crew got these
See, that's
resources
just
over
it.
here.
There's no such thing as a level playing field anymore.
It's
It never was.
You're not going to burn it down to a level playing field.
You just put yourself on the other side of it.
You're actually creating a post Holocaust society. An dystopian world where it's going to be the people that group up and have the best weapons and have the best power. It's just going to divide our entire country.
Doc, I know you're a white dude, but you're already on the side of the losers. Like you're here with us. So you're talking about something that if we do the swap, you have a better chance of winning and then changing that for your lineage, and then even trying to be fair with anybody else that will come behind it. Set the example that will make the differences so that we can have a more fair society. You know what I'm saying? You'll be in a position to make the changes that's necessary. Like we see a bunch of examples of it going on right here in Africa right now.
Because we have structural issues that's in the base, and everything is built up on top of these structural issues. You know what I mean? Like the foundation is flawed. So like the only thing you can do if you built a house on a bad foundation and you want to repair that house, you gotta rip up that foundation and lay a whole new one.
You can't just take you gotta knock
Depends
the
on how
house
the
down.
foundation was built. I don't know if you've read the Constitution or not recently, but it's actually a pretty solid foundation. It's just people have been putting so many fucking add-ons and stuff like that, and unstructured and unregulated buildings and additions and that's becoming a mess.
No. That's not true. You're right. Listen. You're right. We have a great foundation. We have the laws could work for everybody if they were enforced on everybody just equally the same way. But because we have unequal tiers of justice, it's why it doesn't work right.
Well, I don't think they ever intended on it to be.
It don't matter what it intended, because guess what? The law reads what the law reads. All it has to do is be exercised on each individual.
And if the Constitution was so flawless, when they wrote it originally,
Oh,
why did
God.
they make changes right off the bat? They came out with the Bill of Rights right afterwards.
Because they defined. Do you have a problem with a fundamental Bill of Rights?
I don't. I think the Bill of Rights is great.
Then why are you okay? Then
Because
yeah, they had to add it. The First Amendment.
Where's the real problem?
So
It's
when
the
you were
people.
just saying
It's the
that
people.
the Constitution was perfect or whatever, it
It
wasn't.
is.
They had to add the Bill of Rights.
Well, it's perfect to a certain extent, and that's the thing. Like, but
And
we
within the
still
Constitution, it
we
allows
need fair
itself to be
people.
amended
We
Right.
need fair people
for the
that's going
purpose.
to actually not just change the laws where they need to be changed, but to also make sure that any and everybody, regardless of what stance you make, who you are, who all you know, the justice system works the same way for everybody. That's what the Constitution intended, but it was distorted. Some people have read the law and they start using loopholes, like what I'm saying, creating a status, like there was no determination by law, white and black and brown and this and that in the law until
A
somebody
lot of that came
distorted
later.
later
Yes.
on. So that's the whole thing. If it was purely used the way it was written, we wouldn't have all of this stuff. But because there's been people that come in that's exercising power, want to do things, because if you ask me, even though the democratic process is supposed to help the republic, it allowed a lot of room for them to destroy the republic.
And I mean, and it's really complex because when we think about representative government and then we think about just raw democracy, and then the raw democracy becomes mob rule, and nobody wants that. And that's the reason why that
Exactly.
they made it the way that they did. But on the other hand, you have with the electoral college and so forth and so on, you have it set up where a minority can dictate over the majority. So, I mean, what's the answer there?
Well, I don't
Well,
know
the
if
minority
that's even being
doesn't necessarily
exercised
dictate.
properly either.
The
Wait,
idea is all walks of life get representative, not just all areas, because the same laws that work for Chicago don't work for Iowa.
I agree.
And that's why it's set up the way it is to bring a fairness. Just a mob rule popular vote is always going to lean towards city, and city does not understand,
The rural areas.
and vice versa. So it does balance out, and that's the whole. That's the beauty of that particular system. And like I was saying about the Constitution, the beauty of it is it within its own document says this is not a comprehensive, all-seeing document. Times will change, and while these laws, these things are where we're at, they will have to be interpreted as time goes on and changed as time goes on. That's why you can't remove anything from the Constitution. You can only add to it.
Modify.
And well, these interpretations of the
Fair
law
enough.
is where a lot of problems come in, because then when you got your ideologies influencing your interpretations, leading you to,
along
like,
with along with agendas, because that's
and
really
along with your religion and
well, I don't think that, because I mean,
well, you
this
can
is
never separate that from a person. A man is a man, a woman is a woman, as far as their biases. There's no way for a human to be unbiased.
you can change your religion. You can't change your sex. I mean, you just can't. I mean, you can cut shit off and you can add stuff, but I mean,
No, but that's not what I'm talking about. What I'm talking about is the inherent bias that comes with being a human. And you can say, I'm just gonna interpret the law based on previous decisions or based on the raw constitution or whatever. But at the end of the day, in your internal conflicts of you being a human is going to influence your interpretation of that law. You know what I mean? You can't, if you grew up religious, that's a part of you, you know, and it's a filter on how you see the world. And you know, all your decisions are going to be filtered through that.
Well, I I grew up Christian, and those things can change. You know, your ideologies can change. So, you know, it's not purely just based on what you're taught, because if that was the case, I would probably be a brown noser begging for somebody to feed me or do something for me, because I would expect something other than, me.
Well, what I'm getting to is like the makeup of the Supreme Court presently. You know, it's presently a conservative court. You know what I'm saying?
Thank God.
And you got a few people that's on there that have some really strong religious convictions, and they may say that they make their decisions without their religion influencing these decisions, but that is not going to be.
Give me a specific case, because your general dislike of conservatives and stuff like that you act from, I
don't think conservatives. I'm conservative in a lot of ways.
Two entire shows questioning every 10 minutes. Well, why is it conservative to do this? You never bash liberals. You always bash conservatives.
That's not true.
You generally support the liberal opinion. You argue from a liberal stance. You're basically pro-communist socialism, or pro-socialism leaning toward that. You are left. So give me the case you're talking about instead of talking about them generally, and we'll discuss whether or not it's constitutional.
Well, I want to ask first, though he even know. I want to ask before he, does he even know what religion actually, influenced this republic that we're in, the Constitution that we in?
I didn't say that the religion.
I'm asking, do you know? I'm asking, do you even know that part?
I don't know how that fits in what we're talking about.
It doesn't matter. I'm asking you a question.
Okay, what's the question again?
Do you know how, what religion influenced the Constitution, the laws that exist in the United States Constitution?
It should have been no religion influencing the Constitution.
I didn't ask what it should be. I asked
there wasn't
which
none.
one
It wasn't.
There was one.
What was that?
Islam. And the Quran, like there were deists that wrote, they kind of rewrote what a lot of what the indigenous people, the Indians, the Aboriginal people, who, because whatever you want to call them, had a constitution, and it was mimicked by the newfound people who come here. Islam, why do you think of, because I mean, it's plenty of people who, when they become president, they put their hand on the Bible, but it was a special reason why Obama did it, and it was because he was, that was what the country was originally built on, was Islamic principles.
Well, when they made the Constitution, they was pulling from multiple areas, and the main thing was they wanted to improve on the way that the Magna Carta was a huge influence into the Constitution. They wanted it to be better than what they had dealt with before, and they didn't want the monarchy. They didn't want king type of deal, so that's the reason why they did it the way they did it, and then they wanted it to be anti-religion or whatever, because
no, they didn't.
They
didn't want. They didn't
Actually,
want
they did
that.
not want the
They
did
wanted
not
you to
want
be
the
able to have
government.
choice.
They
Go
wanted
ahead.
a separation between church and state, and that
No,
was a
that's
really
They
big
did
deal.
not want the
that's new.
government to influence one way or another toward
Yes,
any
you were
religion.
supposed to have freedom of religion, but a lot of the influences that
They
came from
were
into the
deists. They were
Constitution.
not Christians.
Yeah, they were not. Exactly.
They believed in a God, and they believed that everyone should have their own approach, and that the government should neither support nor condemn any religion.
Yes, but the basic principles that the Constitution comes from is
Are the
Islam,
Islamic religions.
the Quran. Yeah, you had the freedom to choose whatever religion you want, but when I'm talking about the Constitution and what influenced it the most was the Quran. So when people say it's a Christian nation, I mean, you can say that, but
It's not. It's not a Christian nation.
No,
Absolutely.
It's a nation of believers, but not necessarily Christian. Heck, one guy came over here and made up his own version of Christianity.
Absolutely not a Christian nation, and that kind of goes into what I'm talking about. What kind of led in this direction? Like Amy Coney Barrett, and she's basically like she came from like a cult, like you know what I mean? And then the topic you said, which one you want to talk about, and abortion was the one that comes to mind. And the decisions that they made on abortion.
States' rights. We already talked that one to death.
And I call BS on that. Absolutely.
Okay. So if the Constitution, here's where I don't understand why the Constitution supports the pro-abortion argument. Where does it say that? What is your defense of that?
It's related to freedom, related to I can't think of the exact passage, but it's like your ability to make decisions about your life. You know what I mean? The freedoms to have your own personal autonomy, to not have some.
Okay, what about the life of the child?
We're talking about my autonomy, me as a human.
The pursuit of life, liberty, and happiness, right?
Yes, that's what we're talking about.
What about the life? Is not the life of the child also protected?
Well, how does that fall into states' rights?
Because there's been no definition of where life starts. And until that is done, it is a states' right issue. Because you're contradicting there is contradiction in the Constitution. Therefore, it is not covered by the Constitution. It is a states' rights issue. Thank you, Ruth Bader Ginsburg. She knew this all along, and she voted for it anyway. And she even said it was going to get overturned because of that reason right there. And the whole not defining life, that's the gray area in abortion where nobody can come to agree on.
Yeah, and most people don't want to accept,
I'm saying that
you can accept a zygote as a life, but you can't accept a baby as one.
I'm saying back to the argument that humans can't be unbiased naturally. We have a natural bias that we can't avoid, and I'm saying that these religions influences on the Supreme Court is what led to the decisions that they made related to abortion. That's what I'm saying.
So despite the fact that I just hand walked you through the decision and why, you're still going to say, well, they just do it because they're religious.
Yeah.
Yet you're not anti-conservative.
There's no sense. There's no real substance to their decision. They're just doing it because that's what they would told this how they should think. It doesn't line up with the Constitution that we all supposed to abide by. It has nothing to do with any of that. It's just the
That's the
feelings
argument that I'm making. That there's
I
not that
I
they're
know,
supporting the
and I'm making a
Constitution,
mock, and
but they're making
I'm making a
that
mock,
decision based on their religious beliefs.
and I'm making a mockery of that
And that's
belief.
why I'm calling it BS, because I'm saying that what they're saying it is not what it is, and what it actually is the feelings inside that they already had.
So you don't think
You're
it's a
just
feeling
looking at him
that
and calling him a lot.
but you don't think it's a feeling that you have inside that you would prefer to be on the side that you know you want to be able to kill
We're
a
just
baby?
I'm not talking about how I feel about abortion. I'm talking about how did they come to the
You
conclusion
are.
of that. No, I'm
You
not.
are.
I'm saying
Because I don't believe in abortion. I'm not gonna argue. I'm not gonna
it's
argue
not about what I
against my
believe.
own.
And walk through why it is not it is a state's right. And I think it's a bad decision. I think it should have been left alone. I think in the last 50 years that it's been on the books, it should have been put into the Constitution, like it should have been done as soon as possible after that.
And what we were talking about was the interpretation
But it's not
of the laws.
yes, it's not a legal call under the Constitution, because the Constitution cannot cover it because it contradicts itself. It becomes a states' rights issue.
And a
That's
state
the way
and,
the Constitution works.
and each state has its own constitution and laws that they have to abide by because it is still a separate
Well,
entity.
look,
It is still another country.
gonna make a prediction. I'm gonna make a prediction that
And
will
the states are where we need to be fighting it, not national right now.
I'm gonna make a prediction. And if this goes the way that I'm saying it's gonna go, that will uphold the real true reason why they went and made the decision that they made based on abortion. I'm gonna make a prediction. The prediction I'm gonna make is it's going to land in the Supreme Court. They're gonna sue for a nationwide ban for abortion. It's gonna land on the Supreme Court, and the Supreme Court is going to uphold that suit.
Don't you realize that already happened, and that's why it's no longer you know, that's why it just got changed, right?
I don't know what you're saying. There's not a nationwide ban for abortion. I'm saying that there is going to be when it lands in the Supreme Court.
That was the attempt, but that's why Roe versus Wade got reversed on the federal level, and it went back to where it's states' rights. Is because of a lawsuit of that same. You know, like they wanted to ban it across the entire country.
And I'm
saying across all of the states, but they couldn't.
Come back. It's gonna come back around. It's gonna come back around and land on the Supreme Court, and they're gonna rule in favor of a nationwide ban of abortion. That's my prediction.
Because
and
they
if
had
that
the option.
happens, then that means that it was all BS about the states' right thing, and it was all for ideological reasons.
No, I say you're wrong.
Upholding the Constitution.
I say
their
you're
interpretation is what it's going to be. So
Yeah.
that's my prediction. If it happens,
all right.
then I need y'all to say I was
won't,
right when it happens.
No, let's put some money on it.
Well, if it comes around, it comes around. But I'm still going to say that Roe versus Wade was an illegal decision and is a states' rights issue by the Constitution.
Yeah.
Period.
So then you would.
I'm not going to say. I'm not going to. It doesn't matter why the decision was made. It's a fair decision. I don't care what personal motivations are involved.
And I feel you on that. So, but when it comes back around, then you're gonna say that
then I'm going to fight
the
it
Supreme Court is wrong. You're gonna say the Supreme Court is wrong on that ruling.
I absolutely will. I am 100% against it if they turn around.
Look, I'm gonna tell you like this. It didn't bother me either. Like, I mean, when it was, people had the right to go and have abortions, all willy-nilly, 3 times a year if you want, and whatever. I didn't say anything about it. I'm not even one of, that's not one of my things that I have a pet peeve about. Like, I want to stop this thing or whatever. But when we're talking about a case and, based on the substance that is provided, the proof or the what makes sense about this certain case, when it gets overturned, you can point to the reasons why this case, because it's a case, it's not the whole the part that got overturned was the fact that the facts of that case was illegitimate.
Well,
You know what
okay,
I'm saying?
I get what you're saying.
So
But
when
my
they
argument,
when they come with a different case based on what that case is based around, then we can, because each one is different. It doesn't matter. It can be
yeah,
all
each
centered
each
around
one is
abortion.
different, but it's
It could be
still
centered around abortion, and it still does not prove right or wrong, because like Doc said, that because of what the ability to dance around what life is what they're being able to use on both sides, really.
okay, and that's fair. But if it comes back and they say it's a nationwide ban, then it's not states' rights. Simple as that. And what I was saying is that a
At this
few
point, it is
cases
though,
have
and it legally, but it makes sense for it to be states' right now because of the turn. Like, it can be turned around and it not be states' rights anymore because of a certain determination. Somebody bringing up a case that says that this is whatever, and it makes the most sense at that time. Like, just like how Roe versus Wade became a law that people were able to use to be able to, and it's under further determination. It's not. So it's just like based on who's fighting it, how it was fought.
My argument is that I was saying in the previous shows that the Supreme Court has made a few bad decisions. And I can't remember the specific case right now. And I was like, that was a bad call.
But that's just only because only because you don't see it from the same point of view. You see it from a totally different point of view that, like, okay, this thing should be allowable, and based on your interpretation of what it is, and what people's rights should be, but based on the Constitution, because this is not based on opinion. This is based on
that's the
written
argument
law.
I'm making, that they're not making calls based on the Constitution.
You're saying should, and it is. I mean, because like if they can line it up and show you, based on.
This is the argument I'm making. I'm making the argument that they made bad calls, and when I say bad calls, then I mean that they're not really following the Constitution with the decisions that they made. I can't remember the exact case or whatever, but then if this comes back, like I say, and they say it's a nationwide ban, and if they come back and say it's a nationwide ban on abortion, then boom, that is not would be going against the Constitution.
That's a bad call, and I will fight it too.
But
because of the state rights.
Yeah, it would be a bad call, but it doesn't mean that the decision that they made now was null and void, and it was wrong to make this decision at this point because of, like you're saying that just because or what about is or what it's not done that way, because if they sent the rights went back to the states, because the federal law that was supposed to be able to uphold the decision that was made found faults in it. So that's why it's it went back to states' rights. If there's somebody who's tactful enough to give an argument that shows that it was, that on a federal level, regardless of what state you're in, that you should be abide by this law, does not mean that the decision that they made this time was wrong.
I didn't say that the states' right thing call was wrong. I never said that. I never said that,
because it's by default.
I was talking about a different case that I said it was a bad call. I don't remember which one it was.
All right. Well, I'm just saying because
y'all were saying that it's because I'm like going against the.
But that's what you said that's what you said a while ago. You said that earlier.
That the abortion was a state
right thing was the case. That was the case that you chose to talk about. That was the one you brought up when I said, "Give us a case, and we will discuss Constitution or not."
I was talking about the interpretation of the laws and how a person's bias is what makes them make the decisions.
But you also made a
And that's why I brought up
determination.
abortion.
You made a prediction, and you said that it was gonna, if it turns that it becomes a nationwide ban, that the state rights, the choice for it to become states' right was a wrong decision. But one thing that you don't realize is that states' rights did not become a decision; it was a default because
That's not what
they
I.
had no. That's what you
That's not what
said.
I said.
Yes,
No,
it is.
I didn't. I'm saying that if they call nationwide ban on abortion, the whole states' right argument was BS. And I was saying that based on these ideological points of view of certain chief justices is what is guiding their decisions, not the Constitution. That's the
Oh.
argument I'm making.
Okay, so for people, they just ideologically, just doing this because they read the Bible or
Well, it's not
the
all four of them.
Constitution.
It's Amy Coney Barrett, the beer guy. Those
beer
two
guy.
specifically. Damn it! It might
So
be
it's
one more.
specific ones you have a problem with, not really all of them.
No, those are the ones that I think are making decisions for ideological reasons.
So, okay.
They interpreting the law.
Well, you know what it sounds
in
like to me?
I'm glad you know them so well as to assume
If
this
you
and
were a
get mad
justice,
at
you
them
would
for your belief.
I believe if he was a justice, he would be doing the same thing.
Well,
Because
like I say, if it comes back nationwide ban, then you know I'm right about this.
you're right about what?
That they're making decisions on ideological reasons and not based on the Constitution.
That's
No,
not true.
because I'm sorry, dude. I don't care what you argue about them because you don't know them. You don't know them. You don't know their thoughts. You don't know who they are. Stop. You
what
are
I'm saying-
accusing them of complete and total dishonor to their position.
No,
but
what y'all-
but you agree with the call that they made. Okay,
I think both of
If they
y'all are
make
missing
this
the fact-
bad call, like you're saying, if they make it a federal issue,
Look,
then
It
yes,
would be a
that
bad
is
call.
a bad
No,
call.
no.
It would be a bad call, and it would show that they are making decisions not based on the Constitution.
Guys, say
is
guys.
handled.
Let me just say this because I think that both of y'all might be maybe forgetting some points about this case. Is that Roe versus Wade got turned because it was a bullshit case. It went back to states' rights because it's a default, because that is how. Because there is no federal case to support abortion, it has to go to some sort of a decision. So there's no other case that it can lean on. It's by default. It's not a
goes to
decision.
state- yes, exactly. That's what I've been saying. It's states' rights issue. Because it cannot be covered by the Constitution.
So just because in the future, if they change and it is miraculously a nationwide ban, it's not because that it was a bad decision, because it was the perfect decision, mainly because the case was fraudulent. It was not a real case.
That's not what I'm saying. You keep saying that, but that's not what I'm saying.
I know you're not saying it because you're not perceiving the facts that you're saying that because this was overturned and it going to states' rights. If it goes back to or it becomes a nationwide ban or it becomes legal, even if it becomes totally legal nationwide, does not mean that the decision that they made on the Roe versus Wade was wrong.
I never said that. You keep saying that. I never said that.
No,
that's not what I'm saying.
But then
but
you're
still saying
you're saying it without saying it. But that's what you're saying. But I'm saying, even like he's saying that even without saying it, because the points that you're making and trying to make definitive that that it could be a bad decision for whatever reason, just the idea that you're saying that it could be a bad decision, another law being created and things being changed from what it is today does not nullify or makes their decisions wrong for what they did on this case.
I never said that, Pat. I never said that. You keep saying that. I never said that.
All right, that's fine. Look, you know what? We can discuss that later, because guess what? It's recorded.
Yeah.
You know what I'm saying? It's totally recorded. So,
Yeah.
but
Give a timestamp.
But either way, that's fine. I mean, it's getting kind of late, and I know people over here are going. They probably been hearing me most of the night anyway. But man, it was good to be back with y'all fellas. I miss being here. I had different things that kept me away. Those last few weeks or whatever. But my intention is to be here most of the time. When I can. But I appreciate our few fans that we have, the people who knew, those who've been around.
Wait, we lost you. We can't hear you. Yeah, I was gonna get into the point of wrapping it anyways, because that's where I was leading to like 20 minutes ago, but we kept going around and around on this.
Yeah, well, we stop and go, okay, here's where we all agree. Now we're talking about a new case coming up saying at a federal level they're going to ban it. And that's no. I mean, it's already been understood. The only way they can get by with something like that is to have some sort of legislation that defines beginning of life. And that's, like I said, that's not going to happen. They really can't do that at this point.
I don't know, because they keep making that. What is it? The 6 week? It's the 6 week argument that keeps popping up. What is it? The heartbeat.
He's trying to talk again. Can't hear you again.
Yeah, we can't hear you. It's the 6 week is the one that keeps popping up. Isn't that when they get the heartbeat, right?
Yeah, the heartbeat's the biggest one, but a problem is a lot of women don't even know at that point in time.
Yeah,
because they're just a little bit late, and especially if they don't have a regular cycle.
Right. And so but I really wouldn't be surprised if that would be the one, the 6 week one, and they decide that at 6 weeks it's a human, and they have all the, like you were saying, they have all the rights of a human.
Okay, a lot of them are trying that one, the 6 weeks, because at the same time they were allowing states to do this, because of Roe versus Wade giving them extra time, they were not allowing them to have an abortion until they could hear the heartbeat. They had to hear the heartbeat before they would allow them to have one.
Right.
But now that forces them to hold on to it a length of time to where now they can say it's not legal to, well, you waited too long, now you can hear it, now you can't.
Right. So that'll be
now we're getting into deception and deceptive kind of stuff too.
And I think that's exactly how it's going to work out. It's going to be effectively that you won't be able to have an abortion till you hear a heartbeat, and then they're going to make it illegal to have an abortion. So you effectively won't be able to have abortion, and I think that's what they're going to do nationwide.
And I don't care what people say. Kids of incest, rape, abuse, stuff like that. No, that should be off the table for saying that they can't do that. I mean, that's real is real. In cases like that, severe problems.
They're already some of the states are already doing it.
Texas is trying to do a nothing at all. They're working toward.
It's another one. Arkansas, I think. they already are doing it. I saw a case where what happened? The baby was not alive anymore, and they forced the mom to carry him to term and vaginally fucking have the baby. It was a not a live fetus, and the mom almost died and shit because the baby wasn't alive and it wasn't moving, and they had all kinds of complications with the birth, and they wanted to do the abortion, but it was in a state that the abortions was illegal, and so even though the fetus wasn't alive, they couldn't do it, and the mom almost damn died.
And it probably ended up pickled in a jar somewhere on a shelf at some university.
Yeah, man, that's super ugly.
Which I'm sorry, if something like that's going to happen, that's the only thing I want to hear is if it ended up like that. Is because if that wasn't done for research, that's just kind of sick
and cruel, And
I'm not the biggest fan of the situation, but at the same time, I'm not cruel and inhuman.
And I don't want y'all to get me confused. I don't know if I said it before, but I don't like abortions. I think it's horrible.
I honestly believe that they're being used as a contraceptive too often.
And that's really, really fucking sad. That's so fucking horrible, But my argument with abortion is that it should be legal just because of the health reasons. It's so many, septic pregnancies, all of these different situations that can freaking kill the mom, and just for that reason. And then on top of that, you have the fact that the woman, they're gonna do abortions anyways, even if it's illegal, and then that opens the door to all of these really horrible things that they're gonna be doing, and it's gonna be dangerous for the mom. And
just wait. Here's a nice little dystopian thought. It's made illegal on a federal level. Well, now from the moment that you're positive, we're going to take your passport so you can't fly to a country or something where it can be done.
Yeah.
You're going to be flagged at the border where you can't go to Mexico or Canada, despite the fact that because the fact that it can be done there.
And then you got cases where the moms are like, we got the trash can dumpster baby situations, and like there was the one where the chick was in the hospital and she had just had the baby, and they found the baby in the trash can or something in the hospital room or something. Like that's the kind of stuff you're gonna see more and more and more of too, because at the end of the day, the mom doesn't want to have the baby, and you force her to have the baby, then she's gonna hate the child. She's gonna try to kill him later or whatever the hell. Like,
no, not always.
That's worse. Not
you
always. I'm just saying.
You're always talking worst case scenario, but don't understand a lot of times how small those numbers are. We just hear it because of instant media now.
Yeah,
we hear it more
because it's so horrible that it just becomes a big story.
Because you look for stuff like that and you see that it's in the algorithm, which is why you need to make 3 different profiles for your searches.
Yeah. Well, anyways, we could chop it up for a few minutes after the show. Let's end this. Peace and love. Thank y'all for joining. Thank y'all for listening. Pretty damn emotional show. It was a lot of stuff I kind of wanted to cover that I didn't get to because we were talking so damn much. I might do a special show because of so much stuff I didn't cover, but we'll see. Peace and love. Thank y'all for listening. We're out.